So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you will have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of being my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt, so show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you will have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you will have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what's in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the MPL show, where today we're going to have so much fun together. But of course, I am here today with my partner, Mirko.
And here it is, I'm Mirko. We're going to be here together, and today's episode is going to be full of fun because we're going to be inviting a few MLBB royalties here to the MPL show.
Let's just head on and invite our first guest here, Mirko.
Who's the first guest, Eterna? Is he an analyst perhaps from Indonesia, from MPL Indonesia? He's one of the best here when it comes down to breaking down the game, and we're going to break down the introduction for Arashi right here. In all his glory, here he is. Arashi, what's up?
Hi.
Hi.
How are you feeling?
I'm very feel.
He's an
analyst, right? He's gotta go with logic, and that's what, he's a robot. He's almost like just a computer, right? Yeah. He's an AI. So we gotta...
Arashi intelligence.
Arashi intelligence, oh, I like that, AI. Arashi intelligence, but Eterna, we have a few questions over to Arashi here. Arashi intelligence.
Of course.
Test his intelligence.
Of course. I mean, before we test the intelligence, right, we want to know a little bit more about him, and I'm sure the viewers are excited to know how exactly did the great Arashi start his career as a caster.
Ooh, let's just break it down all the way.
Break it down just like you do in the games.
Well, it all started when, like, long ago in a land far, far away, right? I was playing a lot of different MOBAs, we shall not name them here for obvious reasons. But I was really into it. I was thinking that, well, initially I liked FPSs actually, but what seemed to be more active in Indonesia was the MOBA scene. So I wanted to be a pro player. I was playing hours and hours a day while juggling university, etc. Didn't pay out though because, you know, the timing just wasn't quite right. So afterwards, I got started doing some coaching, some teaching. After about, I guess, half a year of doing that, actually, me and Miracle, we got contacted by a certain someone known as T-Bolt, and he said, we need some English analysts, English talents, right? They can speak good English, who understands how MOBAs work. So give us the offer. And initially, Miracle actually got in a bit earlier, and I got my start at the, funny enough, the playoffs only for Season 7. I was thinking initially that it wasn't gonna work out. I wasn't an extrovert. I didn't socialize a lot. I can't speak in public, but Miracle was the one who told me, like, dude, you have a chance right now, and if you don't take it, someone else is gonna get this opportunity anyway. So try it out. If it fails, so be it. So I made that leap, and now we're here.
Now you're the trophy.
Trophy.
Oh, you guys are so
That hasn't happened yet. That hasn't happened yet.
Not yet. Soon, right? But you're right, man.
You guys are so cute.
It's called the bromance. That's what we call it.
Okay, so the last event that you did was MPLID playoffs, right?
Yes, season 10.
So seeing the whole season progress
Yes.
since you've been here since Season 7, what do you think about the current situation here in Indonesia in terms of MLBB right now?
The current situation, I mean, it's very exciting because it used to be pretty straightforward, right? Whenever you want to have a compelling story, there needs to be trials and tribulations, right? Nobody wants to see a story where, okay, the guy is just, you know, the main character is doing well and he just goes all the way up. There's no drama there. So all this time when Indonesia was the strongest region, the Philippines was the strongest region, it's kind of like one-dimensional, but now, with the imports coming in, with the new meta, with how competitive Season 10 was, I mean, we can all relate. None of us got correct predictions, right? Anything can happen. I think it's a lot more exciting, especially as someone involved in the scene right now. It's very apparent looking at the professional scene.
Who do you think might be leading in terms of the meta?
Oh, it's a tough one. In a way, okay? Again, Indo pride all the way, but you can't deny that mechanical skills, whenever these pro players play hours and hours a day, the mechanics are always going to develop. That's for sure, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be pro players. Yeah. They need to have that kind of like talent, that kind of skill. The macro, though, is more of a learned kind of aspect. So I think teams that have a solid macro, it's easier to train them, to let them practice more, to get better mechanics, compared to teaching someone with good mechanics to learn the knowledge for macro play. So I think we gotta go with Philippines, and I mean the stats reflect it. But of course, my host for Season 10 is, for the next MPLI and the following seasons, of course, Indo pride all the way, man. People are saying that there's a lot of situations where even exciting, the explosive Indonesian, but of course, the dark horse people are talking about is Cambodia. So many different names and. Right, so I think people are talking about Cambodia as well, and I think since we talk a lot, right, I've heard a lot about you saying that their strategies, they're kind of solid. I think it's exciting overall, but I must say, like always, it's not really a surprise, but Indonesia and Philippines will be the highlighted matchup. But watch out, because the other regions, Cambodia, they're going to crash the party for sure.
They've all definitely improved, right? Again, from last year's MPLI, we saw Cambodia, see you soon, actually take Todak down in the first round, which was a massive upset. And here in 2022, with all the teams improving already, it's going to be another crazy MPLI. But on that note, I do have a question. Since we're talking about the teams, we were talking about the regions earlier, let's talk about one or a few teams that you think have the best chance at cracking that title, getting this trophy that you see right here for MPL Invitational 2022.
I think going by stats, you gotta have Blacklist up there.
Number one?
Number one. From what I've seen, right, which is, full disclaimer, quite limited, you must say ONIC, man. ONIC ID. They're looking so good. I think we've talked endlessly about this on broadcast and off broadcast. It's like a good mix, balance between like both styles, right? Maybe because Kyrie's in the picture, Coach Yep is in the picture, but they have shown that they're very intelligent in the draft. They are very cerebral, right? They're very smart in how they approach the game, right? They problem solve on the fly, and when they need to be dynamic, explosive, you see it as well. And not only from one player, because usually there'll be one guy that just goes crazy, right, with killer instinct. That team anyone you like overlook is gonna completely like shut down the game. Like anyone can do it. Boots can do it. We've seen Suns deal the highest damage. Kyrie as well. Plus Keyboy even making the plays happen. So I think they're close second. I have high hopes. They have my support as always.
Let's see. Let's see if that comes true in MPLI 2022.
Today we are going to be conversing with two very special teams that are going to be our guests for today. And that is our MPLI 2020 champions as well as the MPL 2021 champions. Please welcome Alter Ego and ONIC Esports.
From Alter Ego, we have Ars and Nino. From ONIC Esports, we have Drian, Sans, and Keyboy. Wait, Sans is ready for it, man. Ready for the answers to our questions. Everybody's been wanting to ask the champions, and obviously Alter Ego as well here. Us as well. We have a lot of questions to ask them, so let's just get started. And for Alter Ego, actually, you know, right now the public perception of Alter Ego Esports is that you guys are very inconsistent. When you're on top, you guys are literally dominating, but when you guys drop, it's a hard drop down. And obviously, I want to know what you think, Ars, Nino, about the situation. Give us your thoughts about it.
Ya dari kacamata gue sebagai analis ya, anak-anak emang kayak gitu. Kayak kalau lawan tim kuat atau tim yang lagi bagus banget, mereka tuh api buat ngalahinnya tuh gede banget. Kayak gue harus ngalahin mereka nih karena mereka lebih kuat. Tapi kalau on paper musuhnya lebih lemah atau lagi kurang, api anak-anak tuh kayak mau ngalahinnya tuh kayak biasa aja, santai aja gitu, kayak kurang semangatnya. Jadi itu sih kayak PR yang harus dibenerin, harus kasih semangat terus. Mau lawannya siapa aja, motivasinya harus dikasih terus.
Right, so this is a rare opportunity for us to talk to the professional players. So I was just very curious, as pro players, as people active in the scene, who are the players that you like watching the most? Who do you stalk on Instagram? Whose stream do you keep watching to maybe get some info or, you know, entertain yourself?
Nonton semua tim sih kan jadi yang harus nontonin semua tim kan biar tahu lawannya gimana, yang analis musuh gitu. Kalau dulu pas masih zaman jadi player suka ya paling nonton Aura atau R7 pas masih jadi player. Kalau sekarang mostly semuanya ditonton.
Paling aku yang sering nonton ini sih kayak dari tim-tim BH sih, kalau lagi ada turnamen-turnamen gitu aku nontonin, cari ilmunya, cari ilmunya aja sih.
Which team are you guys most, interested in MPLI 2022? You guys are going to be facing up against a lot of strong teams, but I want to know, for ONIC Esports, for Alter Ego, we'll start with ONIC Esports. Who do you think is the strongest team that you want to go up against?
Kayak emang kuat banget si Evos, kayak kemarin dia juara World tuh, wah ini tim kuat banget sih, bisa melebihi World, bisa mencetak sejarah baru mungkin.
Iya, Oke.
Terima kasih ONIC Esports.
Terima kasih Keyboy, Drian, Sans. Coba dari Alter Ego, apakah Evos juga atau mungkin beda nih timnya?
Enggak Evos, pengennya ketemu negara Filipina sih, paling Blacklist lah. Penasaran banget pengen ketemu Blacklist.
Kenapa Blacklist? Kayak ada alasan tertentu nggak?
Gara-gara junglernya juga sih, si Wise itu yang bisa main hero apa aja kan, tapi menang gamenya lebih kayak orang dia kan win streak gitu kan, dari regular sampai playoff dia sampai juara gitu kan. Jadi penasaran aja kenapa orang-orang nggak bisa ngalahin Blacklist gitu loh.
Pengen decode Blacklist lagi.
Berarti kalau untuk decode pastinya analisnya yang harus decode dong ya. Dari hero-nya juga. Nah, coach, pasti stres nih kalau mikirin Blacklist ya. Jadi kalau lu mungkin mau lawan Blacklist juga, memang mau tantangan itu?
Iya. Soalnya kita di scrim ngelawan, maksudnya kayak di scrim tuh jarang kita kalah sama Blacklist.
Nah, itu
dia.
Jadinya
pengen ketemu di turnamen mereka gimana sih, kayak di scrim atau enggak gitu.
Karena si Venus di interviewnya pernah bilang dia pengen banget ketemu Aura dan Alter Ego. Jadi emang bakal menarik banget sih nih MPLI untuk lihat gimana tim-tim ini tuh lawan Blacklist.
Let's see. What's this fun match? It's gonna be Arashi joining in with the Alter Ego members, Ars and Nino. They're gonna be facing off against 3 pro players, Sans, Keyboy, and Drian. I'd say it's unlucky for ONIC because they're up against the best player in the world, Arashi, right here.
It's fake news. It's fake news. Cut the tape.
Are you ready, Arashi?
I don't have an option, do I?
Before we
It
get
is what
into
it
it, though,
is.
we should explain a little bit about the rules.
All right, sure.
So 3v3 in the mid only.
Okay.
No jungle, which means no litho, no buff, no lord, no turtle, clearly.
Okay.
And you have to stay in the mid lane. Okay, you can't go to the other lanes. And don't forget that you can't recall.
No recall.
And whoever gets 3 kills first is the winner.
What heroes are you going to be using?
It's gonna be picked up randomly.
Power pick? Oh, it's a random pick.
Out of a fishbowl.
This is Bren against Bron, man. We have 2 analysts on Alter Ego.
Hey, but there's only going to be fighter heroes. There you go. For us, I guess. Eterna, since you're going to be going for the fishbowl, we might do it together here. I'm going to go over and take it right now. Why don't you go first?
Okay, I'll pick the first hero. And apparently the rule this time around for the heroes, they're all gonna be fighters.
All fighters.
Okay, so fighters. So
Yikes.
we'll see. This is the first name here. You wanna peek first?
Sure. Oh, this is a good one.
Oh, this is the one you wanted yesterday.
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna show you 3, 2, 1. The first hero is Cho.
Okay. Next one, though. I'm going to go right now. Arashi, you should be the one on the Cho. You're the most mechanically gifted player on this team.
That's not true.
I'm trying to find it, guys. All right. I got it here, Eterna. Why don't you do the honors of opening it, though?
We have to peek first,
All right,
right?
yeah,
we get a little buff here.
Oh
my God.
All right.
Okay.
Show it.
The next hero is Freya.
Freya.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
Cho, Freya. Final one, Eterna. Go ahead.
You do the honors.
I'll do the honors. I'll pick this one. This spoke to me right here.
Okay.
So, you
We'll
open
peek
it
first.
up.
We'll peek first.
Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, the final hero.
Oh.
All right, this is going to be an interesting 3v3.
Okay. The last hero is
Bane. What? So it's Bane, Cho, and Freya. Okay?
For whose team?
For both. You guys are going to be playing the same heroes. Alter Ego, Cho, Bane,
Oh, it's a
and
mirror. Okay.
Yeah.
Freya. Same goes for ONIC Esports. So let's just get into the game, right?
Let's go.
Look at the battle spell. Drian. Cho is high and dry, even though they're going to be 3v3ing in the mid lane.
That's
So
interesting.
they're never going to be 1v1ing. Or,
He's gonna isolate a member, perhaps.
oh, maybe.
Right? You
Oh.
never know.
Oh, Gar is actually winning in the trade. Never mind.
Oh, he gets chumped really low here. I mean, Arashi and Ars, they need to be very careful here. Remember, the
Nino.
first 3 kills, they're gonna win this.
Oh my god, Nino's massive here. Look at him. He's the highest HP. Sans is technically the highest HP, but he's recalling already, man. This type of recall, you can do. You can't recall to the base, but you can toss all you want, man. Kibo's doing it in under his turret. I don't think that's effective to taunt their opponents because they can't see each other, but maybe it's a sound cues, right?
The sun is wrecking me right now. It's ridiculous.
Nino's wrecking them.
Oh my god.
Oh, Kiboy, he jumps in, gets the damage. Oh my god, it's so close.
Still able to
Eterna.
flicker out right now, right?
It's so
okay,
close.
that's so close. Both of these teams are so low at this point. It's really difficult, right? It all comes back down to who's gonna be able to make that first outplay.
Someone still has the flicker. I'm
Someone.
just gonna say that.
Someone has
still
flicker.
has the flicker.
Oh, there's a little toss-up here between Keyboy as well as Ars. But Keyboy's still able to get away at this point.
Rashi's winning the trade against Sans here, man.
Oh, spicy.
Oh, but the battle spells are coming back up. Eterna, this is where it's gonna be spicy. Level 4, remember.
Both of these Freyas have different spells here, Mirko. One is using Inspire and one is actually using the Petrify. So different choice of gameplay here. And this could be scary.
All right, I mean, look at this. Arashi, he's an absolute Chad. He's an absolute Chad. He doesn't care about the bush. Alter Ego, they're playing in the bush. They're trying to sneak on ONIC, but Arashi is like, nah. I'm playing in the mid lane, in front of them all.
Arashi's full health again.
I know he's looking for that freestyle play.
He should be reaching it very soon. Uh-oh. Sans is gonna get caught out in the way of Dragon, but look at the discipline coming from Arashi.
First blood over to ONIC Esports. Drian and Nino going at it. Keyboy jumps in. Brings Nino back to the turret. Nino's down. No. It's a 2-0. Arashi.
Oh no.
The man, the myth, the legend. Can you save your team? Towards
Sorry.
Alter Ego.
Ooh.
Sorry. Ooh. All right. The emotes as well. They're vicious, man. They're not giving Alter Ego room to play. Look at the rough waves, though. Only onto the minions. But it's fine. They're getting that clear. Coming in. Oh. Ars with the play, bringing Drian back. That's 1 kill over. No, they need one more.
2-1.
It's
No.
3-1.
Congratulations, Team ONIC. You have won this fun match against Alter Ego as well as Arashi.
Alter
Nice
Ego
try.
couldn't do it. They lost in the
couldn't do
fun
it.
games. They lost in the fun match as well. It's unfortunate, but hey, an L for Alter Ego isn't a loss. It's a learn for them. They're going to be learning a lot from this loss. And obviously, they're going to be learning a lot from Arashi. Keyboy, Drian, Sans, you've won the ultimate trophy. You've won Arashi.
Don't look at me.
I'm so proud. I'm so proud. It really is unfortunate, but perhaps maybe later on they could do a rematch.
Where?
Behind the scenes.
Where?
I don't know. Behind the scenes, perhaps. But of course, if you guys feel like you have what it takes to join in the MLBB Esports realm, then it's your time to shine. Join the One Esports MLBB community tournaments and experience intense competition against teams across the region. And all you need to do is register at battlefy.com/oneesports because participation is free here, Arashi. So maybe perhaps you want to join in.
We got to train Arashi for the next fun match.
After that performance, yeah, a lot of training in order, Bren.
You guys can obviously show your might as well here in battlefy.com/oneesports. But what a crazy day already with Alter Ego and ONIC. ONIC, they just really like that scoreline. It has to be them winning and giving over 1 point to the enemy team.
Always, always.
Always.
The mercy
Anything less is not enough.
No.
They want to win just everything. Man, it's been such a great time conversing with you guys as well. A really good fun match, fun game as well. But unfortunately, our time is up. Our day has come to an end. So we just want to first of all say thank you to Alter Ego. Thank you, Nino. Thank you, Ars, for coming here.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, ONIC Esports. Thank you, Keyboy, Sans, as well as Drian, for coming here today and sharing your time with us, of course.
And obviously, thank you, Arashi, as well, the guest star we have right here, for showing up, for participating and helping Alter Ego secure 1 kill.
Helping.
Yes, it was all Arashi, all Arashi. But thank you so much for watching as well. Obviously, all you guys right now who are watching, who are tuning in to MPLI's show, don't forget to subscribe, like, comment, and share this content with everyone you know, especially Alter Ego and ONIC Esports fans. Because Eterna, we also have a few social media accounts.
Yeah, don't forget to check us out on YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, TikTok, as well as Discord.
There's going to be a lot of crazy discussions on all the social media platforms. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, the show must come to an end. But don't worry, there's going to be more in the future. It's been Mirko.
Eterna.
And we'll see you in next time.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you will have 0 contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of getting in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what's in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy. And I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy.
Trying to pull solo aim. Is that the right target? But take a look at Maloyski finding Subway in the miss. Instead, deleted Culture pops double kill for Kadira. And now it seems like Geek fam, they are angry. Triple kill. Maniac and Kadira trying to find on
Kadira, oh my god!
The right play. He finds one. Almost finds two. Now it's going to be a 4v4. You can see here Neo instead deleted. Avalanche low HP, but now the Geeks are eating oranges tonight. Congratulations, Geek. Pi now will look for another flank, but Rai finds it. Pi finds one, finds two now. Exort is going to be the next.
Need to give. Oh my god, that pick by Light.
Oh, he didn't catch his horse. A very good wave. Dragon here gives 1 HP, will not survive. Exort securing the kids. Trying to find Mats here, but take a look at everyone here. Wave Dragon connects, kids down. Lord is just very much healthy and sending Alter Ego home. And congratulations, RSG PH.
Well, let's see right now. Psychon picking up the steal, but it will just fall to the hands of Kyle TZ. Dream taken down. Blazing door to the back line right now. Super Marco is going to be deleted here by the side of Bren, but look at the damage coming in. Super Marco taken low, still able to cut away. Look at Super Marco!
Now, even if they want to kill over Diggy, they need to put on all of the resources.
Well, there you go. Versik actually picks up a shutdown. Psychon for the knockout strike. That's going to be pinned down on the 3. And look at the combo. In the back line, Dreams jumps in, but a time journey there will ensure everyone's safety. Dreams can't going to be gunned down. No, not just yet. It's Hijime who's a wipe out. Bren don't give them a chance. No mercy. And look at the style. He needs to be careful here, but look at the read right there for the Holy Baptism connects. Cold Altar plays. Chiku has used the flicker. They're going to go on to Chiku right now. He's going to get caught in the I'm offended. Damage coming in. That's going to be Godiva picking up the kills. Kabuki still able to cut away. Not for long, as that's going to be the pin coming down from Rival with a heavy spin. Now Godiva and Fluffy looking for the damage. Ego from Yums over to Fluffy. And the airstrike comes in, but Lumina Blast cancels it out. Here's the dive attempt. Fluffy finds the kill onto Moon. That's the blazing duet, melting Rival down. And look at Yums against the world. Fluffy jumping in with a Violent Requiem, not available. He only gets the spatial migration, able to clear the way from now. But that one cannon minion will be the end of Aura Fire in MPLI 2022. Aura Fire eliminated by Todak.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the quarterfinals of MPLI 2022. Day 4 and 8 teams left. Back in the English desk here, Goni, and as well as Eterna. Eterna, welcome back.
Thank you so much. I mean, it's so great to be back. I have been watching all of these games with great intention and seeing just exceptional plays coming from several different regions. It's just been such an honor to even just watch it from home.
It has been amazing, this MPLI tournament. But, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to also remind you that, of course, MPLI 2022 is actually being held in private and, of course, with limited guests here. And all of the production team casters that attend the venue have undergone a mandatory COVID-19 test and are also practicing a very strict health protocol.
In adherence to the government's guidelines,
Indeed.
of course. So we are doing our part here once again for the pandemic. So stay safe, stay home, as we are going to be the ones to accompany you through the quarterfinals, finally, of MPLI 2022. And without further ado, we are going to take a look at today's schedule because we do have a lot in store for us today.
Day 1, Day 2, Day 3, a lot of actions, so expect more actions here in Day 4. But let's take a look at the brackets here to just see the overview of MPLI 2022. Eterna, you missed a lot, but of course today's schedule here. What do we have?
So action-packed, and we're finally going to see all 4 of the MPL champions from the respective regions come to play here. We have Blacklist, THQ, ONIC, RSG, SG as well. So finally, we get to see what they have in store for us, what they have prepared this season around coming into this season's MPLI.
But their opponent is also a lot of challenge, it seems like. Blacklist going up against Geek. Attack from Malaysia will go up against the representative from RGPH. ONIC will take on Bren. RGSG will take on Todak. So again, their job here is not easy.
Done. It's definitely not easy or done. A lot of things ahead of them. And our first match, it is going to be Geek Fam going head-to-head with Blacklist, the dominant force of Blacklist. And that's going to be so tough, right? Because Geek Fam in Indonesia didn't even get to the playoffs in the respective MPL ID region, going against the champions of MPL PH. That definitely is going to be the most challenging run for them, and we're excited to see what exactly they have in store as we are going into the quarterfinals, which are still a best of 3.
3 Philippines teams, 2 Malaysian, 1 Singapore, and 2 Indonesian teams left here in the MPLI quarterfinals. Who will grab the champion? That is still the question. Which team, which country will be the champion of MPLI 2022? But it's going to be a very, very amazing day today. Of course, I personally can't wait. Our first match, Blacklist. I feel like they are the number 1 contender here in MPLI 2022.
When I was doing the MPLI show, right, so many people wanted to face Blacklist. But of course, this tournament in itself wouldn't be here, of course, without our official partners.
HSBC, Samsung Galaxy Omni by FWD, McDelivery, and Logitech G. Thank you so much. MPLI 2022 would not be this amazing if not for our sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. But to add to that, let's talk about HSBC, because they had showed us a video on how to farm and spend gold in MLBB. So perhaps you can discover how these valuable assets can also level up your finance game in real life.
Yeah, it's not enough to farm in-game. You also need to be able to figure out the way to do it in real life too, right? Gather all your assets, be able to save those money, because with so much money that you can save, you can also spend on the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G for an unrivaled gaming experience.
It's crisp, it's sharp. All the specs here. You can multitask, do anything, of course, with 7.6-inch of dynamic AMOLED 2X Infinity Flex display, and of course 100 Hz refresh rate, 120 Hz refresh rate. It is optimized for your games just like MLBB. Again, and this phone is the gold standard of phones right now. Unrivaled gaming experience. And with HSBC, you can save money to buy this new phone. And of course, with this phone, you can also install this app. Omni by FWD. Be energized like a winner with Omni every day your way. So check it out. It's available on your App Store and as well as Google Play Store. Of course, Omni. You gotta check it out.
Gotta check it out because it's free to download as well. So any of you guys can just open your phones right now, perhaps with the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold, because you need to play things your way here, Gani.
Oh, play things my way.
You need to play it your way.
Just like Logitech G here, the Aurora collection is out. Take a look at this.
Ooh.
This headphone. Very clean, very sharp, very pretty as well. I think it might suit you there now.
Oh, thank you.
So, welcome to the new age of play with the Aurora collection by, of course, Logitech G.
All right. And you know, we were talking about unrivaled gaming experience with Samsung, right? And
yeah.
That gives me a little, you know, recollection to unrivaled dominance, which is Blacklist.
Indeed.
And to get information on Blacklist and perhaps the entire tournament in general, don't forget to follow us on all our social media platforms because we have Twitter, we have TikTok, we have Instagram, and we also have Facebook.
Stay relevant by following One Esports here, of course, MPLI. They're the main man here. Again, check their sponsors. And with that, you can also register and win with oneesports.gg/MPLI-win to have a chance to win the Venom skin collection.
What?
So, you're right.
What do you mean?
You can register that and find also a chance to, again, check out perhaps your MLBB hero.
Oh, I don't know. Am I a Selena? Am I a Tigreal? I guess we can check it out at oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB because, you know, you seem like a Kufra kind of guy.
Really? Am I Kufra? I guess.
I don't know.
I guess I
What
might
do you
be.
guys
I
think?
like Kufra. I like Kufra personally. But I need to seek my inner self and take this quiz to know for sure. But again, with that as well, you can find your squad with this battlefy.com/oneesports to check out the community tournaments. If you're like, yeah, I'm better than a pro player, walk the talk here. Check out with your squad, of course, find community tournaments to perhaps find your glory as well.
Yeah, flex your MLBB skills. That's definitely something that we want to see perhaps from you guys. And man, going into this next match, once again, Blacklist, unrivaled dominance here for the past how many seasons, right?
2 years perhaps, but before we get into that, Eterna, I have one more thing for you.
I'm just too excited.
I know.
I'm too excited.
For you and yours as well. MLBB has the largest annual sale. The Double 11 Mega Sale is coming very soon. Join the promo carnival event that will start in, well, it has already started. So check it out and win loads of promo diamonds. From 10th of November, you would be able to use the promo diamonds to purchase skins and heroes for just 1 diamond. Aside from that, the exclusive Double 11 skin will be released on 8th of November alongside the return of previous Double 11 skins. So don't miss out.
What do you mean, 1 diamond for a skin?
I'm not lying.
I mean, like, because normally a skin is like 500 to 1,000 diamonds, and you're saying that with this event, it's only 1?
It's just 1.
You guys don't miss out. Definitely. Even I'm gonna check it out as well.
You should, the viewers should, but let's take a look at the team profile for our first opening match of day 4, ladies and gentlemen. And these are going to be your team lineup for our first match. Let's take a look at the Blacklist here. Haji, Edward, Oheb, Wise, and Oh My Venus.
I mean, looking at this lineup, it's giving me shivers already, right? This is the main 5 who have just shaken the earth with how crazy they have been. Their prowess, macro, micro, their synergy, their bond. There's not much to say when we take a look at this. This is one scary team. And honestly, with all these main 5, Geek Fam has got so much homework to do.
The M3 lineup, Blacklist International here, showing that they are not here at MPLI 2022 to just play around. They want to gain and extract, perhaps be the champion here in 2022. So let's take a look here. Blacklist International. I want to absorb the lineup here because this is, I feel like, arguably the best lineup we have in this tournament.
This tournament, the world, perhaps. I mean, they proved it in M3, but now we're going to take a look at the opposing side. From the side of Geek Fam, from Indonesia as well, we have Aboy, Luke, Kadera, Jana Cutie, and Beloyski. And when we're talking about these 5 members, they have gone through so much to be able to come to this point. But if we take a look at the statistics, it isn't too great, right? With a 73 amount of kills, 63 deaths, 151 assists. It seems like they go for a lot of these crazy skirmishes, but they can't, and we're not able to extract as much out of it.
I feel like they're raw here, but very promising. Kadera, a newcomer, a boy as well, filling those shoes from Azura. So I feel like, sure, a lot of reparation should be done here, especially against Blacklist. But let's take a look at the lane prediction here from both teams. What is the what do you see here that entices you?
There's a lot of highlights here, right? Because when we're talking about Geek Fam, I feel like their winning condition centers around Beloyski's plays as a roamer, but the same can be said about Oh My Venus as well in that roaming position. Oh My Venus is a shot caller, and we're gonna see how both of these roamers with such huge impact are gonna be able to go head-to-head with one another.
I gotta agree with you. I mean, both of the roamers here, their macro game, their macro sense is just at a very high level here. So again, it all comes down to execution, which I feel like which shot call do better, which calls goes better, perhaps might win the match. But then again, let's take a look. Let's talk a little bit deeper here about this match because I personally feel sure Blacklist, a tournament favorite, but Geek Fam, they have surprised us in the last couple of matches, which actually they showed that they are also a team to beat.
Definitely a contender for Geek Fam, right? But they really have to think about this. I feel like one of the main weaknesses of Geek Fam is that they go in with a one-dimensional draft, and the same cannot be said about Blacklist. I gotta say that I feel like they have one of the largest hero pools, especially when we're talking about that jungler position. Wise has brought in the Guinevere jungle, the Valentina jungler. He's able to use utility junglers, assassin junglers, and even these odd picks as well. So that's definitely something that Geek Fam really needs to pay attention to coming into the drafts, right? Because we are a moment away from the drafting phase.
You're right. I mean, comfortable picks here. Perhaps foresight of Geek Fam might be the approach, but then again, Blacklist might just rid them from the draft. So that's got to be a concern for the side of Geek Fam. But if we take a look at the gaming house situation, they're quite chill. They're all smiles here. They're quite relaxed. So I guess they're prepared here against Blacklist. Again, remember, Jana Cutie and Beloyski imported here to Indonesia from the Philippines. So perhaps that might give some insights of a deeper insight of the players from Blacklist.
That definitely could be the case. They definitely have shown their impact, right? Because Geek Fam in the past, they're not as objective centered. They go heavily in that early game. They like to play to that strength, but sometimes they lose out when it comes down to the macro, right? Looking for the objectives on the board, perhaps the towers, and even contesting for the jungles. So we're gonna go into the drafting phase here for game number 1, match number 1 between the Filipino representatives Blacklist as well as the Indonesian representatives Geek Fam.
It's gonna be Bonchan up against Ruben here. Let's see the masterminds of both teams. What will they bring to the Land of Dawn for game 1 Fanny Gushin banned out from side of Blacklist, who will have the blue side. Geek Fam though, they opted for a Diggy ban and as well as Wan. Blacklist, what do you think is their approach?
There's so many things that they can do with this, and I don't think Hero Pool is going to be a factor. So at this point, they can just go for respect bans, and you can see that actually play through into the bans, right? We have the Matilda banned away from Beloyski, and we're gonna see how Geek Fam is going to answer that with, right? Because the Valentina is still a viable option to pick up, the Akai, the Paquito, but it seems like they don't want to let Edward get his power pick. They don't want to let that Benedetta go. Definitely a wise choice from Geek Fam here, respecting that out. Edward, for fun fact, has a nickname, Edward Scissorhands.
Edward Scissorhands. So it was Balboa during M3. Now it's Scissorhands because of that Vendetta. So, wow. But with this bans, Geek Fam, they're saying, yeah, let's trade the Valentina Fermis here. Valentina picked up by the side of Blacklist. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, they opt for a Grok pick and one hero, of course, that is the Fermis.
They're playing to their comfort here, right, from the side of Geek Fam, but the problem is the flex potential isn't quite there, whereas the Valentina first pick for Blacklist, we have no idea where this is going, right? It could be put in the jungle position, it can be put even in the mid lane, so we'll see here with the next two picks coming through for the side of Blacklist. Who are they going to prioritize? The answer is, oh, interesting, the Lolita and the Claude.
So I guess anticipating the power potential from Kadira, of course, respecting as well and taking Claude away from the hands of the Gold Digger from the hood. So a good approach, straightforward one as well. And you're right, that Valentina pick is flexible. Geek Fam, they can't be too sure where this Valentina might go, so they gotta, I feel like they should be wary on that. Geek Fam though will close out the first phase with that Amon adding more burst. Remember that Endless Shards full stack might just burst, could easily burst Claude.
Right now, with the composition that Geek Fam has actually brought to the table here, they are going to have a really good time in the early game, right? The Grok, if it's going to be placed, is going to be able to clear really fast, as with the Faramis and the Amon, as we all know, damage early game, but definitely they're very good for neutral objective contests. And with that in mind, they are going to eliminate a really tanky hero in that Barats that of course Blacklist has used in the past. But in return, Blacklist has opted to take away the Kadita, so taking away that flex potential, taking it away from Beloyski as well, as we have seen him win a lot of games with that pick potential that the Kadita can bring.
Eliminating the engaged power as well within the composition of Geek. Taking Kadita away is a very smart move, but Geek Fam, with that Daroth ban, perhaps signifies that they might take that Esmeralda first pick in the second phase. Will that be the approach? We'll see here. Blacklist, what are they going to ban for their last ban here? I'm thinking perhaps they might go for another hero from Beloyski.
This is interesting, right? Because Franco is still on the table for Beloyski to pick up. We do still have the Selena that's on the table. Perhaps a Natalia, but we haven't seen much of that as well. Maybe the Cho is a viable option to pick off right now from the side of Blacklist.
I got to be honest with you, I like the Cho. It adds more pressure, a lot of crowd control as well, but Blacklist, they will not commit on towards a hero from Beloyski. They offer a Beatrix ban again, pressuring Kadira here. Geek Fam will definitely pick up the hero.
Irithel.
Big
Comfort pick for Kadira. We've seen him go crazy on the Irithel in the regular season of MPL ID Season 9, where he was able to get the Gold Digger title, right? Very, very reliable in that gold lane, being able to farm even though he is behind in that lane. But we got to think about this matchup in the gold lane, right? Irithel and Claude. But before we get into that now, we are going to see the next two picks coming in from Blacklist.
I really like the
Paquito is still open.
Paquito for Edward, of course, is also up for grabs here. A very solid pick indeed. Burst physical. And And we'll see here, what will the approach be from the side of Blacklist?
Is Valentina a jungler or a mid laner at this point, right? Because Haji not usually known to use this, but okay, we have an Akai as well as a Terizla being picked up here for Blacklist.
I totally forgot about the Akai. The Akai with the heavy spin. Massive crowd control. Almost 100% guarantees you the neutral objectives. So Geek fam, they really need to pick. It's hard.
Yeah.
What's a good hero here?
I mean, at the moment, honestly, Blacklist has so much CC.
You're right. And Lolita, Akai, Terizla as well provides crowd control, and if the wild chart is taken away from that for Valentina, well, another crowd control. But Ruby will be the last pick, adding some sort of a crowd control, a good disengager, and as well as, well, gap closer perhaps.
Yeah, we're gonna see how this pans out as both compositions have been set in stone. And for those of you watching at home, we want to know your predictions. We want to know who you support more. Are you Team Blacklist or are you Team Geek Fam?
PH against ID in our first match here, day 4. Who do you got? Which country do you support? Which team do you support? As the 10 heroes that will enter the Land of Dawn has been set. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see your support. Let's see your positive support in the live comments, in the live chat. And, well, Land of Dawn, here we go.
Let's jump into the portal as we enter game number 1 between Blacklist as well as Geek Fam. And as you can see here, with different set of winning conditions as well, it is going to be very interesting to see how this actually pans out. Jana Cutie is going to be on an assassin versus someone like the Akai. And I gotta say, when it comes down to those neutral objectives, I do believe that Blacklist is gonna have a little bit of an advantage.
Right here again, Venus already forcing Jana with that retribution. Uh-oh. Well, oh my Venus here, forced to use the flicker 2v1. Oh my Venus just there to buy time, it seems like. And Jana QT will take the first blood for Geek Fam. Now we can see here another invade Edward with that Terizla. And not be able to find anything but the Akai trying to find the invade here. Early minutes, Blacklist already pressuring Geek Fam.
Very, very aggressive plays here coming in from Blacklist, and I'm not sure if it's going to be a good thing or a bad thing, but right now, Beloyski is going to get taken very low. He is going to be forced to retreat as of right now, but you can see here on the top side as well, why he's going to be caught in a 2v1 situation. You can see the shards come in, and Jana Cutie is going to be able to get another pick off on the board. That's 2-0-0 here in the first minute.
Wow, Geek Fam actually responding the pressure from Blacklist very, very well here. Picking up 2 kills, especially to the hands of the Amon. That might be trouble for side of Blacklist. Let's see though, Blacklist here slightly behind as the turtle will spawn in 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's definitely not a hero that you want to let snowball from the early game. That's exactly how the Amon likes to play. We are going to see 2 seconds left on the clock for the next neutral objective to spawn though, and we're going to see just exactly how Wise is going to be able to win this retribution battle, even though he is kind of behind. But in terms of level, it does seem like they're equal, but here we go, Wise.
God, heavy spin. 4v4 now. Jana finds the Lord though, and it seems like with the Immune Blast catches 1, it seems like all my Venus will not be able to find anything. Beloyski caught there, 1-for-1, but Edward gets taken down. Geek Fam here responding very well, but oh my Venus with the flicker play finds another. Jana QT falls, and at the end of the day, it's going to be 1-for-1, but the turtle will fall to the hands of Geek.
Yeah, still a good play for Geek Fam because they were able to secure that objective and nearly costed Venus's life. But luckily, he was able to get a some sort of compensation on the board, right? But now you can see, don't forget, if you guys want to level up your coin farming skills in the game and even out of the game, check out HSBC as well.
I mean, right now, Geek Fam, oh my Venus caught there, no fall damage with Wise and Haji. Would like to play very, very aggressively here. Forced to use the flicker there, Beloyski. Right now, the tempo has gone down here for both teams. And if you guys want a unrivaled gaming experience. Check out the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G. Blacklist again leading in goal, but now Bloisky catches 2. Numian Blast catches 4 though. Cold Alter both sides out. Oh my god, the silence is huge. Wise jumps and Bloisky gonna be the first one to fall. Haji traded back 1-for-1. The roamer for the mid laner.
Still a good trade for Geek Fam actually in this particular position. A mid laner for a roamer, but as you can see here in the top side, Edward and Luke really going at it, but he might be in trouble. Forced to flicker right now as Janacuti still able to back him up and Edward forced to retreat.
Wow, we do need to note that Luke is actually on the high-end dry. So what they're saying is they want more damage for this Brock. Right now, again, a mid-lane action. Oh my goodness, caught here. Pulls back as well. Forced to use the flicker, but Kadira is here to deal damage. Wise, pop that heavy spin on towards Bloisky. Bloisky might be the one to fall here, but take a look at the endless shards here. Taking Wise low, but Oheb in the backside. With that, well, blazing duet. Does not find a member. 2 members down now, and it seems like Jana QT will be traded. Now, Edward with the Sterizla is just dealing a lot of damage. 2 for 2 at the end of the day.
What was that by Edward? I mean, he goes in, is able to take 2 members down off the board and actually give Blacklist the space to be able to get this neutral objective uncontested. He is forced to kind of leave his lane a bit, and you can see that Luke is trying to push it, but in general, that is definitely worth it for Blacklist. What initially was Geek Fam being able to control the tempo has actually now fallen to the PH representatives.
A little overcommitment there from side of Geek Fam. Wise will claim that lead though with that retribution, but do note this. We talked about the massive crowd control that the Blacklist composition has, and only 1 Purify on the board for side of Geek Fam. So Kadira needs to be very careful on the positioning. Item-wise here, well, Oheb, VHS, Golden Staff coming very soon, and Kadira, Windtalker. So I guess both marksmen here farmed up rather okay.
Yeah, but I do believe that Oheb is going to reach that power spike a lot sooner than Kadira. So Geek Fam, they need to play this more carefully. They were able to have that initial grasp in that early game, but as soon as Oheb is able to get that golden staff and reach his power spike, they can't play as overzealous as they were before.
Well, item-wise is quite interesting here. Dominance Ice hasn't been built from Geek Fam now. Bloisky, Wise in the front side. Heavy spin catches Bloisky. Force him to use the flicker call. Alter pops as well. Now Oh My Venus already flanking. Numian Blast looks to catch his 2, 3 almost, but now looking for the engage. A boy might be the right target. Luke trying to deal damage in the backside. Call Alter pops. And now Blacklist, they are angry here in the mid side, but Geek Fam with a very intelligent disengage. No casualties whatsoever. They might go for the mid here.
They might go for the mid here as Blacklist is still leading with quite amount of hefty gold. Initially 1,000, Geek Fam able to equalize a little bit, but still Blacklist in the lead. They're going to be able to push that top side as Oheb. There you go. The power spike that we were talking about, that golden staff has already been secured. And now with that in mind, Oheb, especially with the additional of the WON or the wand, he is going to be able to deal more damage with that blazing duet and be a lot more versatile. But in the top side, Edward is actually going to be punished with how aggressive he has been laning on that Terizla. And that is going to be giving Jana Cutie an additional kill, already sitting at a 621 KDA.
Don't underestimate the burst power from Jana. The endless shards might just take your life away just like that. And Blacklist though, finding compensation outside. Oh, 3v2. Oh, Kadira right here. Make the right target. Alter though, popped. Numian Blast again catching 3. A huge one. Oheb now stunned mid. Blazing duet under the turret. He gets taken down. A very smart outplay in the mid side. Jana surviving with low HP. What happened there?
Oh no, I mean Blacklist, they're looking for pickoffs on the board here. They were trying to punish Kadira in that bottom side, but instead Oheb was the one to be taken down. So now Geek Fam, they're starting to equalize here. Only a 400, 500 gold difference. And we can see Geek Fam being a lot more comfortable when it comes down to those rotations.
Man, I agree. Geek Fam here. as of now, it seems like they can withstand
Oh no, Heb! He's gonna get punished once again. We mentioned this, the burst potential that Jana Cutie can have, but look at this. The Nuan Blast actually gets cancelled here as Belois is gonna be able to use the I'm Offended to cancel that really well. They are gonna get 2 members down, and Donnie, here we go.
Oh my god, Alter, heavy spin pops combination just for a disengage though. Geek Fam now still in control. Wise has no retribution, but Geek Fam will not overcommit on towards that one. They look for the mid here, it seems like. Will they get it? Take a look at the wall charge, catching 2, and now Wise insta deleted. Edward struggling to escape as that glowing one finds the kill. Luke and Belois kill. 5v3, is this a wise move? Venus gets caught as well, and one by one, we can see 3 bodies from the side of Blacklist there in the Land of Dawn.
That was a 3-for-0 trade for Geek Fam, as they are going to be able to get a turret in that mid side in addition to all those bodies landing onto the floor. And they are going to be converting instantly onto the Lord. What's going on here? Geek Fam leading with 2,000 gold. We can see uncontested as Blacklist. Now they're the ones behind. They're the ones struggling to find an answer.
Well, in hindsight, I doubted the spells from Kadira there. Sprint, very, very risky against Kai, against Lolita, and even Terizla. He opted for that sprint, but it seems like with only just 1 death, Kadira finding the efficient positioning, and as of now, I can't complain.
Yes.
With that sprint, it just works.
You're right. I mean, he's able to kite away really well. Even if he gets stunned up, he is going to be able to go without the CC, but Jana Cutie, what are you doing alone? A 1v3. He's going to be taken down before that Lord even hits onto Blacklist. That's actually a really good movement. And Blacklist, they're going to be able to get a tower in the top side. So trying to look for a mirror play, alleviating the pressure that Geek Fam have brought themselves with taking that Lord.
A very good setup indeed. Jana with little to no information. He wanders top side, gets punished. So now Geek Fam with this Lord push might not be able to take... Oh, they can take the tier 2 bot side, and they are looking for the tier 2 mid. Wise though, catching a boy. Purify pop there. Call Alter as well, but Kadira, he's in trouble. A lot of resources here on towards the backside. Human Blast catches 2 again. Geek Fam now all out war. Luke gets taken down by Oheb, and a boy is looking to go down next. Kadira pop the Wind of Nature in time. But now Jana looks for the assassination on towards Oh My Venus. 2 members traded back for 2.
They're relying heavily onto Jana Cutie's damage, and when he goes in, you can see how bursty he is. Haji gonna be the next one to fall here. 3 members down, taken from Blacklist, as Geek Fam once again picking up the tempo. 2,600 gold lead right now. They're trying to push that bottom side, still staying very disciplined, and that's exactly what they need to do. Don't overcommit, don't make the mistakes, because you know when you make mistakes against a team as strong as Blacklist, they're going to use that to their advantage. Man. That's no doubt.
The small mistakes will definitely be capitalized by a team like Blacklist and Geek Fam. As of now, 11 minutes in already. Stellar performance, 3,500 gold lead. Take a look at the items here. Jana almost at full. Glowing one, Holy Crystal, Glaive, and of course that Genius. But oh my god, in the jungles here, Oheb almost caught red-handed there. Geek Fam. What else do you see here? What is significant?
Yeah, that's so much damage. And if we take a look at Kadira, he's been able to not get picked off once, right? 110 KDA. He has the lifesteal. He has the crit from the Berserker Fury as well. So he's kind of good to go in terms of those team fights, right? And he is going to be able to sustain, especially with additional lifesteal coming in from that Haas Claws. Plus, he has the wand. So just in case we can see a Blazing Duet coming in from Oheb, he can just pop that, and that's instantly a challenge taken away.
Yeah, exactly. Nullified there. Now with the Lord here spawned. Remember, this one is Enhanced Lord. And Wise, of course, as Nakai, well, you have to contest. Let's see though. Oh, wall charge catches 2. Oh, Alter pods by both sides here. Beloiski quite low. Be careful, but take a look at the movements here. Wise jumps and Numian Blast with the flicker does not really connect on any members of the Geeks. Now, a re-engage might ensue. Geek fam looking out for Oh My Venus. Every member is targeting Oh My Venus now. He gets quite low. This charge does not kill him. As actually, oh my god, Blazing Duet as a defense. Beloyski will not find anyone. Edward taking a lot of damage. Barrier pops as well. And now Edward finds a boy, but he gets raided back here.
Oh, no, Kadira.
Oh my god, in the backside, Kadira very low heal. But it seems like Kadira, again, a perfect hiding. Is a pre-hitting in the backside, and every member from side of Blacklist now is down.
This is a wiped out for Geek fam this time around, as they have been able to take that team fight into their own hands. A 4,000 gold lead. Oh My Venus, the only one standing. This is a 4v1 situation. They're gonna go ahead onto the base. The Numeron Blast gets cancelled with the I'm Offended, as all their movements are onto that base. And this is the first game secured by the Indonesian representatives against all odds, 0-1.
The Geeks showing that they are here to play. 1-0. Blacklist International behind.
Man.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? What an opening. What an opening day. An opening game for today.
Definitely unexpected. I think that's got to be the most unexpected game that we've seen so far. I mean, non-biased, looking at the data, it definitely was supposed to be Blacklist game to win. But what I do want to pin out is the fact that it was great, right? Blacklist was so... their composition centered on their skills, their resources, right? So you could see that Geek fam was trying to bait those resources to come out, like the Numeron Blast, the Heavy Spin, and once that was out, they kind of baited it, and then they went back in because they weren't as reliant in terms of that composition. They had more DPS because they had the Irithel as well, and it was just a really well-played team fight all in all for Geek fam.
A very scary performance indeed, a convincing one as well, and I do gotta note that Beloyski on that Ruby, he canceled a lot of Numeron Blast coming from Oh My Venus. So that is just one tiny job description, but always executed to perfection by Beloyski. Game 1, it was a 50-50 from the drafts. I gotta say, personally, I was leaning towards Blacklist, but seeing the first 6 minutes, it was actually Blacklist that was playing reactively. It seems like Blacklist got a grasp, but then Geek fam just punch in and didn't let Blacklist gain their footing.
Yeah, it was so much CC, and we were talking about so many things that, you know what, I don't even know what I'm talking about.
We don't even know what we're talking about.
Let's just take a call into the analyst. Arashi, take the stage.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to the analytical department. And wow, what a game! Blacklist and Geek fam. Who would have thought the game would have been so action-packed? So many things going on at the same time, and great plays being shown by both teams. A lot of people have been saying that Geek fam is just so much better. They have a very strong early game, and it usually is about the discipline and how well they're able to maintain their lead. Well, in this game, it seems like it's a bit of a back and forth, but they did eventually come out on top, so credit to them. And now Blacklist are the ones who have to adjust, but this is exactly what Blacklist is good at. Adjustments does seem to be their strong suit. And if we take a look at the drafts, as Goni mentioned, I really do feel like, especially in teamfight scenarios, Blacklist International has a lot more potential to actually do a lot of the AoE damage. Particularly because for both teams, there have been trades being given back and forth, right? Kills were being traded again and again, and usually the team with better late game, better team fight will come out on top. But in this game, Geek fam just has a lot more solutions. Initially, the Faramist Cult Altar wasn't quite enough to actually guarantee their victory. But afterwards, the out DPS coming in from Kadira with the AoE of that Irithel is devastating. And of course, Jenna QD, making sure that whoever gets left behind, whoever's trying to wait for an opportunity in the side lanes, gets bursted down as well. And you can't forget Beloyski on that Ruby. As Goni mentioned, being able to cancel out that Numeron Blast again and again, it's a very tough situation for Blacklist to be in. And considering that a lot of their members have to dive in, have to go guns blazing all the way to the back line, having a lot more crowd control in the hands of Geek fam just allows them to be a lot more reactive. And even if you don't go for an all-out fight, the fact that they have an aim-on allows them to actually do a lot more poke damage and get better pickoffs. So if you take a look at the stats, it's, I mean, pretty one-sided. And only one Lord here, with the game being that swift. Kadera with an Irithel has a lot of damage, but that is exactly what the hero's good at. Being very strong in the lane, essentially pressuring Oheb for the most part. And afterwards, despite the best efforts of Edward and Haji, it just really wasn't enough for them to actually win that game. So Geek Fam already finding a winning formula in game number 1. But now they have to see if they can maintain that and try and predict what exactly will be the adjustments coming in from Coach Bonchan. Because that is usually how Blacklist operates. They test the waters, and then afterwards, they get a read on you, and then from there on, it's quite different. Because in that game, you do see that a lot of setup was being made by Oh My Venus, but this man, the MVP for game number 1, was able to actually throw a wrench and stop, for the most part, the majority of the engages coming in from Blacklist. So now, Geek Fam, I think they will have a lot of emphasis in crowd control to set up their team for success, and then of course use Kadera as a solid DPS source. For Blacklist, knowing that that is the case, will they try and go for superior disengage? Will they go for more of a proper team fight, or will they try and shut down Kadera? Because Kadera is one of those very resilient gold laners that can actually perform and find resources under pressure. So if they want to be aggressive, they require a lot of tools to ensure that it stays that way. And in the mid lane, we have to see and talk again about this Faramis-Valentina matchup, because usually it really favors that Valentina. You have more damage, you have more flexibility, and yet you still have the very important part of Faramis' kit, the Cult Altar. But in this game, it really didn't work out for Blacklist International. And all the way in the early game, we take a look at some of the highlights of game number 1. Oh My Venus, very aggressively going back into the base of Geek Fam, but afterwards, they seem to be very eager to go for fights despite having the weaker early game. And as you can see, the burst damage, the DPS in the early game from Geek Fam is just a lot stronger, and they're able to most of the time overpower Blacklist International. And it's a bit of a curious situation, because you would expect Blacklist to play a lot more calculatively, and later on, they're actually able to match some of the aggression. Some of these fights look very, very close, but unfortunately, at the end of the day, it's still Geek Fam that comes out on top, because they do have a gold lead. And as we mentioned earlier, the Blazing Duet is dangerous. It does a lot of damage, but Kadera is on that Irithel, and he does have the Wind of Nature, so he can outplay using that item, the damage coming in from the Blazing Duet, and afterwards going straight in and doing more DPS than a Cloud can even hope to do with the AoE coming in. And of course, with the superior mobility that allows him to chase down the majority of the members of Blacklist International. And with that sprint, it's just very difficult for Blacklist with their quote-unquote combo composition to try and catch Kadera out. And Jenna, for the most part, has been pretty free to make the plays happen at will. He keeps playing very aggressively, and Blacklist were unable to capitalize and maybe punish his aggression because of the lack of crowd control. If they use one of their very valuable ultimates for one person, that also signals to Geek Fam that it's time to go and pull the trigger. So, we'll have to see what adjustments can be made, but for now, we're going to send you guys right back to Goni and Eterna. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Arashi, for the stellar analysis, even without your glasses. But what a first game we got here already, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, personally, I was quite surprised seeing the outcome. Geek Fam played a stellar performance, but this is Blacklist. You can't count them out just yet.
You can't, right? Because one of their codes are the fact that they won't lose to the same team twice. And I think that also can be applied to their game. So we're going to see exactly how Blacklist adapts here for the second game against Geek Fam. But I gotta say, in that first game, Geek Fam played a really clean game. They understood their winning conditions. They understood how the composition of Blacklist was supposed to work, as they were so reliant on that combo to work. And because they were able to cancel those out and even bait them out before the team fight even begun, they went back for the all-in and they were able to reap the rewards.
Very disciplined as well, and I agree with you. Their approach, it's quite clear that they like to bait out the ultimate, but then just went hard, ham, crazy on towards the Blacklist. Now, the adjustments from side of Blacklist, perhaps, well, they need to be more calculative. I feel like they should have picked more fights there in that first game, which I felt like Geek Fam just found their snowball, and well, they were unstoppable. I mean, props to Geek Fam as well. They managed to stay composed, and let's see the drafts.
As we're going into the drafts of the second game here between Blacklist as well as Geek Fam. Now we can see here from the side of Blacklist already a Fanny and a Grok being banned. So a little shake-up here in terms of bans. They are going to respect it away from Geek Fam here for the second game. But in return, the Wan and the Diggy is going to be banned once again.
They didn't want to have the same approach. I mean, that Grok, we thought that was going to be Roman, but it falls to the hands of Luke. So now with Blacklist, they adapt, ban out the Grok, but for side of Geek Fam, since they are still on that red side, they are still going for the same bans. 1-1 and Diggy, Blacklist, now they opt for a Faramis ban. So baiting out, saying Geek Fam, ban out that Valentina, leave that Benedetta open.
Ooh, this is okay. A huge adjustment here coming in from Blacklist, with Faramis also being taken away from Geek Fam. As now Geek Fam, they're gonna have to be able to find a new strategy here in the second game. They are gonna be forced to ban away the Valentina here, otherwise they are going to allow it to be taken away. But no, the Benedetta is still going to be the choice of ban here for Geek Fam. They're completely respecting Edward here. They don't want to leave that open. As we all know here in MPLI 2022, we've seen a lot of Benedettas being picked up. It has a really good win rate as well. It's worked a lot, and it does pose a question. Is Benedetta now a prio pick? But because the Valentina was left open, we can see now that Blacklist has opted to pick this up again. A really good flex pick this time around, but the Matilda and the Gushin was left open, and interestingly enough, Geek Fam instantly, they're gonna pick that up for themselves here in that first phase. So really good clear in that mid side, taking the Matilda away from Venus as well, realizing that it is one of Venus's prio as well as power picks.
Well, Blacklist here, same response as they did in game one. Valentina pickup, and then Lolita. The question now is, oh my god, still with the same approach here, game one, 3 heroes in the first phase, Valentina, Lolita, and as well as Claude. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, even though they won the first game, it seems like they have shaken up their approach.
They've shaken it up because their initial approach has been banned away from them, right? The 2 heroes that were banned have actually now been secured by them, as they're going to top it off now with a Fredrin being picked up here for Luke. But remember, this Gushin is still flex. It can be in that mid lane, and it also can be put into that jungle position.
As well as that Valentina, right? I mean, last time round, it was Haji, but perhaps game 2, brace yourself, this might fall to the hands of Wise. Geek Fam, though, will open up the same bans here in the second phase as they did in game 1. A Barrett's ban. Now the question is, Blacklist, will they go for that Kadita ban again?
That's the question here. I do believe it could be very useful, but remember, the composition coming in from Blacklist, they're not as easy to target, right?
True.
Valentina has a dash, Claude with the BMI, but we can see here the ban is actually going to be towards Lilia, taking it away from the mid lane. So perhaps they are trying to force that Gushin into that jungle position, as now we can see Geek Fam have responded once again with a Dairoth ban.
Yeah, with this Dairoth ban here, I guess it's one of Edward's favorite heroes as well. And Blacklist, well, they thought that they are thinking that Matilda is in the room, so I guess no need to ban out the Kirita, Lilia, and perhaps another mid laner might fall through. Or remember, last time around they banned out a marksman.
That's also a possibility, but when we're talking about the Matilda, for Geek Fam, the Matilda has been placed in that mid lane before. But that was when Elzura was playing in that mid lane, not a boy. So perhaps they know something that we don't. We don't have much information on a boy here coming into MPLI. but perhaps they know better. And now we can see that the Farsa has actually been taken away. So 2 bans for that mid lane from Blacklist, really limiting a boy's hero pool right now.
Very interesting bans indeed here. Here now, a boy. A little bit targeted here. Lilia, Farsa, Fermis also banned out. So now not much mages here. Perhaps the Eve might come through, even a Lunox, but no. They will pick up the Erythel first here. So let's see. Blacklist, I think this is a chance for them to pick up a mage. Again, limiting a boy's hero pool.
You know, Haji loves the Eve, he loves the Xavier as well. Perhaps these are the 2 heroes that he can possibly pick up if and only if this Valentina is in that jungle position. We still don't know because of how flex Blacklist plays at the moment. So for the next 2 picks, definitely we need an EXP laner. With the Benedetta being banned away, what are his choices? The Esmeralda perhaps, but someone that's good against the Fredrin. Paquito maybe?
Paquito, but Akai again will be picked up here. And now will it be that Esmeralda? So yeah, that confirmed Valentina mid, Akai jungler here. No surprises, and one mage to complete Geek Fam's composition. And it will be that Eve. The question now is that real-world manipulation can be cancelled out quite easily with that heavy spin.
Definitely, and they don't have anti-CC to help cover the Eve as well. Perhaps they can utilize the force coming in from the ultimate of Matilda, but other than that, there's no reliable source of disengage from Geek Fam. This is a very different situation from game number 1, as the Gushin is now going to be in that jungle position.
We'll see. I mean, Amon, Jana QT picks up a lot of kills in the first game. Will it happen again in game 2? But the 10 heroes that will enter the Land of Dawn for game 2 has been set here. Blacklist as well as Geek Fam. Who will grab it? Will Geek Fam clean house with a 2-0 victory, or will Blacklist force a game 3? Land of Dawn we go. Portal, let's jump to the Land of Dawn.
Let's jump into the Land of Dawn, as we're going to see both of these compositions collide against one another. And once again, it is going to be Haji with the Valentina, so really good clear in that mid lane. But against the Matilda, the same can be said about Geek Fam. So in your opinion, Gani, who has the better early game?
Gotta say, I gotta put my bet on towards Geek Fam. Why? Particularly this hero, Gushin. It's gonna create a lot of problems, but it seems like Oh My Venus doesn't care. Even though Gushin deals a lot of damage from the early game, he still wants to just shadow him across the map. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to level up your coin farming skills with HSBC. Oh My Venus!
Again!
Wow.
Again!
It's caught.
First game, he was first blood as well. He got caught. Second game, the same thing goes again. And it's very interesting, right? Because we see mirror plays happening in the game right now. You can see that Wise is being harassed by Beloyski on the Matilda, and the same can be said in the flip side. But so far, it's actually only Venus who gets punished this time around.
We'll see here. Jana QT still harassed by the members of Blacklist. But yeah, Oh My Venus, he didn't use the flicker earlier, so perhaps it was a miscalculation. We didn't quite catch on the earlier minutes, but it seems like both teams here, after that first blood, has really gone down slow on tempo.
Right now, Blacklist, they need to be able to contest these objectives, right? 8 seconds left on the clock. It does seem like they are going for a setup onto Fredrin there in that bottom side to be able to set up properly for the next neutral objective. The question is whether or not they will be able to do that. Realizing that a boy is already level 4, he does already have that real-world manipulation. Blacklist, they need to be careful this time around.
Boyski here getting stunned. Nunion Blast pops as well. Does not quite catch anyone except Fluke. Real world manipulation from both sides, but Wise here gets caught, and that is huge. Geek Fam now with the space that they has. Luke though, a little too offside there. Without his flicker, he will be taken down as Jana QT will comfortably secure the turtle here. Oh, Beloyski low, very low. He gets taken down. Haji finding compensation as Blacklist still, if you take a look at the gold, they're leading.
they won in that team fight, but they lost in that neutral objective. So even though they weren't able to secure it, but on the top side, OHEB, he's gonna be taken down in a 1v1 situation against Kadera. And that's the scary thing about Kadera, right? Write him off against all odds. He is able to perform with the sprint, with the additional movement speed, able to get a 1v1 against OHEB.
Wow. Under 3 minutes, a solo kill top side. And if you take a look at the sprints, if you take a look at the spells rather, both of them used it. So it wasn't all in, I guess. But yeah, Geek Fam with that kill, now the gold lead has shifted towards their side. But again, let's talk about Logitech G. Play your way, the Aurora collection is up and available. Upgrade your quality of game with this Logitech G.
Upgrade your quality of gaming, like Geek Fam is upgrading their gameplay as well here. Really just leading here in that early game. You can see them already trying to set up for another engage, but they have to be careful here. Oh my goodness, goes into the bush. He is opening up a lot of vision. The Numra Blast is going to be able to hit 2 members from the side of Geek Fam. And you can see the world just clashing down onto Geek Fam. The heavy spin was able to get a beautiful pick and a double kill secured by Edward.
Oh my god. What an opening by Blacklist there. A slight miscalculation, perhaps a hesitation there by the side of Geek, but that heavy spin was massive. Catching 2 in the top side, and the Blacklist were able to clean house. Edwards picking up the double earlier.
1,000 gold lead, 8 seconds left on the clock for the next turtle to spawn. Blacklist already circling this out, opening up vision. Voloisky gonna be the target here from the damage. Nunan Blast already opened up. It actually is going to get cancelled here. Voloisky with his ultimate going against Oh My Venus as well as Haji. Still trading blows so far, but right now Geek Fam, they're the ones quite low. Haji!
The dagger didn't quite connected, but Haji still survives. Take a look at the turtle though. Wise will comfortably take the turtle without any contest.
You can see the turtle. So 1-1 so far. First to Geek Fam. First, the next one to Blacklist, but Heavy Spin is going to be able to pin Luke onto the wall. As you can see, the follow-up happening here from the side of Geek Fam. The real-world manipulation has already been opened up here. Wise still able to absorb all that damage. Actually, Luke is the one who is forced to disengage, and no casualties in that particular skirmish. But once again, Jana Cutie goes in for the kill against Wise. Still able to get out. Blacklist still with a 1,000 gold lead.
Almost there, grabbing that kill, but what an exchange by both of the teams. No casualties from the earlier trade, but it's just teasing both of the teams here. They're just teasing, but top side now seems to be the agenda for side of Geek. No, they will not commit Ultras or OHEB just yet. Item-wise here, well, as we can see, Ice Queen's one has been secured. But if we take a look at the OHEB, well, still, only DHS.
On the way to the Golden Staff, so that's going to be, once again, a power spike that is going to hit for Blacklist. And perhaps with the way things are panning out, they are going to be able to capitalize on that, realizing that Kadera is only on the Windtalker, so the second item has not been taken, Juan also not secured. Going to be difficult for Geek Fam in the next upcoming team fight.
Real world manipulation here. Haji deleted instantly, and now with that Mutant Blast catch, it doesn't create anything for side of Blacklist. Oh, Beloyski a little offside there, punished instantly by Wise, and with OHEB blazing the duet towards the backside, not enough damage just yet. Kadera does not care. He finds the turret top side. Jana QT here needs to be careful. He has Retribution though, but Heavy Spin catches him. No follow-up damage just yet here, but take a look at Jana. He gets taken down by Venus. Kadera dealing damage on towards Wise. Venus forced to use the flicker here. Wise is going for the re-engage. Is this the right call? It seems like Blacklist and as well as Geek still, they are winning the trade.
Did he take the orange buff as well?
I don't think so.
He didn't.
He didn't.
Okay, so he's still able to secure it, but he still got caught out in the end. You can see Haji now going to be the center focus as he's going to be taken down. There is some sort of compensation coming in from Blacklist, but Wise once again being able to get the next objective in that turtle. So they are leading now with a 1,300 gold lead Oheb already with the golden staff, and the issue is Kadira not being able to have as much impact as he did in game number 1, realizing he only has that additional attack speed but not the crit from the Berserker Fury just yet.
So I think what Geek Fam needs is time. They need to funnel the gold around Kadira. Now it seems like Kadira already clearing mid, so it's going to be a 2-lane clear here for that marksman. Blacklist, they are not just standing idly by. Oh my Venus, take a look at his stat. 215 means 100 KP for this guy, for this roamer. Now it seems like the taunt connects on towards Haji. Haji getting all in here. Oh, the flicker, he misses it. Oh, this might be a mistake. The taunt connects and the circling eagle finds the land, finds the mark, and now Haji gets taken down by Beloyski. Edward, though, zoning out the members from the side of Geek Fam. Nuclear Blast will not catch anybody. But Geek Fam, what a play. Jana Cutie, still with the retribution, finds the purple buff.
Quite a misplay by Haji, but even though that was the case, it actually bought Wise enough time for the distraction to be able to get those buffs away from Jana Cutie. And clearly Jana Cutie on the Gushin is going to be reliant on that blue buff. And without that taken away, he is going to have a slight edge here. But look at this, Oheb goes very aggressively into the backside with the Blazing Duet, being able to peel Beloyski and actually forcing him to retreat. And now they are going to be battling, but in the top side, Edward gets caught. And that's going to be another kill picked on. These are just trades happening all across the board.
As you talk, another turret falls as well. Oheb here does not care. He knows that now he has the golden staff, so he deals a lot of damage on towards turrets. Real room population, both sides pops. Beloyski here, very low, will be punished as well by Oheb. Kadira, oh my god, a little too aggressive here perhaps. 1 HP and he gets taken down by Haji. Oh, Blacklist has equalized here in the 9th minute. Wise now might be target. 3 members is on this guy. Wise, heavy spin to disengage. Is this enough? Jana QT Luke, boy, trying to deal damage. Edward comes in. Oh, Wise though. Just enough time to take him down as Edward is a little bit late to the party here. A complete disengage by Geek Fam.
That was a 2-for-3 trade in favor of Geek Fam this time around. Unfortunately, they did have to lose the gold laner, but they lost Wise in the process. And without Wise, it seems like Geek Fam already trying to set up for this next objective. They want to be setting up for this next Lord. Now, Blacklist, they need to buy enough time, wait for Haji to have the IMU as well, in order to have an optimal amount of resources to get into this team fight for the objective control.
Yeah, they really got to be careful. Edward, though, here gets caught here very low with that Falling Stormer as a defense. But look, he is distracting 3 members. He gets taken down, though, by Haji. Geek Fam, they are still on the hunt. Wise now with the heavy spin for a disengaged Geek Fam now with that information. But Oheb jumps in with a nature pop everywhere, but he catch one. Geek Fam, 2 members down now, 5v3 essentially. Not looking good for the Geeks.
Not looking good at all, and all 3 members that are up from Geek Fam, they're half health. What can Geek Fam do at this point? Blacklist has full control over this objective. Beloyski only able to open up vision right now. Kadira has to be careful in terms of that positioning. Remember, they don't have that retribution, but I might be wrong. Jetacuti goes into the back line. Very aggressive. He actually gets the Oheb out of the board. As Haji goes in aggressively, you can see that Janacuti is going to be the one to fall. But oh my Venus, he's the one who secures the Lord. This is a huge win for Blacklist.
Oh my god, 4v4 in the river. Kadira very low. This is a disaster. But oh my god, Kadira with the outplay catches Esmeralda in the act. And now, oh my Venus looking for the disengage. But Kadira is there to hit. Oh my Venus down. Wise now is next on the chopping block. Heavy spin for a disengage. This might be enough. He might escape. Geek Fam, slowly but surely, they have, I guess, made a mistake.
Perhaps, but remember, they have to take care of that Lord that's marching down in that bottom side. 2 members taken out. Blacklist is actually still leading in terms of that economy as Wise. I mean, he's being the gold standard of utility jungler at the moment. The way he's able to just absorb so much damage, look for those objectives. Yeah. Even though it was secured by Venus at the very end, he is able to buy a lot of time for his teammates to come back up into the Land of Dawn. And you can see the push. Perhaps they might be able to look for something after all.
Oh my god, they need to back off here. Real world revelation pops. Beloyski very low on mana. He's prepared for Luke trying to dish and take the damage that is dealt by the side of Blacklist. It seems like a reset here for both teams. Mind you, remember that Lord wasn't in the hands. And if we take a look at the items, I mean, Oheb has already Wind of Nature, and of course, Kadira as well. What else is significant?
This is the thing, right? I really wanted to know what Kadira was itemizing at this point, because you can feel that the crit is already starting to land. The Berserker Fury already secured for that additional crit, with the lifesteal as well coming in from that Has clause, but he also has the Wind of Nature, so that's actually going to be something that he has in advantage towards Oheb against that Blazing Duet that might come. And we saw that actually play off, right? We saw Oheb go into the back lines, use the Blazing Duet to just burst down the members from Geek Fam down, but because Kadira has a wand, he might actually be able to outmaneuver it.
Right now, oh my goodness, face checking, real world manipulation popped though. Newman and Blast here might catch one, but he gets taken down first. Blacklist 5v4. Is this a wise move to commit to a fight? And the answer is no. The disengage now, but this purple buff will be invaded here. Geek Fam, they are still on the manhunt. Haji in the mid side, trying to dish out damage. Has to be careful. Again, he has Flicker, but now he gets taken down. Blacklist on the backside. But take a look at Edward catching two. A boy is going to be targeted here. He has not been taken down with that Winter Truncheon. What a play there with that Flicker. Beloyski, though, has to pay the price as John IQT finds Oheb in the backside. 2 for 1 as Wise is going to go down as well. Double for Jana as Geek Fam has established a very good lead here, because why? The Lord is up right here, right now.
3-for-1 trade and perfect timing, perfect objective conversion here for Geek Fam as they are going straight into that area. But you can see here Edward and Oh My Venus already looking for a setup. Oh My Venus was able to steal that last Lord. He might be able to do it again, but Luke says no. He says, go away, Venus. This time, it's ours, and we're going to maximize all the potential here, as now Geek Fam leading with a 2,200 gold lead. And I gotta say, this has not been a great series for Oh My Venus.
Yeah, well, maybe it's a little bit too soon.
I mean, he's been constantly targeted from game number 1.
True.
Game number 2, he's
True.
already been caught out 4 times. It seems like he is the target from Geek Fam.
Maybe that is the way. Well, maybe Geek Fam, they have to break the code. We'll see though with this lead. It's actually a very back and forth game. I feel like Blacklist has still a lot of chance, but now an all-in bot side. Beloyski, Kadira, Jana will not commit on towards fight just yet. They're just teasing downstairs, and well, tier 2 bot side will fall.
Yeah, that was so aggressive, and it might have been a mistake, but here we go. An engage happening. Wise goes in with a heavy spin. You can see that Luke is getting pinned down, but look at Edward. He goes into the back line with a falling Star Moon, but unfortunately, he's unable to do much. He's able to buy some time here as Jana Cutie is able to use that Winter Truncheon to suppress happens, but he is going to be taken down, but he does still have that Immortal.
Oh my god, we can see Venus again stuck, Flickers, Force, but take a look at the baits Oheb with the execution.
Oh
now,
my god.
The Lord is quite healthy. Geek Fam, they are going for the end. The base is too exposed, and Blacklist, bye-bye. Geek Fam, they have break the code.
The largest upset of MPLI 2022 as the tournament favorites, the team that has dominated over the course of these seasons, the team that everyone wanted to beat, Blacklist International from the Philippines, the M3 champions, the champions of MPL back-to-back, has been taken down by a team from Geek Fam who didn't even make it to the playoffs.
I am speechless, Eterna. 2-0, a dominating fashion. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? The Geeks, they have breaking the code.
I mean, they're geeks for a reason, right?
Wow.
They're geeks for a reason. They're intelligent. They have the intuition, and they are definitely the ones to break the code of Blacklist here in MPLI 2022.
I don't know what to say.
Me neither.
I guess, well, this is it. MPLI 2022 from day 1, a lot of upsets, and day 4, still the same theme occurred here. Match 1, 2-0. against the M3 Championship lineup.
And we don't see a lot of 2-0s happening here in
You're
MPLI
right.
at all, right?
You're right.
And to 2-0 Blacklist of all teams, I'm sure the live chat is going crazy right now.
Wow.
I'm so speechless. What? You know what? Gani, I'm speechless. You're speechless.
Arashi.
Let's just call Arashi right now to break down the game. Take it away, Arashi.
Thank you very much, our very amazing casters, Speechless and Speechless. That was a very insane game. And honestly, Geek fam, what happened? They're so solid, and it seems like whatever they're doing, they have a plan in mind. It's always been about breaking the code, but Geek fam, they have found a winning formula. And that game was so good. I do feel like, again, usually we would think of Blacklist as a team that understands when to slow down the tempo, but they seem to be so overzealous, so overeager to just destroy Geek fam, that Geek fam just took advantage of that, and they were able to get a lot of advantage. Well, we'll take a look at some of the item builds here. It's a very exciting, very relatively quick to game as well. And if you take a look at the items, I think what's noteworthy about Kadera here is the fact that he has a lot of crit, and he itemized that Has Claws as a 5th item. Usually you see it as a last item because now sustain becomes important, but he understands that in the current situation, in this particular game, sustain, being able to stay in the fight is a big deal, and he was actually doing a lot of damage. We'll take a look more on that later on in the post-game stats. But for the most part, Blacklist, it's not like they were not itemizing properly. Look at the amount of Radiant Armors available on their side. Against a Yves, against a Gushan and a Matilda, the Radiant Armor was so good, and all 3 tanky members from Blacklist itemized for it almost immediately as the 1st or 2nd item, for good reason. And they were able to really outlast a lot of the damage. But of course, once you see that a boy does have the... He actually was switching around his builds a bit, but once he has the item power spikes, he knows exactly what he needs, and he goes for the Winter Truncheon very intelligently as well. Because for the most part, a boy was not really in any risk except for when Oheb jumps in with that Blazing Duet. Now, if you take a look at the post-game stats, the man himself, Kadera, the rich guy, the carry, and he is just so solid. And of course, if you look at the damage dealt, it's a lot. And it's even more than Oheb, despite the fact that the fights were just so sporadic and so often. Kadera just stays alive so long with the Electro Flash, by the way. His emblem choice is just so good because it allows him to get a movement speed boost on hit. There's a small cooldown, but in the lane, he uses it to bully Oheb as much as possible. He uses it to kite away from danger, and I think kiting is the main weapon that Geek fam is able to use. Using the Yves to slow everyone down, using the Fredrin to stall people, and then Kadera just hitting again and again. He has the sprint, he can move away from danger towards his opponents as well, and if push comes to shove, there's Beloyski with the Matilda as well. So the distance management game from Geek fam is very amazing, and considering that Blacklist has a Lolita as one of their main engage and crowd control tools, movement becomes a big problem for him to face. But Kadera will be the MVP for game number 2. What a performance! I can't really stress enough, this man is so relatively new to the professional scene, and yet he is already showing everyone that he is here to stay. Kadera, man, all the way from the laning phase, very dominant, and in the late game, the positioning, and of course, the nerves of steel we've come to expect. Even when he's down to a small sliver of HP, you don't see any panic, you don't see any crazy misplays happening with Kadera. He is always at home in the hostile waters of danger. And soon, we'll take a look at some of the highlights, and I think there is where we'll really start to see what exactly were Geek fam able to do all the way from the early game, and especially later on in the mid game and late game, where the movement from Geek fam will be just so important. And that aside though, Blacklist, I think they had a lot of good things going on for them, but for the most part, as I mentioned, catching Geek fam becomes the big problem because of the maneuverability, because of all the speed of Geek fam. Because even Haji was trying and catch them with the road manipulation, catch them with the Terrify, but when Geek Fam is moving that fast, it's just very difficult to land, and you need something more solid, something that lasts a bit longer to ensure that you get who you're aiming for. Take a look at the highlights here from minute number 4 of the game. Every time Geek Fam gets engaged on, they try and find a way to backtrack, to backpedal while still doing damage. In the early game, of course, there's a lot less options available, and the beefiness, the tankiness of the members of Blacklist International becomes a huge problem for the members of Geek Fam to deal with. But later on, you can see that they're already at like 9 minutes doing a lot of damage unless he gets crowd controlled. But Blacklist has a very few amount of CC that can be used to ensure that Kadera doesn't free hit. And look at where he's positioning. And every time, he doesn't mind even being between 2 members from Blacklist because he knows with that speed, with the agility, with his movement, he can actually survive the sticky situations. And he always pushes it down to the wire. And several times, it does get him punished. But for the most part, it allows him to have so much more impact, and he is doing a lot of damage, even though he has essentially 3 defensive items, and unless he gets bursted down, Blacklist don't really have an answer. And the only tool they can use to burst him down is either the Valentina's damage or a Blazing Duet, which is very limited in time and very easily cancelled or avoided by the members of Geek Fam. And of course, while they're focusing on trying to do that, there's always Janna QT making the plays happen from the sides, from the flanks. And if Blacklist let their guard down, before you know it, their Haji, Oheb will just get bursted down. And actually, even if the tankier members, like Wise for example, stays in the front, the Gusion damage we've mentioned can burst through all that magical defense, the Radiant Armor, the Athena. And with that advantage, they just go for the Lord, they go for the end, and now we are at that end of the game. We'll have an interview, so Goni and Eterna, take it away.
Looking slick, looking fresh, Arashi Hoshi, and of course your analysis always on point. But yeah, let's move on to the next segment. We are going to have an interview with, if not 1, 2 of the players from Geek Fam. So let's call Geek Fam.
Hello.
Bring.
Hi, Beloyski and Kadera, our 2 MVPs of today.
2 MVPs of today. 2-0. First and foremost, congratulations, Beloyski and Kadera, and of course, the whole team of Geek Fam. How are you all feeling?
I feel like I'm dreaming.
I mean, yeah, must be.
You guys feeling you're dreaming. Kadera, how do you feel? You won against Oheb in the gold lane.
Not expected.
Well, you didn't expect that.
Yeah, because he is a gold laner in Champion M3, right?
You're right.
I win against him.
Exactly. You guys didn't expect it. We, casters, the viewers, well, we didn't favor you guys as well. But now begs the question, Geek Fam, have you broken the code?
No, I think we just got lucky. We just play with our instinct and try to destroy their pace because if we wait for their setup, we cannot. We will be having a hard time.
I see. So very humble answer.
Still very humble.
Per usual from Beloyski. So, well, with this win, you guys are moving on to the next round. Now, seeing the rest of the teams, how confident are you in winning the whole thing?
For now, I think after beating Blacklist, our confidence went up so high. But we cannot underestimate the teams because all of them are good. So
you guys have had an amazing run, right? I mean, you guys are a newly formed team. Kadera came out of nowhere and he's able to win in a 1v1 lane against Oheb of all people. It's just an amazing thing to see from you guys. And for all the Geek Fams that have been supporting you, do you have a particular message that you want to say to them?
Message to fans. To all the fans that keep on believing us, I hope you still support us in our next game. We will do our best and I hope we can bring you win again.
Gadira, you can speak Maduranese. You can shout out, give a special shout out with your language. Bahasa if not Maduranese. Give it a go.
Madura. Selangkong, Kebay, Peng Madura, Sela Dukong Geek Fam, sampai setia. Ter Geek Fam bisa champion MPLI and terus dukung Geek Fam.
I'm sure everyone's watching now. They got your heart. Well, again, Geek Fam, Beloyski and Kadira, say hi and congratulations to the whole member. Good luck on your journey, MPLI 2022.
Thank you, Kadira. Thank you, Beloyski. Hope to interview you guys again.
Oh my God.
They're so cute.
They're very cute. They're like two pandas and one camera.
They're very skillful ones at that.
Well, yeah, I completely agree. But what an entertaining first match. An upset, perhaps. But boy, oh boy, MPLI 2022 has just got more interesting.
Never fails to impress. And don't forget, that was just the first match. We have 3 more matches ahead of us. We have the next match, THQ going against RSG Philippines. So the Malaysian representative against the Filipino representatives.
We are going to see, will the Malaysian go on and keep their flag high, or will PH bounce back, take revenge on match 1? We'll have to see. Stay tuned, folks. We are going to take a small break. Eterna, and as well as Mirko, and as well as Donnie, signing out for a little bit.
Bye,
See ya.
guys.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have 0 contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of winning. My way. Yeah, wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of getting my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy. And I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you...
After an upset and amazing match all together in our opening match of today, we have to move on to our second match. Back with us in the English desk, on the English desk, Connie, and as well as Eterna. Eterna, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, right? I mean, our first match already with so many surprises, huge unexpected result, and I'm so excited to get into our second match because remember, this is the Filipino representative once again against the Malaysian representative.
1-2 of a Malaysian representative will go head-to-head against RSGPH. But with that being said, let's thank our official partners, HSBC, Samsung, Galaxy Omni, by FWD, McDelivery, and as well as Logitech G.
Yes, without all of you guys, this event would not be as amazing as it already is. And of course, on that note, if you guys want to level up your coin farming skills in the game and even outside of the game, don't forget to check out HSBC.
Once you get that going, you can focus on looking for that financial stability in real life as well. And when you've reached your financial stability, you can grab the phone of Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 F5G to have an unrivaled gaming experience with, of course, high performance specs such as the powerful Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 and 12 gigabytes of RAM to take your mobile gaming to the next level.
And don't forget, it has a 120 hertz refresh rate as well. And that display is even better than my own monitor at home that I game with, Goni.
That is one phone to beat. But then again, unrivaled gaming experience with Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G. And if you already have that phone, download this app, Omni, to be energized like a winner with Omni. Every day, your way.
Don't forget, you can download that on your App Store and even your Play Store. And the download is free, so don't forget to check that out as soon as possible. Nothing to lose at this point. And of course, when we're talking about unrivaled gaming, you have to talk about unrivaled audio as well. So don't forget to play your way with the Logitech Aurora collection.
Man, oh man, we have officially entered the new age of play with the Aurora collection, of course, by Logitech G. Play your way with this beautiful, beautiful audio headset. And of course, you have to check out our platforms here, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and as well as Facebook. Follow One Esports to stay relevant and be updated with anything that is out there.
Yeah, definitely. With the way things are happening, you don't want to miss out on the important information like 2-0 Geek Fan Blacklist. What? But of course, don't forget to register and win at oneesports.gg/MPL-win.
And stand a chance perhaps to get that Venom skin collection. If you already have some, well, you have to definitely register to have it a full set of that Venom and skin collection. And when we're talking about heroes, of course, perhaps you want to seek your inner self. Check this quiz out. oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB to take a test and check what type of MLBB hero are you?
What role? Are you a support like Venus? Are you more of an engaged roamer like Light, perhaps?
I gotta say, though, I think if you take the test...
Me?
Yeah?
Uh-huh.
I think you're a Zask.
A Zask?
Yeah. because you're out of this world. But let's take a look at another segment here, battlefy.com/1esports for what? To actually find your squad. If you have already a member or two, let's complete your draft with this site, and perhaps you might enter the community tournaments.
Definitely. Flex your MLBB skins at the One Esports community tournaments. Prove that you can also be a pro player, perhaps.
Ooh, there you go. If you want to be pro player, if you think you're better than pro player, so walk the talk. And ladies and gentlemen, let's not forget the largest annual sale here, the Double 11 Mega Sale. What does it offer, Eterna?
Ooh, a lot, right? You can join the promo carnival event that will start on the very soon, actually. Or has it already started?
It has.
10/26. What is that, Tony?
26th of October.
26th of October. There you go, and win loads of promo diamonds. From 11/10 as well, you would be able to use the promo diamonds to purchase skins and heroes for just how many diamonds, Goni?
This right here.
One
diamond.
diamond. And aside from that, Double 11 skin will also be released alongside the return of previous Double 11 skins. So don't miss out. Check that out right now, because that is something that even I want to go home and check out too.
Right now. We can check it right now. But of course,
I want to check it right now.
We have to cast this amazing game.
You're right.
The second match, like you said, the Malaysian will go head-to-head against the PH for our second match. But it's going to be very interesting to see the adaptation coming in from the side of RSGPH. They were the ones who won MSC 2022. But in MPLI 2022, they will not have the same roster. So, again, chemistry, is it there yet?
I mean, the last time we saw them play, they were exceptional, right? So, of course, there are things that still can be repaired from that point of view. And we're going to see, finally, team. From the Malaysian team.
Exactly, Team Hak.
Team Hak.
Will
THQ.
1/2. One of the two rep from Malaysia. Well, this is going to be the full schedule today. Match 1, 2-0. A clean sweep. But will it be same here for our second match?
That's definitely the question. I mean, even 2-0ing Blacklist was something
That's huge.
I don't think anyone predicted. A huge upset there for everyone vying for Blacklist to win this championship. So coming into this second match, Team HQ versus RSG Philippines, definitely something that I don't know what to expect either, because even from Team Hak, they came from nowhere as well, right? And suddenly they were able to win it out and even take the championship title. So very interesting turn of events here, and we're going to see exactly how they fare against RSG Philippines of all teams.
It is going to be a very interesting matchup indeed. But let's take a look at the team profiles for the two teams that will go head-to-head in our second match of today. And this is going to be your official team lineup from the Malaysian side. Team Hak, Min, Man, Lola, Panda, and Gary.
Definitely the twin buff coming through here for the Malaysian representatives. And a lot of people have centered the gameplay on these two people, on the twins, right? The fact that they're able to have so much chemistry, so much synergy in that mid lane, controlling that roam as well as that mid lane pressure, and being able to extract that control over onto the side lanes. But of course, the official team lineup here from the side of the Filipino representatives, it is RSGPH with Exort, Naths, Kusei, Irad, as well as Light.
Man, this team is the one to watch as well. And remember, you're not in the team that is a full team Irad replacing Demon Kites, and of course, but Light here is the main anchor for this team.
Without Amon, people have said that without Demon Kite and both Amon, that RSGPH definitely have a new playstyle as they center around these two members. But of course, when we took a look at the statistics, only 13 hero pools. Perhaps this can be expanded in this upcoming game, realizing that this team also plays a variety of odd picks, right? Leslie for Kusei, we have Martis for Irad, and we're gonna see if that actually comes to play here against Team Hawk.
Actually, the only team that can pull off the Martis in MPLA 2022 has been only Irad. Pulls out their Martis effectively and to its utmost potential. So perhaps we might see another Martis here in the Land of Dawn, as we are now going to take a look at the laning prediction here. I gotta say, the lane to watch is, of course, should be the XP lane.
The EXP lane. So Lola versus Nuts. That is not an easy task, right? Nuts has been such a monster so far here in MPLI and even in the respective region of MPL. And going against someone like Lola in the EXP lane who isn't as flashy as Nuts, it's gonna pose the question whether or not Lola has what it takes to go against someone as strong as that EXP laner.
Completely right. I mean, Nuts has this some sort of a passion and love towards this game that his calculation in game has been nothing but tremendous. So it's going to be very interesting to see Lola, the champion from the Malaysian side, how will they handle this team? How will handle Nats in his lane? But then again, let's not forget the two duo, the Mid and Roam, Min and Man, will go up against Exort and Light. That's also going to be a very interesting matchup.
I think coming into MPLI, I think there are a lot of focuses onto the mid lane, right? Because when you have the mid lane pressure, you are going to be able to control that lane and also convert that onto those side lanes. So the mid lane is definitely going to be very important. But so far, Light in RSGPH with his Cho is able to have so much dominance and so much say over that. So we can say the side lanes are something to watch for. We can say that the mid lane has something to watch for. And all of these matchups are just going to be so interesting to see how they clash against one another.
It is going to be very interesting here. Again, the anchors, the Min and Man, the twin buff. How will they translate it into the Land of Dawn? Remember, technically, it's going to be their first match here in MPLI 2022. So perhaps with that in mind, I feel like, is it more of an advantage or is it more of a disadvantage?
I mean, definitely chemistry is something that you can't go wrong with, right? When you have played with each other for so long, coming into these different teams and now entering Team Hawk, that's definitely something that you can play towards. But when we're talking about the twins, the one thing that I wanted to talk about was hero pool, right? They draft very responsively to the opponent, and I'm excited to see that happening, right? Because we usually see the picks coming in from Mon happen in the last few picks, so I'm excited if they choose the red or the blue side. Because when they're able to respond, usually that's when they find their comfort and they find their win.
Very adaptive team.
Yes, because in the past, when the enemy uses someone like the Fanny, we see Eudora in the mid lane. See, that's not something that's common, but it's worked out for them in the past.
That is going to be a very interesting to see how this team will find their success responsively, because I feel like not a lot of teams can pull that off. Sure, we saw Aura played very adaptively here, and we saw them losing to a team yesterday. So perhaps with that in mind, is it going to be the same approach, or perhaps Team Hack has their own playing cards, has their own preparations against the RSGPH?
Exactly, and that's what I love about the new meta, which provides a lot of potential and a lot of weird picks that even out of meta, it can work. I mean, we saw the Lunox being placed in the jungle position from Aura Fire, and it actually worked out. And that's something that is a specialty to the Malaysian regions, right? They come up with picks that aren't too familiar, quite odd, out of the box even, and they're able to make it work. And I think we mentioned that in the interview during the MPLI show with Mirko as well. We asked them, do you think that your crazy picks, your out of meta picks might come into clutch coming into MPLI? And so far, it actually has.
I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, a lot of the drafts has been successful from just finding the counter picks, playing it responsibly, and well, I guess we are going to wait and see the drafts in a in a bit. But let's discuss more on towards the gold lane. Kusei. I feel like he replaced Amon. Personally for me, he has to step up this game.
He has to step up. I think perhaps in terms of that micro, there is room to improve, right? But the base is Kusei, he's so versatile in that gold lane, right? He can play the mage in that gold lane, and that actually gives him an additional hero. I mean, yesterday we saw Harith being used in that gold lane. Perhaps that's something that Kusei can actually bring to the table, and he's also very known to use that Leslie. And that's great because we see a lot of Claude picks being picked up. So if the Claude gets picked up in that gold lane, as we know, Leslie does have a skill to counter that Blazing Duet because of that immunity that she has.
I agree, but then again, I feel like what lacks from Kusei here, especially in MPLI 2022, has been his positioning. Sometimes vulnerable, sometimes perhaps, I don't want to say lack of calculation, but it seems like he needs to repair that department, because a lot of instances where the opponent can catch him off guard or catch him like out of spells or out of skills and capitalize and take down the gold laner. Remember, in this current patch, the gold laner is the main carry, especially entering the mid towards the late. That should be your highest damage dealer.
And priority, right? You invest in that gold lane,
Right.
even from that early game. You try your best to just funnel everything onto the gold lane and hope that in the end, if it does go into the late game, that they're the ones to be able to carry the game. And I think that's something that, of course, RSGPH need to consider, especially realizing that Team Hawk, they rely heavily on two players, in my opinion.
Tell me.
Panda,
And?
gold lane, and as well as Gary in that jungle.
Jungler. So again, the dynamic duo, it seems like, yeah, jungler, a very, I guess a very well-spoken fact. Needs to secure the neutral objective as well, and Gary is the man to beat if you're in that jungler position. Has a very good calculation on the retribution as well, so it's gonna be very interesting to see the matchup between Gary and as well as the jungler from the side of RSG.
Exactly, and that's where I'm expecting crazy picks, because it's known that Gary doesn't perform as well on when he's on a utility jungler like tanks, like perhaps the Akai or the Balman, but he performs well on these crazy picks, right? He picks up the Alpha, who apparently is still sitting at a 100% win rate. He picks up someone like the Dairoth as well in that jungle position, and that's kind of similar to Irad, right? Who picked up someone like the Mardis. So we're not going to be expecting just quote-unquote meta picks in that jungle position, and how they fare against one another is going to be something so exciting to see.
I just can't wait to jump into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you guys can't wait too. But meanwhile, you can check McDelivery to perhaps grab a snack, grab a couple of few things to somehow fuel your needs and satisfy your belly.
Satisfy your belly is going to be very important. And on that note, don't forget to follow our social media platforms here, because we have Twitter, we have TikTok, we have Instagram, and we have Facebook. So all of these according to your needs, what you guys like to play the most. Don't forget to check that out. Don't miss on the latest information. So check it out.
If you want information, if you want entertainment, please grab and check out our platforms here. And again, if you want to have a chance to win the Venom skin collection, please register and win. OneEsports.gg/MPLI-win. That's WIN for you. And register and
The
win.
Venom skins are really nice, right? You have Harley, you have Angela, Dairoth,
Grok,
Hanabi, Grok. Who am I missing?
Gushin, I think.
Gushin, yeah, you're right.
Exactly.
So if you guys are these users, don't forget to check that out, because you get it free. And if it's not free, it's quite expensive. I think it's like 700 diamonds, 800, I think.
Yeah,
I forgot.
Around that.
But of course, when we're talking about all these heroes, maybe you guys want to check out what suits you the best. Which role is best for you as a player. So don't forget to check out oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB to take the quiz and figure out if you're a roamer, if you're a mid laner, if you're a jungler, or maybe you're suited more as a gold laner.
Or even more specific, I think you can be a Selena.
A Selena?
You can be a Tigreal. You can be a Kufra. You can be anything you want. But To add to that, you can grab and find your new squad, add more depth, and perhaps participate in our community tournaments here. How? Battlefy.com/OneEsports. Check it out, register it. Perhaps, again, you want to participate in the tournament, but you have yet to find a squad. Check that site out to have a more, perhaps, clearer understanding and clarification. How? To find your squad.
Find the squad. But now we're going straight into the gaming house to check out what these players are feeling, to see the conditions, as we're going to see the Malaysian representatives first. Team Hak with the twins. Can you differentiate between the two?
One is Min, one is Mon.
I have a...
Hunch?
No, I don't have a hunch. I have a clue.
Okay.
It's regarding their hairline.
Oh.
Like if it goes to the left, it goes to the right. That one was Min and that one was Man.
There you go. There you go. But I love their setup, their gaming house setup.
So comfortable.
So comfortable, so chill, so relaxed. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the situation here on the side of RSGPH. They're looking focused, looking prepared as well. And I feel like Light will have... Oh, take a look at Light there. Putting powder on it, a lot of powder actually on his phone. Perhaps to have that extra friction.
Of course. He doesn't want to slip when he does the amazing Way of Dragon combo TikTok moments as well. So definitely something that he is going to consider as we are moments away from the draft. And I'm so excited to get into it. Are we going to see crazy picks? Perhaps new picks coming into MPLI 2022 as we're entering the drafting phase here for game number 1, match number 2 between Team Hak as well as RSGPH.
Let's just jump and focus on towards the drafts here, ladies and gentlemen. Team Hak will have the blue side, RSGPH now will have the red. Team Hak, they opt for a Nakai ban, while RSGPH, they will go for that 1-1 ban. So they're still testing the waters here, it seems like. No particular respect bans
when the body suffers,
just yet. Oh, as I said though, Benedetta has been banned.
Benedetta banned away here in the first phase, and this is starting to be a common trend here, really, just signifying the switch in meta. And as you can see here, RSGPH with the next ban, they could opt for a Valentina this time around, or perhaps go for a Paquito ban, denying it away from Team Hak.
Uh-oh, it's gonna be a very interesting approach here from both teams. Team Hak taking their time, as well as, of course, RSGPH earlier. Well, they opt for a Fanny ban. Now Team Hak, they're in the hot seat. What will they ban last here for the first phase? A lot of heroes are still open, and Kadita will it be their last ban, saying, what are you going to do? Valentina and Fermis, both are still open. Are you going to trade it? Are you going to ban it away? Let's see.
I have a fun fact.
Oh, tell me.
The Kadita ban coming in from Team Hak is because Exort is a top global Kadita player.
Wow, so already respect shown by Team Hak. That Benedetta ban as well. I mean, as we all know in this current patch, that Benedetta is a very, very flexible hero, very deadly as well. So a lot of focus is on that hero. But yeah, good fun fact there.
And we're gonna see the next ban here coming through from the side of RSG Philippines. Are they gonna be banning away the Valentina? Denying it away from none other than Min, who has found a lot of success on that hero. And the answer is no. It's actually going to be a Gushin ban, taking it away here. And that leaves open the Valentina to be picked up for the Malaysian representatives.
So this get confirmed. Most likely there's going to be a Valentina Fermis trade here in our first opening game between Team Hak and as well as RSGPH. Valentina will be picked up by Hak, but now the question stands, RSGPH, will they pick up the Fermis? And if they do, what will be combined? What will they combine it with for first pick? Grok?
That's the question. I mean, first pick, we usually see the Grok and the Fermis, but is that an Indo meta or is that like an international meta? I'm not really sure what RSGPH want to go for here. We do still have the Beatrix if they want to prioritize that, or even the Cho, and even the Paquito. And the Akai, that's still left open as well.
We can see here RSGPH 2 heroes. What are they going to opt for? I feel like just go for the Fermis trade and perhaps a good hero. Yeah, you're right. They might pick up a marksman here early, but no, of course, securing Martis early is going to be the way here.
for Irad, and of course a hero potentially for Light. We saw Light on this show a couple of days ago, and boy, oh boy, it's just amazing.
This is huge, right? I mean, Irad on his power pick, who's the Martis, who is insane. With his stacks, he's able to have really high attack speed, and the attack speed can also convert onto damage, which makes him a really good prio hero in that jungle position. And of course, securing the hero for Light, definitely very scary, but that does kind of limit their flex potential unless this Martis goes into the EXP lane. That isn't too common. But in return, we do have a Leomord being picked up here for Team Hack, as well as the Atlas. So they're going for full engage, full team fight with the Atlas being picked up. A lot of CC, very different to the Cho, who only has a one source CC.
Which is quite interesting, right? Because Martis, as we all know, has a lot of immunity, has a lot of disengage as well, and technically a lot of anti-CCs. But Team Hack responded with a very heavy crowd control within that Atlas. But RGPH, they do not matter, they do not care. They do not go for that Diggy insta pick. Actually, they go for the Claude pick, saying again, we're gonna go heavy, dive heavy as well with Cho, with Martis, and as well as Claude in the mid game. Oh, the team fight is gonna be very interesting.
It's gonna be nasty.
It is.
It's gonna be chaos.
Woo!
And it's interesting, right? Because Atlas actually does like dive-centric heroes, but of course, because of the Martis pickup, it's gonna be a little bit different, the dynamic. He's not gonna be the one getting caught out because he does have that anti-CC immunity coming through. But now we're gonna see and jump into the second phase as Iritel is gonna be the choice of ban here. Very interesting for that gold lane. How will Team Hack respond to this? Are they going to start prioritizing taking away that mid lane, perhaps?
I think they should go for the mid lane ban. The question is actually, do they want to waste a Diggy ban here? Because looking at RSGPH, actually might actually go for the Diggy, but then again...
But they picked up the Cho.
That's true, but it can be put in the EXP though, technically, so... That's the question, but it seems like Team Hack, what they're saying, we're not too concerned of the Diggy, we are more concerned of that mid lane, so they are going to ban that Heave out, limiting here Exort's hero pool.
So at this point, Exort is left with who? Lilia, Farsa,
and
Faramis.
Faramis, you're right.
Faramis is still open to pick up, but we'll see exactly what strategy that they have in store for us. RSG Philippines, are they going to ban away the Leslie this time around?
Ooh, you're right. Leslie is still up and available, and as we all know, that Claude is a... Well, no, that Leslie is a counter towards that Claude, so last ban, they will commit on towards that Leslie. Makes sense? Two marksmen here, full committed on towards the marksman area.
Yeah, that leaves what? Beatrix. That's it, Beatrix. Lilia is the ban. We mentioned this. The next choice was either the Lilia or the Farsa and the Faramis. So they have limited his heroes, and now he's forced onto perhaps someone that we don't commonly see, unless they want to go for a Faramis. But with this composition, do you think it'll work? Because Faramis will force the team to kind of clump together, and that's exactly what the Atlas wants.
Maybe though, but if we're talking about mobility, Martis, Cho, and as well as Claude, they have a very high mobility and of course anti-CC, so against an Atlas, they might actually not be too worried. Again, will they go for that Faramis is a very tough question here. Do they want to go for the pickoffs? Do they want to go for the team fight here? But there you go, the answer, Julian will fill that mid lane position.
You're right, Julian. Why didn't we think of that? Okay, well, perhaps in MPLI, we haven't seen too much of Julian. The last person to use it was Udil, and then he lost, but someone else used it, and it actually worked out. So, not a great win rate. It does work depending on the pilot, but against the composition that Team Hawk has actually brought to the table, do you think it might work out?
Looking at their composition, I gotta be honest, I think it actually might work out. Crowd control, that he brings, and of course the escapability that Julian has within his arsenal is actually fight for it, right? I mean, again, for an Atlas, it's going to be so hard catching these 4 heroes here. Joe, a lot of anti-CC. Martis, Claude with that BMI, and Julian is also a hero that is very hard to catch. But Team Hack, they add another source of a tanky unit within that Masha. And of course, that Beatrix to add more DPS and variety.
So who's gonna go into the EXP lane
Masha.
against someone like Masha?
Oh,
Uranus, Esme, who works well? I mean, Masha is so tanky.
Masha is very tanky indeed, but their source of damage output in the mid game is okay. But there you go, the answer. Nats will play that Esmeralda in the EXP. So it's quite clear, right? Team Hawk here, they want to go for that team fight front to back. RSG though, I feel like
they're going dive.
They're going full dive here. 5 members can all dive.
We're gonna see, right? Because with full dive, they're gonna have a limited amount of range. And that actually might be a problem going against someone like the Atlas who has the Fatal Links, who actually prefers dive-heavy compositions.
Well, let's see here, right? The 10 heroes that has been drafted by their coaches. We'll see. Land of Dawn Game 1 between Team Hack and as well as RSGPH. Who will grab the first game? Who will strike first? As we are now waiting for the portal to enter the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear your support in the live chat, in the live comments. Spam it below. At Land of Dawn, we go for Game 1.
Which composition do you guys favor more?
Yeah.
I think that's something that me and Gani would love to see in the live chat as well as we're going straight into the first game. And as you can see, I mentioned it, right? I mentioned that we weren't going to see conventional picks in that jungle position, and non-conventional picks we see. Martis in the jungle as well as Leomord. And one thing that I'd like to note from the side of Team Hack is the fact that they need to be able to snowball from that early game. I think that's one of the main derivatives and main winning condition for Team Hack in order for this Leomord to have an impact when it comes down to the game, especially looking at the emblem that he's opted for.
Yeah, I mean, realizing that Leomord is going to be so hard to create an impact if he's behind, that should be the main objective, the main concern for side of Team Hack. Now, we are now seeing a rotation here. Oh, Marta sneaky there, already invading the jungles of the side of Team Hack. So his pathing is quite unique.
Ooh, so aggressive here in the top lane. We can see that Lola is already going to be the main target. He gets caught kind of low, as it seems like they are going to be prioritizing that gold buff in that top side for Irad to take. But in terms of spells, we don't see anything too out of the box here. But one thing that I'd like to note, there is a sense of respect coming in from Kusei as he has actually picked up that Purify emblem.
Kind of
spell.
Yeah, kind of forced, right? I mean, against an Atlas, you kind of have to put that Purify in, but then again, actually, Claude is a very a hard hero to catch, but he wants that extra security here in the gold lane. So now tempo has quite gone down slow, but Turtle is up here. So we'll see here perhaps the first action.
Yeah, we can expect things to go a little bit crazy, but remember, Min has not reached level 4, so he doesn't have the Fatal Links coming into this next skirmish, as both of the teams are going to be dancing around this turtle. But oh my god, Light! He goes in once again for that combo, and First Blood is going to fall into his hands.
Oh my god, Irad picking up the kill, and now Lola trying to deal damage to the backside. Oh, Nats though, catching Min, and this might be disaster for Team Hawk. 2 members retreating as Gary is struggling to find the steal. Irad will comfortably pick up the turtle. RSGPH, a very good exchange, falls to their favor.
Yeah, unfortunately, RSGPH were able to get to that level 4 first, so they were in an advantageous spot when it came down to that turtle objective take. Meanwhile, Min wasn't able to do much without the Fatal Links, and that was one of the things that we needed to pay attention to into that early game. Whoever is able to reach that first level power spike is going to have an advantage in terms of that objective. And now you can see here with the aggression coming in from RSGPH, they are going to go very heavily onto this buff.
Phantom Stampede has been popped here. And with that bait, Irad and Exort might go for an engage. Man, instantly deleted. Min though catches 3 with that Fatal Links. Kusei here does not enough damage dealt, but now Panda finds a double. Nas flanking. Oh my god, this is massive, as now take a look. Only one member left standing from the side of Team Hack, and that is Lola, 4-man down. RSGPH in the early game stepping full throttle.
Ooh, this is what we expected, right? I mean, we were talking about the drafts and we said this is going to be chaotic, and we are receiving chaotic right now. And right now, Kusei not being able to deal that much damage because he hasn't reached that item power spike with the golden staff and the DHS as well. But he is going to be able to get a lot of gold in that shield, perhaps to help him out. I mean, right now, 2,000 gold lead for RSG Philippines. It doesn't seem like Team Hack is having too much of a good time.
Struggling here, Team Hack. Early minutes, minute number 4 already. Almost 3,000 gold behind. And take a look at Light, the new skin here. Well, if you want the Saint Seiya, should check it out as well. But again, back to the game. 10 seconds to the second Lord. RGPH, a comfortable lead established, so perhaps they are going to eye that Lord up. Team Hack, my expectation here, don't go for the force. They should just mirror it, perhaps top side.
It seems like they want to go for it, right? Min already opening up vision for his team, looking for that engage that he can. This is risky. Does seem like both of these teams have their ultimates up, so quite an equal exchange here.
Wow.
This is very interesting. Irad already going on Min here, trying to zone him away, but Team Hack, I think they're going to contest this.
Yeah. Please do note, Gary is 2 levels behind here. Phantom Stampede has been fought early. No real engages just yet. Yeah, that's a waste of ultimate there by Gary. Neutral objective will be secured by the side of RGPH once again with no compensation whatsoever.
It's difficult, right? Because the Martis in general has such a high clearing speed of those buffs, and he has a Demon Slayer as well. So he's gonna farm around and rotate way faster than Gary, who's actually opted for the Killing Spree emblem. And unfortunately, up until this point, he's only sitting at 0 kills. But here we go. Nats goes in for the ultimate onto Lola. Lola is still going to be able to get out, but oh my god! Leiden goes for the play, and you can see he instantly gets taken down, and that's going to be another pickoff for RSG Philippines. Don't give Cho to Light.
Man, Force is already to this guy's name, right? Looking very, very scary there. The Flicker Jet Kendo lands, and bye-bye to Masha. RSGPH again showing that they are very comfortable taking the turret top side to add to that. Team Hack, they seem lost.
3,000 gold lead, a turret in the top side. And it seems like RSG, they're looking for more. And on that note, Kusei's actually reached that power spike with the item that he has already secured, the golden staff, to increase that basic attack. But now you can see here already an engage happening once again as Min actually misses that Fatal Links. Light goes in for the top black side. Gary is going to be his target, still able to get away for now as Irad is able to do so much damage. Mon goes down first. You can see the Blazing Duet happening as well as he goes in for the backside now with a Falling Star Moon. Triple kill secured by Martis. And again, a 3-for-0 trade once again for RSG Philippines with a 5,000 gold lead.
A massive play erupts here in minute number 7. RSGPH picking up the triple Irad. What the heck is this guy on? The decimation, the skill placement was just so on point. And again, it just snowballs after snowballs. The neutral objective, the last turtle, will be claimed for the side of the Philippines.
This is looking so one-sided, right? Team Hack was betting so much on the Leomore to scale and snowball in that early game, but unfortunately, it's not possible. He's, how many levels behind is he?
12 in comparison to
3
9.
levels behind. Wow, that's something else. And now Irad very, very comfortable here in a 2v1 situation.
Oh.
And he's still able to get away even with that damage coming in from Lola as well as Man.
One Broadwave Dragon connects on towards Min. Take a look at the Blazing Duet. It is huge, but he gets taken down there. Nods trying to find a kill, but it is going to be a 2-for-2. Min Panda goes down. Meanwhile, from side of RSG, it is going to be Light and Kusei. Let's take a look at the item builds here. Kusei has secured the Golden Staff and as well as DHS. And guess what? He is going to build another damage item there. Wind of Nature perhaps next. But Gary very behind on gold, 4,000 if you compare it to Irad, who has 7,000 on that jungler position.
Yeah, that's not great. And if we take a look at Panda, he's only been able to get that BOD in that early game. It's actually enough for that early damage, but into this point, it's a little lackluster, especially if Team RSGPH have started to build those physical defensive items.
It is going to be a very, very tough game here. It seems like for Team Hawk. What they need is RSG to make a blunder. It seems like here is what they're hoping for, which is quite, well, I guess a little bit impossible here. RSGPH already invading again the jungles of Team Hawk, flaming their jungles, and Team Hawk has 0 response.
Yeah, they need to look for a moment, right? And at this point, 2 people can make that moment work, right? You have the Fatal Links coming in from Min, but Man is also usually able to get that Way of Dragon from Light. So 2 options for them to take down that backline. Of course, you do have a lot of options to go for. You can go for Julian, you could go for Claude even. But the problem is Claude has that Purify once again, which makes him kind of difficult, not kind of actually, extremely difficult to catch.
I mean, without even without Purify, right, it's very hard to catch Claude. And he just adds more job for that Atlas here. Putting Purify, bringing Purify, which just adds more difficulty for the Atlas to land an effective Fatal Links. But again, all in all, Julian, a hero that is very hard to catch. Joe, a very, very hard hero to catch as well. And that Mortis with that anti-CC immunity, very hard to catch. RSGPH, ooh, is very, very struggling here. 4 out of Team Hawk to find a good opening. Again, that Atlas is hard. The Fatal Links, landing 2, landing 3 is very hard because of the amount of immunity that RSGPH has is just that is also why RSGPH, they're confident not bringing a Diggy.
You're right. Immunity has been a problem here, especially for Team Hawk. And I also want to honorable mention Nas. I mean, so far he's been able to make so many plays happen, right? He goes in for the backline, able to get 2-3 members with the Falling Star Moon, deal that damage, and also absorb so much damage and give so much impact into those team fights. And I feel like RSGPH, they're playing the team fights way cleaner than Team Hawk.
Completely right here. So again, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to wait for the technical pause, let's dissect here. What can Team Hawk do to somehow turn the game around?
They need to look for pickoffs maybe. Is that even possible? I mean, right now you can see that RSG Philippines, they're really rotating as a 5-man team. They're not allowing any pickoffs to happen. And I feel like that's the only option that Team Hawk has. If they go for a full 5v5, they're just going to push themselves into a bigger hole. As you can see, they're zoned away from their own buff. Look at the way Nas is controlling the jungle.
Min again giving information. Oh, Min to play an Irad, collects the First Lord without contest here.
Min.
Oh my god, Jose with the Blazing Duet. Now though, quite low, backs off. Irad here might be caught. Low HP with that skill. He is able to escape.
He gets out!
No casualties on the board.
He gets out! With so much damage protruding onto him, he's actually still able to get out. That is the insanity of Irad, of someone like a Martis who has just snowballed into the 10th minute of the game. 8-0-1 KDA. He hasn't been taken down once, and you can see how aggressive he's been playing. He goes in 1v4, he goes in 1v3. He doesn't care.
He does not care indeed. As Lola picks up the Twilight Armor, let's see, is it too late or not? Now, Lola, he's a Masha. Take a look at the damage output given by the side of RSGPH. With this Lord, I guess what they can take perhaps potentially is one base turret. Well, the tier 2 in the mid side will definitely fall. Team Hawk still defense mode.
This is a 9,000 gold lead, Goni, and it seems like it's not going to go down anytime soon unless Team Hawk is able to capture a moment, look for a minor fault in RSG Philippines, perhaps positioning or overcommitment from their side. But look at this. they go back. They're playing super disciplined. They see that they don't have any more waves crashing onto them and they don't want to overcommit into anything. And they are still able to just zone away the members of Team Hack really, really well. You can see that there is the focus onto the purple buff, but Gary, luckily, is still able to get that out. It seems like that retribution came in a little early, but he was still able to get that with his next attack.
Gotta say, RGPH, the chance for them to make a mistake is possible, but not probable. I mean, the gold deficit is just too high. Team Hack just zoned out here, could not do anything. And if we're talking about farm as well, they are way behind RGPH here. They know how to control the game. They know when to go full throttle, when to also go down on tempo.
Yeah, 1 to 2 approximately items behind Team Hawk from Team RSG Philippines, and that's going to make a huge difference as we are going to take a look at it. Wow, already so much damage coming in from Kusei, already with the Malefic Roar as well. So even if Team Hawk want to itemize for that physical defense, there is already the penetration coming in from that item.
Yeah, I mean, Kusei here already with a full build almost. DHS, Golden Staff, Wind of Nature, and an extra penetration from that Malefic Roar. Meanwhile, Panda still 2 items behind from full. Mindo here forced to use that, forced to build that Dominance Ice for Nats. And it seems like item-wise they are way behind here. So Lord is now up. Let's see. Team Hack, will they contest this one or will they let it go?
Yeah, and you can see even from Man, he's forced to. But wait a minute. Oh my god. Suppress is going to fall into the hands, but he's going to get down. X-Sword is going to be taken down. And this is a really good opening for Team Hawk right now. Light caught in a bad situation here. 5v1 member. He's going to be the next one to fall.
Oh my god, Kusei though. Man gets down as well as Ired finding the double, and it's gonna be a clean house though by the bid to triple. Lola might be next. Panda gets taken down by Nats as Nats finds a double, and this is gonna be a triple kill by Nats. And RSG will go on top here in minute number 13. And they end is the question. 9 seconds on the Atlas. I guess Team Hack, looking at their timers, they can breathe for a bit.
What? 2 members versus the world. I thought that was a perfect opening as X-Sword and Light, the main initiators, were taken down first. But the damage and sustainability coming in from Irad, as well as Nas, was able to do that much. And they turned that team fight around. That was a huge play for RSG Philippines with a wiped out as well. Nas truly is a monster in that lane. Nats is going nuts.
Nats is going nuts indeed here, ladies and gentlemen, in our first game of Team Hack and as well as RSGPH. It is a wild, wild game indeed as Irad is still deathless. He's unstoppable.
Man.
Now, you can see here already perhaps an opening here potentially. Nats giving damage on towards mid. Almost a sandwich play there. Team Hack still breathing for another day. But the base turret bot side actually will be taken down.
Yeah, Irad already has the Radiant Armor as well, so even if Man wants to put damage, he's not going to feel it. But look at this, Light goes in for a cancel onto his ultimate. Team Hack, they're trying to bring back the tempo here.
Oh my god, here 5v4 Min. Can they defend? Blazing duet towards the backside. Min insta deleted. Panda almost gets taken down, but Lola here will take a lot of damage, will not survive as well. As now Team Hack, they are in trouble as RSGPH, they strike first in our opening game of this match. RSGPH, GG.
A very dominant display of Mobile Legends here from RSG Philippines. Even though they haven't brought out the main roster, this roster is still as strong as ever with a different set of playstyle, but is still able to dominate from that early game.
Wow.
What was that? Team Hawk completely shut down from the get-go. They had their winning conditions. They needed to snowball from the early game, but the way that RSGPH were playing, it was so insane. Credit to Light and Nuts for that game in particular.
A lot. Well, I guess credit to all 5 members. They did their job. I read deathless towards the end again.
You're right.
All 5 members, they're just in sync from the get-go. And Team Hack, from the get-go, they were just lost as well. I feel they struggle to find the right opening. With Atlas in your comp, it's just so hard when you're behind. And Your opponent has a lot of CC, and that marksman bringing Purify, that's a little devil.
Yeah, so
That's a
much
little devil.
immunity
A lot of
for
immunity.
a team and a composition that was so focused on getting that CC. And unfortunately, at the end, it didn't pay them anything.
No.
Unfortunately, right? I think the Atlas was too much of an early pick, perhaps.
Might.
But we'll see their reparations coming into game number 2. Once again, excited to get into the draft. But okay, let's come back into the first
Let's
game.
reset, right?
Reset.
I mean, who are we? We're just casters.
We're just casters.
We need to know. We need to ask the source of information. The guy that can't be wrong in any given situation, Mr. Arashi. He is now preparing to somehow give the analysis of game 1. So, ladies and gentlemen, put out your notebook, put out your, Z Fold phone.
Get ready first.
Write everything that Arashi says. Let's go, Arashi. Bring what happened in game 1.
Hello. Welcome back to the analytics section. And what happened in that game? I think it's just Esmeralda and Martis, and it's kind of nutty. I mean, we have said that again and again, and today we see it yet again. When there's no real counter, when there's no real solution to this man, he will absolutely take over the game, and teams just have to respect it and try and prepare something somehow, because otherwise, this is what you've come to expect. And RSG, man, they're just so neat. They always play in such a calculative manner, and they find ways to just outmaneuver you even before the fights even begin. And of course, this game, 15 minutes, really isn't that long. You look at the composition. They go very aggressively, and with essentially 3 fighters, 4 even. You can say that Martis, Esmeralda, Julian, and Cho, just going in very, very aggressively and using that extra bit of sustain, extra bit of tankiness to just bully the members of our Team Hawk away. And then afterwards, that's where Kosei can just come in and actually deal a lot of damage, be a huge problem to Team Hawk, and they just get absolutely, overwhelmed almost is the right word I would use, because it seems like tempo is what RSG Philippines like to play with. They don't really take in a lot of time, they just go aggressively, and it's just when they go that's just so good. And if you look at the item builds here, you do see that there's dominant ISIS on the side of Team Hawk, and yes, that helps against Nats, but overall, with Panda being on a Beatrix, it also means that they don't have that much DPS, and in that late game, it's gonna be a bit difficult because against so many beefy members, the DPS usually is who you rely on. The marksman is the person who needs to melt through these bigger, thicker HP bars, and yet you only have a Beatrix who can do a lot of damage to usually the squishier members, but against a team with so many fighters, as we mentioned, basically 5, it's gonna be a bit too difficult, and it's such a one-sided game because 0 turrets, 0 lords, 0 turtles, and RG Philippines, they're just so solid right now. And if you look at the damage, Irad on the Martis is a bit of an anomaly in my opinion, because Kosei on the Claude with a Blitzing Duet doing 65,000 damage makes sense, but Irad on the Martis doing 63, that is a bit crazy. Not to mention, we've seen several different Martises in the game so far, and Irad just seems to be standing out compared to the rest of the other Martis players. So the MVP for this game will be the man himself, Irad, 13, 0, and 4. 940 GPM, that's higher than some of the highest gold lane GPMs we've seen. Of course, an 85% kill participation. Speed, I think, is the name of the game. And he just plays this very aggressively, and he gets a lot of opportunities because of it. A lot of people usually go a lot more defensive. I mean, you do recall how Fluffy's playing his Martis, going with a tankier build, being more of a nuisance. Irad just seems very content in going in guns blazing and getting the job done himself. And we talk about speed, but with all these fighters coming in at the same time in high speed towards you, especially knowing who to target in the big fights, that is very difficult to deal with. And if you don't have enough defensive crowd control, it gets quite difficult. And I think that is what happens with Team Hawk right here, because they try to match that aggression. They have very brawly heroes themselves, but overall, they just get outnumbered in the fight game You look in the early game, First Blood just goes over to RSG, and afterwards, it's just how fast they're able to move back and forth, and how decisively they're able to actually burst people down and keep going. Of course, the only weakness is actually falling to that big combo coming in from the Atlas with the Fatal Links. But even if that happens, once the initial burst of damage is done, once the ultimate, the Nibiru's Passion, has been used by Panda, then there's no real damage left to actually melt down all these very sustainable heroes. And if you match them in the big fight as well, all these fighters have a lot of AoE, and of course the Blazing Duet is a big problem. And you can see how crazy, how aggressive RSG is, because they can start the fight in the middle of the lane and end up behind your near your second turret in the game. So very, very aggressive. And Team Hawk again and again always gets flanked like this, and you do see that the Blazing Duet gets cancelled, but it really is already a lot of damage outputted, and once it's done, well, Kosei doesn't really have a lot more to do. And then with that advantage, with that aggressiveness, they're able to get that lowered, and they still know exactly when they can actually go for the straight end and when to actually go to pressure the members away, and that will actually be the end of it. RSG, man, is just this aggression and this speed, and how willing they are to just dive in so far into the backline. So I think slows or big crowd controls that can stop them, and obviously if they want to go for that very aggressive fighter situation, you need some DPS or some mage that can hit everyone at the same time and replace the DPS coming in from your marksman. So Goni and Eterna, let's go to game number 2.
Amazing analysis, Arashi, as always. Thank you so much for your insights. But yeah, you're right. Let's move on to game 2. Game 1, a clinical win for the side of the Philippines. RSG showing that they are such a dominant thing. Final thoughts, perhaps? Any recap from game 1?
I mean, like PH Pride, right? That was a stomp onto the Malaysian representative, but usually in the common trend of MPLI, whoever gets that first win can be reverse sweeped.
Wow.
It is a different story
That's
today
a
of a 2-0, so perhaps we'll see the adjustments coming in from Team Hawk, especially in terms of that drafting phase, right? They relied heavily onto their resources. Like Arashi mentioned earlier, as soon as the Beatrix ultimate came out, they didn't have a reliable source of damage that was able to penetrate through such sustainable heroes that RSG Philippines brought out in game number 1.
Well, again, execution, I feel like Team Hawk were also fairly behind there. So, again, a clinical win, very strong display of Mobile Legends as well from RSG. So let's move on to game 2 here, to drafts. My expectations, of course, RGBH. They shouldn't. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I feel like they should go for the similar, if not the same approach here. Question is, Team Hack, how are they going to approach this one?
That's the question. I mean, they banned out, Team Hawk banned out the Akai, the Benedetta, and the Kadita. Perhaps they could consider a Cho ban in the first phase. I think that's how powerful the Cho is in this game. The Martis is also an option, but I do believe there are ways to work around it, to be honest, but we'll see here. Coming into the second game here of the drafting phase, very quick bans coming through. The Akai, the Valentina, as well as the Wanwan from RSGPH being banned away.
So I guess Team Hack now, they are going to ban that Valentina out again. I feel like for their third and final ban in the first phase, they should just ban that Martis out. Because if not, RGBH will definitely copy their playstyle and go for the same approach. Martis and as well as Cho picked up in the first pick, for their first pick. So we'll see here, Team Hack taking their time for their last and final ban. Yeah, Martis ban.
The Martis ban does come through like you predicted here, Goni. And it's very interesting because now they both have opted for the same sides, right? The blue and the red side, as RSG Philippines now with the last ban here. Who do you think they're going to go for? The Gushin is still a viable option to ban out, and according to statistics, he is still sitting at a 71.43% win rate.
Very high win rate indeed in this current tournament here. So That is why perhaps RGPH, they are taking their time here for their last ban in the first phase. They're thinking, right, are we letting go of Valentina or the Gusion? But there you go, the answer. They want to trade the Valentina for the Gusion.
The Valentina's been banned.
Sorry, not the Valentina, rather. But perhaps they might, oh yeah, well, Team Hack, they might pick up the Gusion here, no problem.
Are they comfortable on the Gusion though, is the question. I mean, not a lot of teams have actually picked this up. And if they do pick up the Gusion, it is still a flex pick, so it's definitely a viable option. If they want, they can take away the Cho. I think Min is able to utilize these momentum-based heroes really well. Take it away, especially from Light, is also a really good choice. 9 seconds left on the clock. They're taking their dear time here.
Very, very taking their time here as they are the first pick. But oh my goodness, Team Hack. Game 2 here. I mean, remember, this is match point, and they picked up Esmeralda for their first pick. RSGPH. Yikes. They might pick up the Gusion. And again, Cho just works well.
Yeah, it's Cho. Just go for Cho, right? Still flexed. In all honesty, can be placed in several different lanes. A really good pick. A power pick for Light as well, and I feel like game number 1, a lot of those moments were actually created on the hands of that Way of Dragon, being able to just pick off those members one by one to win those team fights ultimately. So the first 2 picks here, who will it be? Will it be the Gusion? Will it be the Cho? The answer is the Leomord and the Benedetta. We forgot about the Benedetta. The Benedetta is open still, and that is a huge, huge pick for RSG Philippines right now. Benedetta, one of the #1 most used hero with a really good win rate as well. And Leomord to top that all off. So perhaps they want to show exactly how to use the Leomord correctly.
All right. Well, let's see here. Leomord as well as Benedetta. We forgot. You're right. We forgot about the Benedetta. And again, this Benedetta can be technically flexed, but seeing Leomord around, I feel like it is somehow confirmed that this Benedetta will fall to the XP lane. Team Hack, 2 heroes. Gusion is still up and available.
Oh, Beatrix still.
And Atlas
still.
Again. Wow. Well, Benedetta, a very hard hero to catch, but this Leomord can be vulnerable towards that Atlas.
You're right, you're right. Huh, this is interesting. Oh, and there you go! The Kadita was banned in that first game, and because it was left open, you can see RSG Philippines instantly just reacting to the openings of these bans, right? The Benedetta pickup as well as the Kadita. And need we remind you, Exort is a top global Kadita, so most probably this is going to fall into that mid lane.
Wow, adding magical burst in your comp and top 1 Kadita player exhorts. That's gonna be a very lethal composition that RSGPH is building up towards. So again, what is gonna be the response from inside of Team Hack? But in the second phase, RGPH, they opt for a Lilia ban here, again trying to limit the mid lane.
They are starting to limit Mon's heroes here. He does still have a lot of options. He's quite flexible, right? He can use the Diggy in the mid lane, the Eudora. He can use someone like Nana, or even we've seen that actually pop up. So the Yves is also still up for grabs, as well as a Farsa, in case they do want to ban that out. Coming into the second phase here though, Team Hack is going to be the first to ban. Gusion is going to be taken away this time around, and this is quite interesting, realizing that the Kadita and the Leomord have actually already been picked up. So why the Gusion ban?
Perhaps they just want to delay and negate another magical burst rather. So I guess it's just a very good and secure option here for us out of Team Hack. But then again, let's see. RGPH, one last ban here. They might go for another mid lane ban. Team Hack, not a lot of mages up for grabs here for the second phase.
Yeah, I really do think that Farsa is a good option here. It might be a little vulnerable towards the Atlas, but with a Purify, it actually might work. But no, they go in for the Paquito ban. Huh, okay, that makes sense, right? The Benedetta?
Yeah, exactly. Again, securing the hero from that Benedetta. I guess the Phobia's ban is also a very, very good ban, I suppose. A lot of dashes here, a lot of heroes that can trigger that Demonic Force. Team Hack, though, taking their time here for their last and final ban. I suppose they can go for another, well, not another, but I guess they should limit the marksman here. Irithel, Melissa, or even Claude. Yeah.
Claude is still available to pick up here if they want to start limiting that gold lane. We saw the amount of damage coming in from Kusei on the Claude, but they are going to respect the ban. The Cho instead take away from Light. I do believe that this is a wise decision. And this forces Light to choose someone else in that roaming position.
I mean, it's still open here. That Kadita is also flexed, technically, right? But there you go, Claude. We mentioned Claude earlier. I feel like Team Hawk has a huge chance to ban that hero out. But since it just left open, our SGPH will say, thank you very much. Let me take that Claude. Team Hawk, though, 2 heroes to complete their draft. They already have a magical output. They need a bursting one though now.
They need a mid laner at this point, right? I think Lilia is the safer choice because of the pick-off potential. Oh, but it's banned away. So that's why they banned it away. It's the safest pick because they have so much pick-off potential and they have so much dive that it is going to be very difficult for a strong backliner. Someone like Farsa, someone like Eve. But I guess in this position, there you go! I mentioned it! I said that Man could pick up someone like the Nana, and there you go. With so much dive coming in, we do usually see that they go for the counters. Nana is going to be the choice here, as well as the Ling to go and dive into the backline to remain untouched because of the lack of CC coming in from RSG Philippines.
They heard you. I mean, Team Hawk. Athena mentioned Nana. Let me pick up the Nana. RSGPH to close out their draft. They opt for a Grok. And it is settled then. Lights will play the Grok, and that Kadita will fall to the hands of Exhort. And Irad will play that Leo Mornals. Of course, will play that Benedetta.
Ooh, this is interesting, right? Very different compositions here. One going for most team fight, and RSG Philippines with the pick-off type of composition. Who is going to come out on top is the question, as we are going to see a debut of Nana here ever. MPLI 2022, we haven't seen it. I haven't seen it as well in MPL ID ever.
I love it.
I love it.
I personally want Team Hawk to win with this Nana, but let's just see, will they be able to equalize in this game, or RSGPH, are they just too strong? Land of Dawn we go for game 2. Match point still for the Filipinos. Let's see, can they close this one out?
That's the question here. I mean, in terms of that mid lane clear, RSG Philippines definitely have the advantage. Nana doesn't clear as fast as a Grok and a Kadita combined, so it is going to be a little bit more tricky in that sense. But we can see here the Atlas already babysitting that top side, whereas RSG Philippines Light has actually opted to help out with the buff first and put some pressure in that mid lane before he transfers onto that gold lane.
See here already a trade of health, trade of HP. Oh, he needs to be careful though. Exhort jumps in, finds the first blood. My, oh my, Exhort rotating very efficiently there. He rotates bot side, uses the Petrify as well, and grabbing the kill.
Grabbing the kill there. We mentioned that RSG Philippines going to have really good pick-up potential, and they are able to execute it perfectly here in the first minute. But look at this. Min gets caught solo. He's forced to retreat as of right now, and he's going to be unable to defend that Beatrix in that top lane. Kusei, Light, and Irad being just an unstoppable force here in this early game.
Yeah, it seems like now Panda will have extra pressure top side. No war engaged just yet. RSGPH here still eyeing. Oh my god. The crab will be stolen away by Irad.
what I want to highlight is both of these junglers have opted for the same emblem, the Killing Spree. So they are going to be looking for more trades along the map. But here you go, here Light going to force that flicker away. But look at Gary go in and actually able to get it with the Tempest of Blades. That is going to be a kill transferred onto him, as Min might be the next one to fall down. You can see the transformation onto Irad receiving a hefty amount of damage, but luckily enough, he is still able to get out.
Man, what an exchange. Both roamers gets taken down there in the first 2 minutes. So now RSGPH, with that in mind, actually, they are though still slightly ahead on rotations here. And both junglers now focusing themselves on towards clearing the purple buff. But RSGPH still winning the trade.
RSG Philippines, none of them have opted for the Purify though this time around. So if initially it was more difficult to catch Kusei on the Claude, in game number 2, it might be a little easier. However, with the way that they are able to control this early game, you can see the dominance when they go for the neutral objective, like the Turtle, who is going to be taken uncontested as Gary is going to be forced to use that Retribution to get his own buff.
Oh my god, Lola on the back. Sato dealing havoc here on towards Irad. Low HP. With that Phantom Stampede, managed to get away, but now all damage goes on towards Lola. 2v1 was a little bit too much, and he gets taken down. Topside though, Fatalink connects on towards Kusei, finding the kill, finding the compensation. Team Hack, a very good response, and a mirror play.
Really great response. They're able to get some gold out of that top side as well, taking it away from Kusei, like you guys can get gold and level up your coin farming skills with HSBC in and even outside of the game.
Oh, a very interesting match we got here again. Remember, match point towards RSG. Team Hack here, they need to find the best equipment to play, have an unrivaled gaming experience here, of course, with Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G to perhaps equalize in this game.
Equalize in the game. How are they going to be able to go for it? It does seem like Team Hawk, they have a better team fight, but RSG Philippines, they're splitting it up really well. And with the way that things are going, but Fatal Links is going to connect onto Kusei. Still has the BMI though to get away. But that is going to be a resource wasted. But meanwhile here, Gary is going to get stunned.
My god. Take a look at the reinforcements though. The Kadita will not be able to... I might be wrong though. With the help of that purple buff, he is just able to escape. Now Light, without Flicker, will be able to escape as well here. No casualties from both sides. But RSG, with that information, they just went and rotate towards the orange buff. What a macro game.
Uh-oh, but now Lola might be caught here. Still has the Falling Star Moon, but Irad and Knots going in very aggressively. Petrified already used, and you can see the eye for an eye is going to be able to take him down. That is one more member taken down from the side of Team Hawk, as RSG Philippines look for more, but unfortunately not able to get anyone just yet.
I gotta say though, Team Hack responded rather well. They went in and commit onto its top side, get the turret. So the first structure will be taken down here in this game. Team Hack, at this point, right, at this rate, they are still behind, but they are still holding on. But as you guys can see here, RGPH will definitely secure the neutral objective.
Because in terms of like turret control, they're at 1-1, right? They're still able to kind of level RSG Philippines for the moment, and that's going to be very important when it comes to the later stages of the game in terms of that wave control with the way that the lanes are going to be pushing in whose favor. But right now, RSG still standing with a 2,000 gold lead. And, you know, Panda already secured that BOD, right? He wants to play it his way, like you guys can play your way, but Exort goes in once again for the pickoff onto Min, of all people, as the Fatal Links is going to connect onto 2 members, and that's going to be too much damage. 2 members taken down for the side of Team Hawk, and RSG Philippines now caught in a bad situation.
What a play there from Min, staying composed on towards that. He was the recipient of the combination by Yukita, but take a look at the mid side here, Lola. What the heck is this Leo Mort's damage? Iran is just wreaking havoc on towards Lola. 0-4-1 now on that Esmeralda. Not a fun game. Irad here again maintaining pressure, taking the orange buff on Hax's jungle. But again, RSGPH and Team Hack here seems like they're just trading blows and punches.
Yeah. Oh, what?
What the heck?
Gary taken out by Exor. Man, this guy is so active on the map, so wild, and he's only secured the Clock of Destiny, so that's not the maximum potential of damage he's able to output.
I agree. I mean, Gary.
Top global Kadita for a reason, right?
Top global Kadita for sure. And you can see here, it's evident that the pressure is just always there here. You can't rotate easily here with this Kadita, but now it's here. Frozen a little. Eye for an eye and as well as final blow. Just to escape here. Team Hack, they are still getting pressured here in RSG. They are playing this rather well.
They are trying to look for some sort of compensation. You can see Min looking for an engage here. Exor still able to get out with the waves. But now the turtle has already spawned. But oh my god, Light goes in for an engage and there you go, wreaking havoc. The Blazing Duet is able to deal out so much damage. Lola trying to go away with his life, but the passive from Nana is not going to be enough as he's going to be taken away. 4 members once again taken out, a triple kill for Leo Mord. And this is RSG Philippines showing Team Hawk how it's done, how to utilize the Leo Mord to its utmost potential. The snowballing effect definitely very clear as they are now standing 4,000 lead, economy strong.
Light Pog, man. The flicker wild charge connects onwards to the perfect opening for every resource that RSG has to be put out. Jesus, RSGPH, they are just angry here. Minute number 8, and now they are setting up for a 2-0 victory. Team Hack, they are still in it though. I mean, you can't count them out just yet, but it's looking bleak.
Yeah, despite them falling off in these team fights, Gary is still able to get some compensation on the board, right? He was able to get that turret in the top side, trying to level things out. And in terms of those turrets, that's all they can do, right? And that's a beautiful thing about having someone like the Ling. But here you go, Nas and Gary in a 1v1 situation. Gary has to be careful here. He doesn't want to go down before that Lord just crashes into that bottom lane.
Man, oh man. Once again, we can see here from the stats. Rad, Maths, perfect game here for them. Now you can see here the siege on towards the mid tier 1. They will definitely get it. Min, oh, flicker fatalities miss, and in the backside though, take a look at Rad flanking, finding man, finding 2. Double kill will be confirmed as Kusei will find the mid turret. RSG, the setup is just too fantastic.
They have so much damage, they have so much sustain, and no one from Team Hack can actually respond to it. No one can, just absorb it. And it's insane to see. So much pickup potential. They've been able to utilize this super well as that Lord is going to be crashing down in that bottom side. Base turret going to be taken down here as Nas goes into the back line. Look at Irad! He goes in very aggressively and that's it. Min goes down.
Oh my god, here every members one by one. Team Hack bodies is dropping on towards the floor.
Base.
The base a little bit too exposed, and RSG will move on towards the next round. Congratulations, the Filipinos. They are now celebrating all smiles in their gaming house. Team Hack, nice try.
Nice try for Team Hack, and look at the taunt coming in from RSG Philippines. RSG page really showing the Malaysian representatives who's boss. 2 games in a row, very dominant, effortless even.
That's Irad for you folks, showing up his skills, the dance skills, celebrating the victory indeed.
I wish I could dance like you, Irad. Maybe if we get a interview with them, I'm gonna ask him how he got his dance moves from.
That would be a very interesting question indeed, but nice try, Team Hack. I guess your journey here in MPLI 2022 must come to an end, but GG well played from the side of RSGPH, again showing a very high quality of a Mobile Legends.
Yeah, welcome to the semifinals.
Welcome to the semifinals, right?
So today we're gonna limit 8 to 4 teams. So far, it's been Geek Fam securing the first semifinal, and then now we have RSGPH, and we're gonna see the next 2 teams as well in the next 2 matches ahead of us. And so far, it's 1 Indo, 1 PH.
1 Indo, 1 PH securing the semifinal spot for MPLI 2022. But man, the two matches today, all is fast 2-0. But I guess us casters must throw it to the analysts to dissect game 2. What happened in minute number 7? Arashi, please tell me.
Take it away.
Minute number 7, Goni. I'll have to wait and see at the highlights, but before that, let's talk about the game overall, okay? Before we get into those juicy specifics and the pace. I think RSG's real weapon is that pace, man. They don't let you relax, they don't let you regroup and get your bearings. They just keep going at you, and you need to stop them some way or somehow, because if you try and move away, if you try and get them to give up, they are unrelentless and they will chase you down. Let's take a look at some of the items here. And of course, the players you have to actually put your eyes on is Nats as well as Irad. Together, these two are always so dynamic and so aggressive. Of course, Irad on that Leo mode, having a lot of burst damage, going in for the BOD, straight to the Malefic Roar and the Hunter Strike. So maximum amount of physical damage and penetration, ensuring that especially if you're a squishy member, you get deleted. It's not even a fight at that point. It's a deletion from Irad. And we talked about it earlier. Team Hawk might need to try and slow down RSG Philippines. And if you look at the composition, yes, they've bought a Nana who can technically have a lot of crowd control, a lot of slows, but it doesn't really work that well when you're moving backwards. And then even then, the itemization, it's an enchanted talisman into a genius one, so it's more cooldown, but it doesn't really give you as much utility per se. So they run into the same problems, and now with the jungler being an assassin as well, how are they going to take out that Leo Mord? How are they going to try and burst down the Kadira, as well as try and shut down Nats, who is just all over the place, sustaining with the spell lifesteal? It's just so difficult. Now we take a look at the post-game stats. And the highest damage in the game is from the Nana. Man does have a lot of more ways to do a lot of damage, but in the grand scheme of things, it's below 20,000, so it's a tough situation here. And it's very one-sided as far as damage goes even. Almost twice the amount for RSG Philippines. And Irad, 48,000 on his own. That is just tough, man. Kosei isn't even in the picture yet, and he is already just wreaking havoc. And they have no way of stopping the charge, the aggression from RSG Philippines. They just keep moving on forward. And unless you stun them, or unless you take them out, they'll just keep going at you. And Irad himself will be once again the MVP for this game. 10-1-4, 989 GPM. That is unreal. 88% kill participation as well. This guy has no breaks. He just keeps going along with Nats. I keep saying this, but it's really fast. I imagine if you're watching a movie and you see a footage of a guy running fast, and you know someone's on the camera running beside the guy, that's RSG, man. They just don't stop, and you don't really notice how fast they are until it's too late. And I think I think Hawk needs to actually adjust a lot faster and get a lot more tools, a lot more utilities to try and deal with the job. Unfortunately, they were unable to do so, and RSG will have the very dominant performance for this game. And soon, we'll take a look at some of the highlights of that game, and there's quite a few moments that are just so crazy, you have to do a double take. And maybe we'll see what happens in minute number 7, like Goni was requesting before you guys got tossed over to me in the analytical section. And I think you will really see again how far RSG is willing to go if they know that they have a chance to shut you down. In the early game, of course, after taking that Esmeralda, they make sure that the Esmeralda can't really do much. And you see that if Hawk goes aggressively, RSG are very okay, very content in just pushing the pace and matching aggression with aggression. Especially the heroes have a lot more sustainability, a lot more ways to escape from sticky situations. And Exhort, even on the Kadira, has that Thalassophobia, Blessing of the Ocean, that allows him to restore like 65% of all damage done within the last 4 seconds. So even the burst damage coming in from the Kadira plays a huge role as well. Because in the previous game, there are still members that from RSG that just flank around on your sides, and you never really know. And that engage coming in from Light as well. Even though he's not on a Cho, even though he's not on a more quote-unquote dynamic hero, using the Grok to its full potential, knowing that you only have one shot, so he actually makes the best out of it. And look at every time the fight begins. Flanks, aggression, and even if you pull back, they will chase you all the way down to through the distance of like even 2 turrets. And eventually, especially with the Lord in Tau, they'll just push the whole pace and they don't slow down even in front of your base. You do see that even at the core, the members of Hawk are just constantly run over, run through by the members of RSG Philippines. And this is a huge problem that teams out there need to start thinking about, because this strategy is so dangerous and it's really before you know it, you lose your tempo, you lose your bearing, and you lose control of the game. I think that's the important part. When RSG has control, it's a very tough situation. But speaking of tough situations, Goni and Eterna will have to ask some tough questions towards RSG Philippines, so take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Arashi, for your stellar analysis. I like how you say it, control. And it seems like he's right. RSGPH, they have both games in full control, and that is why it's so hard for Team Hawk to find that loophole to turn the game around.
It was impossible. I think too hard was an understatement, but we are going to head into an interview with 1 or 2 members from the side of RSG Philippines. Who do you think it is going to be?
My bet is I have to put on Exort and Kusei. Let's see.
Bring! Hello.
Hello.
Hi, guys. This is Exort and Kusei, right?
Yes.
How are you guys feeling after that 2-0 victory, which was so dominant in both of those games?
Nothing. Neutral. I don't know. We don't know what to feel.
I mean, both of these players are veterans in their own right, and it was insane to see.
Well, yeah, I mean, first and foremost, congratulations, RSG Philippines. I'm sure you guys are ecstatic here in the gaming house, but you guys feel numb after that win. So let's just move on and ask the question here. How are you guys feeling? And, well, how confident are you in winning MPLI 2022?
I think in our run we are feeling pretty confident because we're comfortable with playing to each other and we trust each other. So I really have high trust in this team and I think we can win MPLI.
We can see the camaraderie as well as he's just licking his ear. They're just so close to one another, and we can feel the synergy even in the game. I mean, you guys were able to follow up so well. So if we have to ask, who do you think you guys, because you said you guys are confident to go into the grand finals, right? Who do you think you're going to be competing against in the grand finals?
Hello.
Hello. Are you guys still here?
Hello. Sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah,
I think our internet.
Who do you think you guys are going to be competing against in the grand finals?
The grand finals. If we win again Geek Fam, who's the remaining team? Bren and
ONIC.
I think if we win against Geek Fam, I think for me Bren and us.
Oh, okay. So PH grand finals. Okay.
That's his prediction, though. I want to hear from Kusei, perhaps just a little. Kusei, how do you feel? You're just entered the starting lineup. How do you feel filling that gold lane spot, substituting for Amon?
Ano na-feel mo?
Translate mo.
Puta ka, marunong mag-English, di ba?
Hindi, translate mo na lang.
Sige.
He's asking to translate.
Ano ulit?
Ano na-feel mo kung ano? Sorry, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
How do you feel replacing Amon in that gold lane position? Are you confident or are you comfortable replacing Amon for this tournament?
Sabi mo, masaya ako kasi parang mapaprove ko na kaya ko rin maglaro. Parang mapapatunayan ko rin kay Eman ganun, na kaya ko maglaro sa tournament.
So he feels happy because he can prove to himself and to Eman that he can play in tournaments.
Okay.
Oh, that's cute.
Well, shine bright in the rest for the rest of the tournament here. Again, perhaps any last messages or shout-outs, special shout-outs for people that are supporting RSGPH?
Shout out to my girlfriend.
Can he speak in Tagalog?
Yeah,
of course, of course.
Shout out to my girlfriend and also to Demon Kite who let me play in MPL.
Oh, that's cute.
Very wholesome.
Shout out to Raiders.
Shout out sa family ko and sa Jeff kung walang sawang sumusuporta sa akin and sa mga Raiders na patuloy pa rin sumusuporta. Thank you guys.
So shout out sa mga Raiders and sa family ko, sa lahat na sumusuporta sa amin. Shout out din sa girlfriend ko kay Isa Kaliangan. Salamat sa suporta. Shout out din kay Dylan Aaron Katipon. I love you. Shout out din kay Nathaniel. Shout out sa lahat.
Nathanael.
Again, and thank you so much, and congratulations, RSGPH. Celebrate your victory, but stay focused for tomorrow. See you tomorrow, perhaps, during the interviews. See ya, RSGPH, and thank you.
Thank you, Kusei. Thank you, Exhort.
Wow, what a wholesome interview overall.
Man.
With almost all of the members from the side of RSGPH, technically, but mainly it was Exhort and Kusei there for our standouts. But again, a very wholesome crew, a wholesome team, and indeed, best of luck for RSGPH.
100%. I think that's the best thing I love about RSG Philippines. Even with the second lineup, a different lineup from what we saw in MSC, they're just a really wholesome team, right?
Yeah.
They're so kind, they're so genuine, and they're also very, very wholesome.
I completely agree. But 2 matches
Done and dusted.
And dusted, of
I
course.
knew you were going to say that.
Day 4 here, ladies and gentlemen. We still got 2 matches for you. It's the Battle of the Yellows. ONIC ID will take on Bren. Once again, ID v Philippines. It's going to be a very, very interesting and intense match. Final thoughts for our third match here.
I'm wondering who's going to be able to get into the semifinals, because 4 teams today are going to go home. We have the 2. Who are the next 2? And who are the next 2 who are going to make it into the semifinals to get into that grand final position to show exactly who is going to be the champion of MPLI 2022 this time around.
Make sure to stay tuned and support your team, support your country as well. Goni and Aterna signing out here for MPLI Day 4. See you guys very soon.
Bye!
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have 0 contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of getting my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt, just to show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy. And I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of being what's facing my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, but through the hurt, so show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my work, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal laner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you will have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission to be able to stand in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you will have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours.
Man, oh man, we're back once again for day number 4 for match 3 here again on the ONE Esports MPL Invitational 2022 with Bella Jave and Mirko.
Okay, we're back here. Mirko. For this third match of the day after witnessing 2 amazing matches that happened in the first half of the series today. It's just so crazy that we are happening to be on the 4th day right now. And we are almost reaching the end of the MPL Invitational 2022, which I wonder who is going to be playing for the the grand final later for this one. But yeah, definitely we are here to see a lot of things. But before that, we would like to thank our sponsor because without them, we are not going to be having this amazing event, Mirko.
Definitely not. Thank you to our official sponsors and partners, HSBC, Samsung Galaxy, Omni by FWD, Mick Delivery, and Logitech G for sponsoring and partnering with ONE Esports to get this amazing event running. And so far, we've gone so many crazy moments already, Vela. In MPLI 2022, there's a lot of emphasis on the gold lane, though, this patch currently in this meta.
Definitely how to manage and level up the farming in game and also out game. Here with HSBC, you can watch our how to farm and spend gold in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Maybe you can implement it into the real life and how to make the valuable assets in your life. Definitely with HSBC.
Level up your coin farming skills in-game and your money farming skills in real life with HSBC. Save up some money to get your unrivaled gaming experience with your Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G. That is the phone you should go for, honestly, right? You can fold your opponents just like you fold your phone with the crazy specifications. Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 plus Gen 1 with 12 gigabytes of RAM means that you can say goodbye to any sort of lag while you're playing, while you're watching, while you're doing anything on the phone because it's a multitasking monster.
Yeah, the display is absolutely crazy as well. AMOLED 2 times Infinity Flex display and 120 refresh rate for this Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G, and also get your unrivaled gaming experience with Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G. You already have the money management with the HSBC, you already have the device, you definitely want to have something to play your game. Definitely how to manage your energy, how to play it better, be energized with Omni, with Omni, definitely every day your way. Download it free on the App Store and also Google Play Store now.
Go ahead, check it out right now because it's free. It's a free app on your phone. You guys can check it out anywhere, anytime, any place, and live your day your way. Speaking of doing things your way, though, when you're playing games, you don't want to play the way your friends are playing, the way the enemy team is playing. You want to play it your way as well, and the Aurora collection from Logitech G helps you by giving you that swag, right? Look at that, clean accessory. Usually, when you have a gaming accessory, everyone says, oh, it's ugly, oh, there's so much colors, there's too many. No, this right here, it changes it. Not only do you get that quality of the gaming headset, the gaming accessories, but you also get this clean design, timeless. It'll help you form your own way to play, a new age of gameplay.
Yeah, and you can use the mouse and also the keyboard to go directly to open up all of the social media, all of ONE Esports on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook, because we have all of the newest news, newest update, highlights of the event, any event apparently that it been happens inside of One Esports, go directly check over that one. Not only you can follow them to get the news, but you can also register and win tons of skin by going into the One Esports, because you might get the Venom skin collection here by oneesports.gg/MPLI-win.
Go check it out, man. Why? Why won't you check it out, right? I mean, come on. You get free skins, you get to register for updates, and you get to follow One Esports as well. At this point, might as well join in on the quiz. Do your quiz to find out what type of MLBB hero you guys are on oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB. Again,
I've done it.
Oh, have you done it?
Yeah, I'm a mage.
You're a mage?
Yeah.
What about Arashi?
I think he is a support.
Support? Why support?
Because he is always supporting us.
Oh, man. You know, he's kind of the main character, so I think he's a gold laner, I think, or
a jungler.
Yeah.
A jungler?
Protagonist Arashi. We're living in his world right now, but hey, you guys can live in your own world by taking the quiz and seeing what role or what hero you guys are. And you can also be that main character when you win the tournament here on battlefy.com/OneEsports. Join in the community tournaments by One Esports in MLBB. Find your squad or join with your squad that you already have.
Yeah. Go prove yourself here in the community tournament by One Esports. You might be one of the next pro player. We don't know about that one. We're going to be waiting for that one. And show your skill. You already have the skill, the skin that is free coming from One Esports. You already have the gadgets. You already have the hat set. You have everything already. You follow all of everything, but you also want to have more skin, right? But sometimes, I don't have so much diamond. I already got the free. Can I get something cheaper?
Boy, oh boy, I got you covered, Vela. Of course, with the Double 11 Mega Sale, the largest annual sale that MLBB has ever done. You guys can get your skin only for one diamond, one promo diamond. The golden diamond that you get when you log in or when you top up, that's only what you need to get your skins here. Top up once, get the golden diamonds, get free skins basically with the largest annual sale.
Oh my god, it will happen right now. You can collect all of it. Just log in, play with your friends. You will get an extra gold diamond. That is so crazy. MLBB One Esports supporting us to get free skins, to get cheap skins, to level up our game, and also to listen more about today's analysis, because today we have 4 matches again, just like what happened in the previous day. But who is actually going to be going for the 3rd match? That is going to be the huge thing here, because Silver's matches, honestly, that is a surprise for me. Because
it's insane.
It is. M4 qualified teams, both of them, are not proceeding into the next stage and being stopped by Geek Fam and along with RSGPH that is winning 2-0 over Blacklist International and Team Hawk. That is a huge thing that happened. We don't know what the last 2 representative for M4 here, ONIC Indonesia, that will be going against Bren. That is one of the strong team from Philippines, along with RSC Singapore going against Todak.
There you go. There's so many crazy teams already. The champions so far of Malaysia and Philippines have fallen. Blacklist International, like you said, losing to Geek Fam in a 2-0 fashion.
2-0.
A clean sweep for Geek Fam, which was a massive upset. Insane by Geek Fam. I don't know how they managed to pull that off. 2-0, but Geek Fam and RSGPH have secured themselves the semifinal position. Right now, we're going to take a look at the lineups for both Bren and ONIC. here it is, the official team lineups of both ONIC Esports and Bren. But we're going to start with ONIC Esports right now. Drian, Boots, CW, Kyrie, and Samo HT. One of the tournament favorites as well, but coming in here with their secondary lineup.
But we know that actually Boots, Kyrie are, along with CW, Chewe here, are the top stars from Indonesian players. And I do want to see the battle later between Bren and also ONIC Esports here, ONIC ID on the gold laner, because definitely we are seeing right now gold laner is one of the players that always been on the spotlight here, because Bren Esports with Pew, Flapz, Super Marco, Kletz, and also Ogwen here. Super Marco, we saw them yesterday playing really well for the amazing gameplay coming from Super Marco itself, and I want to see the matchup later with CW or Chewe here to prove who is actually a better gold laner between these two orange team, because both of them are showing a really good quality on the laning phase. But aside of that one, I mean, like, the draft that can be brought by both of them is also like top notch, and
crazy.
I don't know what is actually gonna happen next. We saw Nana being picked previously. We saw tons of hero that we are not considering to be picked inside of MPL Invitational 2022, and we don't know is ONIC Esports gonna be showing their strategy inside of MPL Invitational, because most of the
M4 qualified
teams are gone.
Most of them have kind of steered away from revealing their main sort of draft strategy here, but for ONIC Esports, once again, I think the main man we need to take a look at, or the main highlight lane or highlight role in this matchup, has to be Kyrie and Kyle TZ. Both super young players. Kyle TZ, obviously a rookie, a super rookie in the Philippines. Kyrie is not a rookie, but the first, well, he's technically a rookie in MPL Indonesia, right? Because he made his debut in ID this season, and he was able to capture the MPL Indonesia Season 10 trophy with this lineup. Samo and Drian, although they're the quote-unquote secondary lineup, they got a lot of time to play in the regular season, and they're quite solid as well. You know, I don't think this lineup is considerably weaker than the Sans Keyboy lineup, but it's a bit safer. Sans Keyboy, they want to go for those crazy engages. Meanwhile, Drian and Samo, they're a bit chiller. You know, they take a chill, they go for the fundamentals. They use the fundamentals to get the lead.
So they are more into the discipline kind of situation and more into the maybe situational pick-off that might happen later on the ONIC Esports going against Bren. But back again, the draft inside of MPL Invitational 2022 is just like a surprise thing. We haven't seen a lot of stuff before. We witnessed that actually Philippines are very comfortable with Martes, Peck going into the jungle, Irat. God, I think like he is, for RC Philippines, correct me if I'm wrong, but they are having like 100% win rate whenever they are using Martes.
Oh, in the first game of the match against Alter Ego, they lost with the Martes, but still, I think they've only lost on the Martes once. So
aside of that one, they are not losing.
They've been steamrolling through their competition. Even the Malaysian champions were taken down in a clean sweep by RSGPH 2-0. So we'll see once again, ladies and gentlemen, will the champion curse continue with all the champions being knocked out already? Burn X Flash early on in their first match. Team Hawk in their first match, Blacklist in their first match. Now, two champions left standing, right? Indonesian champions and Singaporean champions for the last two matches here. Will ONIC ID break that curse, or will they fall as well and make it a non-M4 qualified semifinals?
That is gonna be very interesting. If that happens, that is gonna be very crazy. But if not, it means most of the strategy for M4 gonna be revealed here.
Exactly.
And gonna be read off, even though that they will have time again to try to consider new strategy, but it's gonna take a lot of things. I mean, like, you need to prepare more for the M4, but definitely, who doesn't want to win the prize pool coming for MPL Invitational 2022? I mean, like, it's $100,000 US. Miracle. Who doesn't want it? Me, I want it.
I want it. I would go all in for it, right? And again,
Definitely.
Vela, maybe, again, this time, I feel like revealing your M4 strategy or your best strategy isn't the worst thing possible, because considering there's a pretty huge gap between when this is being held currently in November to M4, which is in January. We're still going to be getting a few more patches before we get into M4. I don't think that excuse is relevant here anymore, right? Again, the excuse saying that, oh, the teams aren't, going all out. Sure, maybe they might not be going 100%, but they're still trying their hardest without those best strategies. They're just using the 80% strategies, the 80% power for the team, but it's still a lot here in MPLI 2022, and it just shows you that the level of competition has risen in every single region right before M4.
Yeah, so definitely that is going to be the case here for ONIC ID and also Bren. That is going to be going for the best of 3 series. I want to know what kind of things they're going to show, or maybe some of the teams already like warming up before these 4 M4 champions qualified team play, because one of them already like getting more situated with the draft and also with the land of dawn itself, because they're already practicing like fighting against the other team inside of MPL Invitational. It might be the case as well. So yeah, a lot of things can happen. I want to see more. To be honest, I want to see the Leomore pick again before we witness it from the second match. How RSC Philippines with the Leomore pick able to like lay
steamroll again, stampede their way all the way. Hawk just got stomped in the game. In those 2 games, it really felt like RNG had control the entire game.
They
right?
play back the discipline.
10,000 gold lead, discipline. So it's the perfect mix of aggression and discipline for RGPH currently with this roster that they have. But once again, we are going to be talking about ONIC ID and Bren Esports. Bren, very interesting drafts we saw from Coach Ducky yesterday from the entire team, where they picked a Saber and a Harith. First time we've seen both of these heroes in MPLI, and it got the dub. It got a victory up against EVOS Legends in game 1.
Yeah, despite they're having like quite hard time in the second game going against EVOS before, but I do feel like if they are fixing more into the communication, into how to fix things and also play more aggressively, because they were having tons of the draft that can happen and the digging that put into the damage kind of situation. Are they going to be prioritizing over the Akai again here? Maybe they're going to be focusing over Valentina to get on their hand. Maybe they're going to pick over the Benedetta, because I do feel like Benedetta right now is one of the top hero that always being picked by the teams inside of MPL Invitational 2022. And yeah, I mean, like all of that updates, news can be shown inside of the One Esports social media.
Check it out.
So check it out directly. Follow it out on Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and also Facebook page. Go get it now. Go.
What are you doing if you're not following One Esports, man? All the latest news, information, and everything around esports in any of those social media platforms that you can check. Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. Like Vela said, go and check it out, and also register to win the Venom Skin Collection on oneesports.gg/MPLI-win.
Yeah, go get it now. The Venom Skin, 5 of them can be given out to you guys. The Gashian one, the Angela one, maybe the Harley one, Hanabi.
Hanabi, all right, yeah.
Dairoth, is it?
Dairoth, you're right, the Venom Skin. So there's gonna be there is a lot of heroes that has the Venom Skin that's really meta right now. Like you said, the Dairoth, the Gushin. We are going to see some more later on as well in the future, but I want to know what type of MLBB hero I am.
What do you think you are?
You know,
it's only like 6 questions actually. It's a very short
6 questions.
6
so
questions.
I can do it right now.
Yeah, you can if you want to.
All right.
But we are going to be casting soon.
Unfortunately, I don't have my Z Fold with me here. It's upstairs in the talent room. But if I do have my Z Fold, I'll probably just do it right here, right in front of you guys. But you guys can do it right now while we wait and look at you while you do it, all right? oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB. Do it now.
Do it now.
Now.
No. It's less than 1 minute actually
less than 1 minute.
to finish all of the question, but also it's less than 1 minute to go check out battlefy.com/OneEsports to find your squad and join the community tournament by One Esports. Go check it out. Maybe you can find your own squad and maybe you will be the next pro player. We will see you guys.
Oh, we'll see, right? We'll see. Maybe you can be the next Kyle TZ, Kyrie, Albert, right? Here in this matchup, both Kyrie and Kyle TZ, they're very young players. Very young players. super young players, and both of these players have had more success around the Assassins. Although for Kyrie, he's more of a well-rounded jungler here, and on the utility he performs, on the fighters he performs. On the Assassins, he's a different beast. Kyle TZ, I've only really seen him comfortable mostly on the Assassins. On the utility picks, he does find success as well, but it's usually on an Akai when he's on the utility role, right? That's it.
More into the CC kind of hero coming from the Akai itself. But less than 1 minute, we will be witnessing a lot of stuff to be picked here by both of the coaches. I really want to know, but just like what you've mentioned, I think like young players right now, I sometimes wonder how is like they are able to handle all of the pressure inside of the game to be able to beat all of the odds to win the game. I mean, like, they're very young, but they are able to do it. I mean, like, they are super talented. How they are able to play the hero that is very hard mechanically, and how they are playing in the macro and micro gameplay that is really well. I just like don't know the pressure to be a pro player, but also like whenever they win, they got that satisfaction over the winning. It's just like a big things. A young,
massive thing, right? And here
very
we are
young, but also changing life.
Exactly. Young players, prodigies stepping in here, but also some veterans. Drion on ONIC ID playing all the way since Season 2, actually. And from the side of Bren, we all know who it is. Flap, TZ, and Few, the two veterans of the team that had just been on this team for so long. And from Flap, he's confident coming off the taunt from Evos yesterday. We'll see now as Bren goes onto the blue side, ONIC Esports on the red side. We're starting the drafts off right now with instantly the Fairmiss and the Valentina being banned out by both respective teams. Respecting the power of both heroes that has been so successful and so trio in MPLI 2022.
Yeah, the hero are now getting banned. Akai is also one of the hero that is going to be very good to be picked here to be on the jungle as the utility hero that is actually creating so much chaotic things by the heavy spin as well. But Ganshan is also gonna be banned here. We still have 1-1 along with the. I still feel like right now, if you want to focus over the Vanny, it's also gonna be very good to be banned because Vanny is just like. Both of them are Assassin's players, so definitely they are going to be able to use the Vanny here. A Vanny with the ability to just move around with the steel cable along with the cutthroat. It's definitely need to be banned in my opinion. So if they are going to ban it, it's going to be better. But if they are not, it means that they already have prepared something over it. But no, 1-1.
Yeah, fun fact actually, in the MPL Indonesia playoffs, ONIC Esports were the only team who didn't ban Fanny throughout the playoffs, right? They didn't respect the Fanny because, hey, they already know how to beat the Fanny. They let the Fanny go when they faced off against Aura Fire, where you know how lethal Kabuki is on the Fanny, and ONIC, they knew how to counter it. Fanny was sitting at a negative win rate against, well, in the MPL Indonesia playoffs entirely, but here, Fanny will be banned out. What ONIC wanted to do just now was to force Bren to choose between Fanny and Wanwan, or leave both open. So ONIC were comfortable to actually trade with those two heroes, right? ONIC Esports with CW being #1 in Jakarta for the MMR on Wanwan. He's confident to play the Wanwan up against the Fanny, but now Bren Esports with the first pick. Yesterday we saw a crazy first pick. This time I think we might see a normal standard first pick. The Benedetta has always just been a solid pick for Bren. If it's not the Benedetta, you can expect something like maybe the Matilda.
Matilda have like huge pick rate here inside of MPL Invitational 2022. But Benedetta, just like what you've mentioned, is a very popular hero to be picked lately with a lot of ability and also the flexing condition. It can go to the XP lane, it can go to the jungle side. So it's a very flexible pick coming from Bren. But from ONIC, they definitely want to answer it with something else. I mean, like, if you're facing a Benedetta in the laning phase here, this might be one of the good options here to just try to ignore things. But if you want to, they can try to pick over the Matilda that's still left open. Irital is also like one of the hero that is gonna be picked quite a lot. But Matilda along with Lilia, they're securing the mid lane here. The ability to have early game aggression with these two heroes on the side of ONIC Indonesia.
Agreed. Benedetta here are going to be picked up. ONIC Esports again with 2 prio picks, but 2 heroes instantly towards Samo and Drian. Now Bren Esports with a response against the Lilia here in the mid lane. They are going to lose in the pressure department, right? Something to actually equalize in the mid lane prio or mid lane control department is going to be that Cho or Lolita, combined with something that can clear fast as well, Yves or Farsa. Those are the 2 combination of heroes if you want to go for mid control up against Matilda and Lilia, but they might just go for a gold lane pick first. Super Marco has found a lot of success on the Irithel, but they do just go, oh, the Claude, all right. But I was right about the Lolita here. They go for the Lolita again, just adding more into Bren Esports composition here with that mid control department on Ogwen as well. It's just a comfort pick for him.
Yeah. Especially with the Numenon Blast, it will be a very huge opener to go against the player. But Martes pick coming again here for ONIC Indonesia. We know that actually Martes so far have a better win rate inside of the jungle rather than the XP laner. But also with the Azure Aura and also the Mortal Coil coming from Martes, I do feel like Martes is going to be able to actually ignore or maybe cancel the Numenon Blast coming from the Lolita, which is going to be very nice, along with the Decimate coming from the Martes itself. But it means that they really need a setup hero to help ONIC to go for it. They already have the Matilda, but it's single target kind of hero with the Guiding Wind to go for it. But they're going to be banning over the jungle here for the side of Bren, despite this Benedetta still can be a flax for Bren itself. But I'm not really sure about like what should we mention about Bren, because Bren always revealing a lot of stuff to be shown inside of the mid lane. Yesterday we were seeing Saber, so we cannot predict what kind of things that they're going to pick for this ring.
I think now we should be safe from that Saber pick now, right? Because they do have a Martis, they do have the Matilda, a lot of disengage here up against Bren Esports, but Bren are already starting to narrow down the counters towards Claude and just that gold lane. ONIC Esports with CW, they have such a deep hero pool on that man in the gold lane, so I think they're going to be fine with these bans onto him. He can still play a whole lot of other heroes like the Popo and Koopa up against the Claude, the Brody as well, but Bren, I don't know, if they actually want to go for something crazy here, they might go for a ban towards, I'm looking at it, Paquito. Respect. They need to respect Boots. In MPL Indonesia Season 10, Boots has played mostly Paquito. His favorite hero is Paquito, and that's his comfort hero. I think he was sitting at an 80% win rate by the time the regular season ended. That's an incredible stat line for someone who's picked it up I think 15 times. 80% win rate. That is massive on the MPL stage.
That is so crazy. But also thinking about Esmeralda, that can be a really good pick coming for the side of ONIC. Are they going to be trying to pick over that one, or they are not going to be revealing it yet? But Paquito is still available after Irithel that is being banned. But no, they are going to be picking for the Beatrix first before revealing who is actually going to be their surprise pick here. Still, Martis is a flex pick. It can still go to the XP laner and also can go to the jungler. We are not sure what is going to be the thing coming from ONIC. They are going to be waiting for the brand pick first before going for it. But Kadita is still a very good open right now. But if it's like a Numenon Blast setup, they can still go for the Yves or maybe a Farsha to go against ONIC, despite it's going to be disturbed quite a lot by the presence coming from the Martis and also Matilda itself.
Yeah, that's why they went for the Beatrix pick first, right? They want to see what Bren Esports picks as a mid laner. If it's a Farsa or a Yves, they might just go for a Yuzhong in the XP lane. So Bren, they pick up the Paquito here for the jungle, most probably, and the Yves. So this is it on Esports with the response. They can go for something like a Yuzhong, but they can also go for something like a Terizla. They go for the Esmeralda, so both wrong. They just want to absorb as much of that shielding as possible from the real world manipulation with the Esmeralda. Boots on that Esme. And what do you think about the Paquito and the Yves?
Oh my god. The Paquito is actually going to be very good to go against Des Martes, despite the CC is not going to be able to go do something to the Martyrs, but at least the damage can be very huge against it. But Boots with Esmeralda. I mean, like, that is a signature coming from Boots itself with the Esmeralda. So I do feel like Flap2Z along with Boots in the laning phase is gonna be a huge highlight here, along with Super Marco going against this Jewe. But I do feel like if it's Beatrix against Cloud in the early stage, it's supposed to be for Beatrix, but we are not sure. It depends on the things that gonna happen inside of the Land of Dawn.
The execution we'll see here in the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, will ONIC Esports break the champion curse, or will they prevail and progress to the semifinals of MPLI 2022? ONIC Esports versus Bren. Bren on the blue side, starting on that orange buff. Meanwhile, Kyrie starting on the purple buff. But here you can already see Samo being a nuisance, jumping in, but you can see the reinforcements coming in from the rest of Bren Esports. Samo gonna try to get out now with the guiding wind. Flickers out to safety, but he's gonna be slowed down by Few as he's looking for his first blood. Few looking for the damage, gets it. First blood over to Bren Esports.
Oh my god, the damage from Kyle TZ is just too huge because he's using high and dry instead of taking over the killing spree or the other emblem. He really wants to jump out to the backline to focus on the Beatrix, on maybe the Lilia later on. So that is a very huge point coming from Kyle TZ for the pick off later. But coming from Carry is more focused into the Demon Slayer. It means that he wants to play objectively rather than going into the fight. So Bren will force ONIC to do more early team fight rather than ONIC that is one to play more and to give the space to the Esmeralda to later on be the sandbag in front for the ONIC itself. It's gonna be very unique stuff here coming.
It's a better front-to-back composition for Bren, right? If they actually are able to create a good front lining for their back line, it's going to be massive for them. And they need to look for a good 5v5. Just as I say that, Bren Esports up top, able to find another pick. Kyrie waiting in this bush, trying to dish out some damage back onto Flap as he sets up for the turtle that's spawning in 3 seconds. But Bren, with Kyle TZ on the high and dry, just notice that. That's why he was able to actually burst down the Esmeralda as they're looking for more. Oh, Gwen stunning Samo up. Flap TZ is going to reset perhaps this turtle right now. No real reason to go for it, but ONIC want to go for it. Boost jumps in with a falling star move. That's going to be the final blow onto Kyrie, slaying him there as Kyle TZ will probably take this turtle. Ooh. It's a kill over towards Few. Drian going to be caught as well. It's a 2-for-1 for Bren Esports as they win in the neutral objective control department as well. Kyle doesn't want to stop. Samo going to be able to disengage with the guiding wind and the circling eagle.
Oh my god, this is just a huge thing for Bren. They are able to secure 4 points of kills. They are leveling up the coin farming skill with HSBC definitely. After taking the turtle, they're just like having so much thing on their hand. They're leading by 1.2k. It's quite huge for the first 3 minutes. They are winning in the terms of war and they are forcing ONIC to do something in the early stage when they know they are not supposed to do it. I mean, like, Kyrie need more time to get at least 1 or 2 items to go and rival the gaming experience with Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G.
Bren's neutral objective setup throughout this tournament so far has just been unrivaled, just like the Z Fold 4 5G, right? They have been able to get the first turtle or to get more control on neutral objectives in every single match that they've played. And here you can see again Kyle TZ being such a menace against Samo. Has to back off though, is able to, and he's still energized like a winner currently with Omne. You guys can do the same. Every day your way, take it right now. Kyrie though gonna be caught. Has the dashes to get out and the anti-CC as well, but early on with the 1,000 gold lead for Bren, they can do whatever they please. Flap being such a menace, cutting the wave under the tier 2. He's definitely playing his way with the Aurora collection. And Kyle TZ wants to punish Kyrie again. They're jumping onto him right now. Kyrie is still able to dash again. Flap TZ to be caught, but the damage comes through again from Boots, who's able to hit them back. Bren falling back, and it's ONIC Esports with a reset.
Yeah, right now it's on the reset. They want to take it back, but Super Marco already finishing the Demon Hunter's Sword. It's gonna be very important for the side of Bren. They really need that power spike items for the side of Cloud. They're gonna be needing it really well, but reward manipulation is already being opened up. The turtle gonna be the main target right here.
The final blow is popped to the back lines right now, gonna be gunned down by CW as the Numenon Blast comes in. Kyrie doesn't care about the turtle. Samuel getting out with Low HP, 1 HP there, but a shutdown is going to be taken by CW. Now 1-0 on the board, but Bren did get the neutral objective. CW looking for that top side. Super Marco staying in lane to trade it out. I would say this trade is going to be worth it for ONIC Esports in the long run because they get a kill onto CW. But looking at it again now, if ONIC don't get the turret here, it's actually still going to be worth it for Bren Esports. Super Marco was free farming down below, and he got a turret.
That's the thing. He is like climbing up the gold big. He wants to get the power spike item that he needs. But Butch just finished the Enchanted Talisman just now. I think like more into the tanky item. It's going to be needed definitely from the side of Esmeralda. He's going to be like tanking all of the damage given. Blade Armor going to be one of the very good items to go against this Cloud. And also the Dominance Eyes. But for Alquin, I do feel like Alquin's setup is just like coming really well. But oh, in the top lane, we're saying the Nomadic Blast. It happened and able to take CW down just like that.
Oh, in the bottom lane as well, it's Bren who are pushing the pace. Boots able to actually win this out in the trade. Both Kyle TZ and Flap TZ going to be zoned away. But you're right, CW now going to be the target for Bren Esports. And it's a brilliant target by Bren Esports. They need to shut CW down. 6 minutes, Golden Staff. Not good for ONIC Esports now. Super Marco is level 9 as well. Brenner looking to collapse up top. Few has the real world manipulation to set it up, but they will just disengage for now. They do not want to look for anything too crazy. Take a look at the items though. This is insane. DHS and Golden Staff in the 6th minute. That's so early.
It is, and he able to have the steel plate to handle the damage from the side of ONIC, especially from Priory along from CW right here. They are using all of the resource to handle up the damage that is given by Bren. The aggressive movement, they want to force it more to the side of ONIC because they know the Esmeralda late game is going to be a huge problem. But right now, real world manipulation is already being opened up. Kyrie jumping in. What will happen?
Luminal Blast going to be cancelled out there. Kyrie getting the retribution, but Blazing Duet comes into the back line with a Petrify as well to lock Kyrie down. Drian on the way. CW flickering out to safety with 1 HP. Oh, Gwen looking for more fuel. Popping in a sprint, looking for the hunt down to CW, but he gets sniped down. CW falls though to the hands of Ogwen. It's a double kill for CW. Super Marco still farming. I think it's still worth it for Bren. I don't know. 2 for 2. If they get the turret here, it will be worth it for Bren. But ONIC are still holding on to that lead. Ogwen not going to get hit by that falling Star Moon. Turtle and 2 for 2.
That double kill from CW, it's a huge moment. I mean, like, he almost get caught. Yeah, definitely he is being taken down in the hand of Ogwen, but that is Ogwen. That is not the core coming from Bren Esports itself, but there's another movement coming to the top lane. Despite they're taking the turrets, but I do feel like Boots already using a lot of resource coming from Bren. That is a huge information. I mean, like, Nomadic Blast already been used. It's not going to be there for the at least 40 to 60 more seconds. So for the side of ONIC, they're going to be trying to do something else in return. They are trying to mirroring Bren on the movement, but I do feel like they don't have enough resource. They don't have enough damage, just like what Bren have in the early stage. So they're like struggling quite a lot here, but the difference, it's still bearable. I mean, like 2,000 gold. It's not what I was thinking. I thought it's going to be like more than 5,000 gold because all of the aggressive movement that is given by the side of Bren.
Let's see, they're maneuvering over top side. Boots is so low. What? Did you get soloed there? Kyle TZ with a solo kill. ONIC Esports with no response. Oh, they do actually respond with that play towards the bottom side. So perhaps it was intentional by ONIC Esports, but still a kill on Boots. That was a kill picked up by Kyle. He's already snowballed. With a little bit more gold, he can get even more damage in his item build.
Is he forcing to use the retribution in the top lane? That's why they're not wanting to do something about it. Because that lot is spawning right now. But is ONIC Esports able to hold it up since like the AoE effect coming from Bren, the CC, with the Nomadic Blast is actually pretty huge to going against the ONIC Esports. Just like what I've mentioned, they don't have anything to go inside. They don't have anything to dive into the side of Bren.
All right, there he goes. Super Marco putting on so much damage. Kyle TZ securing the Lord. Good zoning by Bren Esports. And again, that setup is so good by Bren, but look at this. Falling Star went onto the side of Kyle TZ from Boots. Number Blast gonna be able to connect, but it's gonna be Kyrie who nullifies, neutralizes the stun with his anti-CC. Flap dealing out so much, but will be hit on as well by the blooms coming in from Drian. It's just Bren Esports picking up the Lord and backing off.
I do think like ONIC able to handle up all of the damage, but that is not stopping there. They still want to do some more, but Boots is down.
Man.
He just wants to take up 4 heroes directly from Brad when the Lord is marching from the bottom lane. This is not looking good for ONIC. I don't know what is actually happened to ONIC, but ONIC doesn't seem to play like usual.
They're losing out on that setup game, right? It's not the usual ONIC Esports, but if you take a look at it, the MPL champions, all of them, all the M4 teams actually, haven't been looking the same. So again, 3.4k gold lead as Bren Esports completely take this lead. Samo gonna be dove on. My goodness, that's a lot of damage. Final blow by Flap TZ. CW caught in a knockout strike of Kyle. Kyrie petrified and instantly taken down by Flap. It's a disaster for ONIC Esports. It's Bren knocking on the base of ONIC right now. Super Marco is gonna try his best to siege down in the base turret.
And Super Marco already having what he needs to give all of the damage that he wants to the side of ONIC. But look at that kill, TZ. That is actually just giving so much damage.
Man, that's so much damage, so much CC, utility, everything being thrown out at ONIC Esports. Bennett ultimate gonna be popped there. Boots instantly denied. CW figuring forward to find that shutdown onto Kyle. But Bren Esports disengaged now. Ogwen being that front line. Meanwhile, Flap, the typical maneuver from Flap. He goes in for that split push and gets the second base turret of the game.
Oh my god, Super Marco finishing off the Malefic Roar here on the hand of Cloud. Yes, CW also having the same item here, Malefic Roar, that is just done. But look at even the damage that is given by CW. It's not even there to stop the movement coming from Brad. Just like Mirko have mentioned, the setup is just being so good coming from Brand with the Numanon Blast, with the real-world manipulation, the dive in with Super Marco that using the Blazing Wet. I mean, like, how can they handle all of the damage that is given? For ONIC, yeah, they do have the power by having Drian on the Lilia, but that's it. I mean, like, even the Falling Summer coming from Boots, I don't see a very good Falling Summer to point out the player coming from Brand. Even the Mortal Coil doing the same thing. He only nullified or cancel the Numanon Blast one. Aside of that one, I don't think there is a good option. But Flapsy.
Oh, they're looking for the pick off now onto Flap, who has the eye for an eye. Gonna be gunned down though. That's a kill over to ONIC Esports. Up top, Drian slain. Base wide open. Bren Esports using this to finish the Lord up. It's a good trade towards Bren Esports as they just trade Flap for the enhanced Lord.
Oh my god, how easy finishing off the Blade of Despair after that Malefic Roar. He have 2 penetration with the Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, going with Bloodlust Eggs along with BOD. That is a huge damage even for Boots that doesn't have enough. Oracle here, still going for the Oracle, but finishing off that Blade Armor. He is unable to hold it up from Brand itself. Even 2 Blade Armor already been done by them. And Kyrie, he's going more into the tankiest item rather than going for the damage item here from the side of Martis. But I don't think like it's very... I mean, like, usually we are seeing the Martis just like that, but Lord right now marching to the base of ONIC. Will ONIC able to hold it up and try to give back what they're supposed to give to the side of Brad?
Boots with the Falling Star Moon knocking 3, immobilizing 3, but that's going to be Cal TZ gunned down by CW as he flickers out of the real world revelation. Numanon Blast going to be popped in. That's going to be a massive Numanon Blast as his catches everyone. Super Marco melts them down. That's game number 1 over to Bren. It happened to Hawk and Blacklist now. ONIC caught by the curse as well.
Oh my god. That Numanon Blast is just so expensive. 4-man Numanon Blast that is just stopping the movement coming from ONIC Esports. They are unable to do anything, basically. They are unable to get close to the player of Brad. The dive in that is come by Benedetta Paquito using the Electro Vinyl Blow along with that Numanon Blast coming from Lolita. It's just too much. I mean, like, from the hero, I do feel like Matilda going along with Lilia is not such a really good combo going against that Yves along with Lolita. The setup movement with the Momentum Blast, Real War Manipulation going against the burst damage. Yeah, I do agree that Lilia's damage is huge. But how can the Lilia get close to that Yves? How? The range is just too far.
Exactly, right? Usually with the Lilia and Matilda, they get the lead through lane dominance, and the Lilia will be able to push on some damage with the black shoes. But again, I think Kyle TZ snowballed a bit too much with the high and dry. Lilia, every single time Drian showed up on the map, boom, 2 jabs, 2 heavy left punches, and Lilia disappears. So the burst meta is in true effect currently for all the teams, and ONIC Esports need to adapt, because if not, it might be another 2-0. Today, all games have been wrapped up in a 2-0.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, it happened again. The champions of a region, of Indonesia this time, not performing to their normal standard. It happened to Blacklist, Hawk, and now to ONIC Esports.
Will they be able to recover for that one? Let's ask our analysts what is actually going to be needed to be done by ONIC. Arashi, please tell us.
Hello. What can ONIC do? What can they adjust to actually get the victory? That's a very tough question, man. Bren Esports are doing so good, and it's all about tempo and momentum with them. Whenever Flap TZ just gets a bit of an advantage, you already see that it's so annoying and so difficult for ONIC to deal with him. And overall, I do feel like the early game could have been more proactive from ONIC Esports, because they do have a quote-unquote innate advantage in the mid lane, in my opinion. They have that Matilda, and in addition to that, they have the Lilia as well, so that's a lot of wave clear, but what were they able to do with it? And Kyrie, of course, going for more of a tank build on the Martis, attempting to just have a clear shot at going for those retributions. It worked out once, but for the most part, right, they're giving up a lot of pressure in the early game, and if you look at Bren Esports, they got a very scary composition as well, with the Paquito and the Lolita, especially with the Yves in the mid lane. I think early on, especially when the Yves still has no items, ONIC Esports can take more advantage, but of course that is not the strategy they go with, and they were unable to shut down any of the laners from Bren Esports either. So once they reach their power spikes, they just start going out of control. Flap on this Benedetta in particular is just so lethal and such a problem. And if you don't have a lot of crowd control to deal with him, it's going to be a bit difficult. And for ONIC Esports, there really isn't. The only real way for them to try and crowd control Flap TZ is maybe using Kyrie, or even using the Circling Eagle from Samo, but that is not the right target anyways. And especially for Boots, if you take a look at his items earlier, he is forced to try and itemize to go against ability damage, like from Flap TZ and Cal TZ, and also from the attack damage coming in from Super Marco with the Blazing Duet. But at the same time, he needs to try and get a Dominance Ice to deal with the regeneration from Flap TZ as well. So he is stuck being relatively squishy despite building 3 physical defense items, and that is just insane. I don't know if it's intentional, but if it is, it's insane strategization from Bren Esports. And if you look at the stats, considering that the highest damage dealt is from Boots, that is not the result you're looking for. Boots is usually very active, very dangerous, but he is not the main guy who do all the damage. Usually CW or even Kyrie would have a lot better of a time, a lot more damage dealt. And Drian on the Lilia, a very strong early game and very good to the late game as well. Not enough damage, almost matched up by the full tank Martis from Kyrie. So clearly, the whole game didn't go as planned, as predicted from ONIC Esports. And the MVP for this game gonna be Ogwen on that Lolita. 2-0-1, and 76% kill participation is really high. And he's able to actually go very aggressively due to the fact that his team has pressure. For the most part, he is very actively hiding in the bushes, waiting for the right chance to go with that huge Numinous Blast, and several times it absolutely does pay off. Because if you look at it, both teams actually have quite the short to mid range for all their heroes. So if he can find a nice small hidden bush to hide in and go with that Luminant Blast, it's very dangerous. And I think that is part of the reason why ONIC can't really go as proactively as they want to, because at any point, if they get hit by a 4-man Luminant Blast, it's going to be very, very tough for them to recover from that situation. So it all begins from the laning phase, and with that laning advantage, they go to the map pressure. And from map pressure, they use the vision. So I think Bren is just so good at using what they have, what is available, and maximizing the advantages they can get using those very small leads that usually maybe won't be a big factor that will decide the end of the game. And I think we're going to see a bit of highlights to see exactly where Bren was able to take advantage, and maybe what exact moment is it where ONIC Esports starts losing control and have the game taken away from them by Bren Esports. All the way from the early game here, it's already the first blood, because as you can see, for the most part, ONIC isn't aiming to try and get that early game dominance. Whenever the fight breaks through, you see that Bren is very smart at deciding, okay, what do we want to do? We're going to go for the Lord, for the Turtle, then we go for Kyrie, and that's exactly what they do. And I think when it comes to that, ONIC is just a bit out of, I don't know, they were just caught off guard again and again. Right there, CW gets caught as well. And if you look at all these plays, for the most part, they are done off the back of that Luminant Blast. And even if you really use one of your big ultimates to shut down, to stop the Luminant Blast, Bren Esports have a lot more abilities, a lot more heroes that require crowd control to deal with. As we mentioned earlier, like the Benedetta from Flap TZ, like the Claude with the Blazing Duet. So the lack of crowd control was really punishing for ONIC Esports, and Bren know that, and they keep pushing the tempo. It doesn't even matter when ONIC try and turtle and play safely under their base. Bren Esports just understand that the advantage is there, the possibilities are present for them to try and take advantage, and they just keep going aggressively again and again. And if they get the right members, if they can knock up CW or shut down Boots before the fight even begins, they already know that they can just push the tempo and keep going. And they just did not make any mistakes, didn't give up any shutdowns, and did not allow ONIC the space and the time to try and farm back to recover from this very difficult game. So I think if ONIC wants to try and find more success, maybe investing a bit more in the early game will be important, because the importance of a winning laning phase is just so important. So Mirko and Vela, let's take us to game number 2.
You're right, Arashi. The early game has been one of the main impacts or main reasons as to how games are concluded. So we'll see. Maybe ONIC Esports now want to start it in the early game instead of playing towards that later stage. But honestly, can't take away from Bren Esports, who just played way better than ONIC Esports in game number 1. Yeah. So Bren, they're going to try to continue their obviously winning conditions from game 1. ONIC Esports, they're going to have to try to think about how to counter that.
Yeah, I think like right now, ONIC Esports, if they want to stay inside of MPL Invitational 2022, they need to pull out the card that they're used to. Like Kyrie, really good with the Assassins.
Exactly.
So are they going to be using the Assassins? That's the question right now. If they are, how? Because right now, it's supposed to be like ONIC going into the first pick, blue side, while Bren is going for the second pick. So Bren supposed to be having the chance to surprise ONIC by having the hero to lock down any kind of hero that they choose to be inside of the jungle for the side of ONIC. So they are right now definitely debating, are they going to be picking over the Assassins or not? Are they going to be using the utilities that having a really good chance to win over this one? Because if not, I mean, with the gameplay that been brought by Bren in the first game, the ability to play early, discipline, the engage, the disengage, everything just coming really good coming from Bren.
The setup game is insane by Bren. Again, in all their matchups so far, in every single match against BTR, against EVOS Legends, and now against ONIC Esports, their setup has been insane, uncrackable, unrivaled. Yeah. That's where ONIC Esports really need to step up the setup game. Because if they continue playing at Bren Esports' pace and the mid-control that's placed by Bren Esports, it's going to be Bren who continues to push their limits and push those setup into the neutral objective win for them. Right now, we can see already both of the teams once again ready for the draft. And I think this is just my opinion. Game number 1, final pick, last pick from ONIC Esports. Shouldn't it have been a Yuzong instead of an Esmeralda?
Okay, so yeah, I mean, like, Yuzhong is going to be very good to actually going into the back line to the side of Bren, because they're definitely picking over the Eve here. But I don't think like Esmeralda even performed well in the previous game. Not all of them apparently, despite they're able to stop 1 or 2 hero coming from Bren, but all of them unable to do things. But yeah, definitely second game, they need to try to put more into the drafting phase. Are they gonna be respecting the Benedetta to not be able to be picked? I mean, like, letting go over the Veramis, it's better rather than letting go of Benedetta, because so far I do feel like Benedetta is one of the hero that is very flexible. You can put it into the XP or jungle, but also the ability to do the split push. Also, like, one of the strongest thing from the side of Benedetta. But no, actually, ONIC is still going to be going to the red side, and Bren is still going to the blue side.
It is, yeah. They did not change at all. Bren Esports still on the blue side with the same exact bans, Firmus and Akai. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's what Bren are trying to do now with the exact same bans. Firmus, Akai, we might see the 1-1 again, or maybe this time they might go for something different. Before ONIC, I feel like in the bans we're not going to see a lot, right? We're not going to see a change, a big change here, because the heroes that they ban are just the heroes that are super prio as well for Bren Esports. The Valentina, the Gushin. Oh, they changed it. All right, Gushin left open, and like you said, the Benedetta becomes the choice. Knowing that Bren Esports in all of their games against BTR, against Evos, and now even against ONIC have prioritized the Benedetta in the first pick for Flap.
Okay, so the question right now, are they gonna let go the Vanny, or maybe they're gonna let go the Gushin? That's the question. Between these two, who do you want to fight? Because 1-1 is definitely going to be banned from the side of Bren, just like what the previous game. That is the one that they're going to decide. Or they're going to let go both of them open.
Fanny and Gushin?
Fanny and Gushin. That is a huge thing. But, I mean, like, bro, Bren did fight against Gushin, and they picked the Saber as the counter for that one. So
but
I don't...
it's different. It's different now, though, right? Because, yeah, they're going to actually let both of them go. Now, if ONIC Esports pick up the Gushin, they can flex it. Gushin can be played by Drion in the mid lane and not just in the jungle, whereas yesterday, why Bren Esports were able to pick up that Saber was because they knew 100% the Gushin was going to go to the jungle. We haven't seen Hijume play that mid lane Gushin before, but now Bren are forced to make a decision here.
Fanny or Gushin?
Or Gushin. These two heroes, I think for Kyle TZ, the Fanny is going to be the better option. It's a bit more flashy and it's a bit more of a hyper carry in terms of the mechanics. And that's exactly what they go for. Fanny first, Gushin 100% going to be picked up here with the Mathilda, I think. Because with the Gushin, the main thing about the Gushin is, the main weakness is, once you go all out, you don't really have anything to fall back. You don't really have an ability to escape, right? So the Mathilda creates that chance, creates that opportunity.
Are they going to be going for the Matilda here from the side of ONIC, despite the first game, Samod with the Matilda not performing really well, but Cho is a better option in my humble opinion with the Way of Dragon, Shunpo, to able to stop Vanny, especially if this combo like Romer and Romer Gushin along with mid lane, Romer Cho Gushin mid lane, I mean, like, they can roam together to targeting this Fanny, to lock down this Fanny. But it means that the other lane will be left open. It means that the other lane needs to set up for things. I mean, like, if we want to protect Fanny, there's tons of heroes to do it as the roamer, but they are locking into the gold laner first, make sure someone to do it right. But a Ruby, definitely anti-assassin hero that is being picked by Bren to able to let Fanny to be easily move around, roam around.
Not just that though, but the Ruby is also a very good counter towards the momentum-heavy composition of ONIC Esports right now. Up against two melee heroes, they pick up the Ruby, which is just super intelligent. Gushin and Cho though, these are two flex picks, and ONIC Esports with a brilliant last pick. I was thinking, I wasn't actually thinking about this Phobias. I was thinking about the Brody, but they go for the Phobias because they noticed that, again, 3 heroes from Bren Esports can proc that Demonic Force, and instantly with that Phobias last pick in the first phase, they ban out the Esmeralda. Ling now banned out for Bren, respecting Kyrie, and you see, now ONIC Esports have flexed this Gusion into the mid lane before. They have flexed the Cho into the jungle, into the mid lane, into the roam position.
Yep.
So it creates such a massive question mark for Bren Esports, and you can see it already for them. They're banning a jungler despite seeing a Gusion and a Cho.
Yeah, that is a huge thing here coming from the side of ONIC. And we still don't know where these 2 heroes will be going. For the side of ONIC, they still need to try to ban over the magic that can be help here for the side of Bren. There is still a Farsha, there is still a Eve here to help them. And this why I think like right now Lilia is still a very good one, but Eve is the one that getting eliminated from the side of ONIC. They don't want to see the Eve combo with the Ruby along with the Beatrix. That is just like miserable thing to fight against these 3 skill hero. And from Bren, I'm not really sure what kind of hero that they need to ban, but definitely a gold laner is better. Try to eliminate Brody. I think it's a very good options, just like what you've mentioned, like Brody to able to penetrate the damage using the torn apart memory and stop it with the corrosive strike. I think like it's a very good option to be banned. Are they going to be banning over that one or trying to eliminate another jungler possibility here from the side of ONIC? I mean like,
what else? Haya, Lancelot, perhaps, or maybe the Paquito ban, but they go for the Melissa. So it's another hero that we've seen ONIC Esports use to counter the Fanny. It was seen against Aura Fire with the Melissa picked up by CW, but now, if ONIC really want to shut this Fanny down, a Brody becomes the proper answer for them in the gold lane. But if they want to get that gold lane to just be that hyper carry, they can just pick up the Irithel. Another hero with very good mobility that can get out from the cables coming in from the Fanny. Or pick up... See, this is the big question now. We really need to ask the question. Oh, the Leslie? I don't think so. Up against a Fanny, Leslie is very hard to pull off. Claude is a pretty good answer towards Bren Esports. It's a good mix, right? The Claude is very mobile, can dash between these walls or blink between these walls with the Battle Mirror image, so it can nullify a lot of the damage coming in from the Fanny, and it can also be that hyper carry threat for ONIC Esports towards Bren Esports.
Okay, so right now Bren, after witnessing the Cloud pick, what kind of hero did they want to pick at this rate? Farsha is quite hard to be picked on the side of Bren, despite they are having a very good combo, but the Cloud presence with the Battle Mirror image along with the Blazing Duet, I think like it's making Farsha having a hard time later on, unless they don't care about that one, and positioning will be a very important task here from the side of Bren. Are they going to be picking over that one? Or maybe Lilia is still a very good option, or Lunox perhaps even. But no, they're still going with the Farsha along with Fredrin here from the side of Bren. So it's going to be Ruby Roam, Fredrin, XP lane. So ONIC, after seeing these 2 heroes, what kind of... Okay, we are not sure where these heroes
now
going.
We need to ask where. I think at this point, the Gusion is going to be a very good jungler for ONIC Esports. They can just pick up something else for the mid lane. I would personally say, again, go for the Lilia. Lilia becomes such a good option here for the sustainability and also just for the mid control.
What if they are not picking over it and try to pick another jungle? That is going to be very good for them. Thomas jungle?
Let me just... it's
Thomas?
Samo mid. Oh my god, it's a mid lane. No. It's a mid lane Phobius. It is. Oh my god. Alright. Mid lane Phobius for ONIC Esports. It's Thamas as that main frontliner in the XP lane. Gusion in the jungle. ONIC versus Bren has gotten a lot more interesting here with the drafts, ladies and gentlemen. Both teams with a splendid draft, but a heavy emphasis on just pure dive from ONIC Esports. Every single hero on this team wants to dive. We'll see.
This is just a crazy thing. Again, MPL Invitational 2022 never stops surprising us right now. Mirko, what is actually gonna happen for this second game? Because this is gonna be between Bren and ONIC. Oh my god, this is just so crazy right now between both of them, but I do like the Povius, to be honest, because it can control 3 heroes coming from the side of Bren. Vanny with Ruby, Varsha, I mean, like, all of them can try to trigger the demonic force coming from Drian, even though Drian will be having quite a hard time to farm at first to clear the wave of the minion. It means that they're gonna be quite struggling for that one. But after Kyrie reaching level 4, incandescence will be the key here.
Drian already gonna be targeted down here. First blood might be here, but Drian with the move. Samo jumping in, looking for the kill, jumps in with the Jikundo. Kyle low gets out. Oh my god, action already early on in the game as Ogwen is trying his best to punish Samo. Kyrie gets level 3. Samo gets out with the Jikundo. 200 gold lead early on for ONIC Esports.
Oh my god, that is the pressure that you are having when you are going against a Vanny, but definitely here with the Cho's presence, I mean, like, right now Vanny only have one target. I think it's gonna be Cloud. And also Gushin maybe. But aside of that one, Vanny is going to be having quite a hard time to try to get a kill coming from ONIC. The sustain that Tamus and also Povius have is just eliminating the chance for Vanny to play aggressively to the mid lane, more into the gold lane, or maybe into the jungle itself. But the Cho actually the answer coming from ONIC. They want to protect it with the aggressive hero and also the CC hero such as a Cho that can try to lock up into one hero, particular one like that.
Kyrie though, right now, gonna be caught, has the ultimate to get out. Few good wings by wings, getting out of that Jikundo. Like you said, again, in this early stage, it's just gonna be slow, especially for Bren. This is a team known to just go for that setup. They don't like taking unnecessary team fights before the neutral objective spawns. So Bren now is what they like to do. Few always into that XP lane to help clear with Flap TZ and Samo. He's gonna try his best to reset this turtle. Doesn't have the ultimate just yet. Meanwhile, Ogwen is level 4. So that's an advantage coming in. Demonic Force popped in. Samo losing his life, but in the backline, Boots is going to be able to cancel it out. Drian still able to survive as the damage comes through with the burst coming from Kyrie. Flap falling as well. It's a 2 for 2. But ONIC Esports are going to be able to get this lead as they go on to the turtle. Kyle TZ, though, can dash back in with the cable management now. He's back. Boots there. Few going to be jumping in. Kyrie sliced to bits by Kyle TZ as he goes for the turtle. Has the red tree as well. He picks it up.
Oh my god, the advantage of having Ruby with I am offended first rather than Samo that just reached level 4 is just creating so much advantage for the side of Bren. They are stepping up, they're leveling up the coin farming skill just like with Ace HBC right now. But you know what? This is just like a deja vu, like the first game where we are seeing the movement coming from Bren. They're playing aggressively, but right now, ONIC at least have some movement to try to control it back, to try to push them back from the side of Bren. And also, from the laning between Super Marco and also CW, before they were exchanging the heroes here with the Cloud on the hand of the Beatrix on the hand of CW and Super Marco with the Cloud here. But yeah, the mid lane, again, Drian, I think he's still going to be able to survive, but not this one though.
Wait the dragon, but there's no follow-up. Few going to fall though to the hands of Kyrie as he jumps in for more damage onto Ogwen. But it's just a 1-4-0 trade. Good pickoff by ONIC. That's an energized pickoff by ONIC. And you guys can stay energized as well, like a winner with Omne. Live every day your way.
Yep. And it's another 40 seconds to go against the turtle. But look at the dive that Kyle trying to do here, but they're not stopping their Flapsy. Might be the target here from the side of ONIC, and they will got it. I mean, like Fredrin is very tanky, but they are playing their way here from the side of ONIC. They want to play aggressively, and they got it really right. But Way of Dragon!
Oh my god, the way the dragon connects onto Few, but look at Kyle now. He's going to be caught in the enemy jungle. CW hunting for him. Kyle with the cables trying to get out. Samo looking for that cheeky little cancel with the Jikundo, but will not be able to find it. ONIC Esports leading in kills, but it's still Bren grasping onto that goal lead, even though it's just 100.
Drian taken down twice so far right now. We are seeing that actually the demonic force is actually helping ONIC to try to control back players from Bren, but the goal difference is almost to none here between both of them. Who will be taking the turtle? This is going to be very important, but Carrie looking for a very good position here to try to jump in and try to steal it. But it's not happening.
A bit too clean. with the setup again. It's Bren with their classic setup. Their setup game is absolutely insane, man. It's the big Bren, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
From Bren Esports. Super Marco rotating. Kyrie looking for the steal. Uses the red tree, but it's only onto Kyle TZ here. And it's just another slow game once again. The slow tempo that Bren likes to play with.
Okay, Kyrie finishing off the Genius 1, while for Kyle CZ already finishing the Heptasis here. So based on the penetration damage, is actually pretty huge, but Super Marco already finishing, going directly to the Blade of Despair, while for CW, still quite stuck with the Demon Hunter Sword, but on the progress into the Golden Staff. It's not 6 minutes, Demon Hunter Golden Staff, just like what Super Marco doing in the first game, but I don't think like the difference is quite huge between both of them. They're still doing a very good laning phase, but there's no ganking coming from ONIC to the side of the gold lane of Bren. When we know that actually Super Marco will be the one who carry out the game for Bren later on. They're focusing into the mid lane.
With the Dragon though, going on to Ogwen, has the I'm Offended. This might be a tragedy as that's going to be the Demonic Force popped in. Ogwen taken low, taken down, but it's only on to Samo. Super Marco looking for that kill. ONIC Esports with another pick off, but again, to answer your question, right? ONIC Esports haven't rotated towards the gold lane. They haven't even rotated towards the XP lane. Why? Phobius mid. No mid control. Always shoved in by Bren. And that just elevates Bren's crazy setup that they already had in game 1.
Yeah. And no, that is an advantage. But oh, Super Marco, I think.
Oh, nice flicker by Super Marco.
That is a nice one. Very, very clean movement here by Super Marco. He predict the movement coming from the side of Kyrie. That is not a really good movement because top lane, it will be a turtle, but Way of Dragon will not getting Super Marco again.
Oh, no, never mind. That's going to be the snipe from Drian from the mid lane as CW pops in that Blazing Duet. Going to be caught in the I'm Offended now, and that's the damage coming through from ONIC Esports on to that top side. Kyrie needs to be careful.
Okay.
Gets out.
He gets out, but the turtle, I think it will fall again to the hand of Bren. They are taking all of the control over the turtle over and over again. And even ONIC already using tons of resources, but no, actually, ONIC doing some movement here, trying to control back Bren's position.
Good control back, the Demonic Force onto the back lines. Kyrie picks up the turtle with the Retribution. CW recalls here, and they picked up that gold lead for themselves now. 1.2k gold lead for ONIC. Kyle TZ looking for the play. Jumps in, jumps back out.
Finishing the Malefic Roar, try to have more penetration coming from the Vanny. Right now, Vanny having quite a hard time to be able to pick off somebody from the side of ONIC because whenever he dives in, remember the CC from the Cho is going to be a thing, so they really need to eliminate over the Cho itself.
Blazing Duet, melting them down right now as Kyle TZ is forced to back off. Ogwen taken low, going to be taken down there. No, not just yet. The Demonic Force though by Drian. Over towards Ogwen. He's bringing him back all the way into that back line. Super Marco and Fuse sandwich down. Samuel looking for the damage onto Flappus. That's again Drian jumping in a bit too aggressive as he gets locked down under the turret. Kyrie looking for the play. Fury calling. Gets cancelled out. Samuel looking for the play, but Fuse able to run away. Fuse! My goodness, Flap buys the time. Super Marco clears the wave. It's an outplay by Fuse! My goodness gracious. It's a kill though as Kyrie jumps again. Flap falling. Double kill for Kyrie.
Oh my god, that is a very good movement coming from Fuse, but on the exchange, they are losing 2 players in the hand of Carry. Carry just leading everyone one by one. And also Boots, that doing a really great job by having a mid-lane turret on the hand of ONIC. Actually, 4 turrets right now in the first 9 minutes. It's a huge thing. While Bren unable to even touch the turret from the side of ONIC. They only have like 10% or 15% from the turret down in the bottom lane. Aside of that one, they haven't played objectively towards the turret because how come? They want to dive in, they want to do something, but again, the players from ONIC, the heroes from ONIC, is a very good for early fight with the Tamus, with the Povius that actually messing up all of this situation from Bren. Whenever they have the setup, they just jump in using the Demonic Force and also the damage that is given by CW that is going really well with the Way of Nature on his hand as well. So he have 3 spikes item on his hand. The Demon Hunter Sword, Golden Staff, Wind of Nature. What's next? Malefic Roar maybe.
Maybe, right? Just to add more penetration. Samo looking for opening right now. Few getting out. Whoa, Samo flickers forward but will not be able to find anyone. Samo now caught in the midst of it all as the damage comes through. Again, Samo melted down by Kyle, sliced to pieces, but it's gonna be shut down. The CW is massive with a blazing duet onto the back. That's everyone falling except for Super Marco. The Lord also taken down by ONIC Esports as they're looking to equalize in game number 2. 10 minutes in, 15 seconds on the board for the members of Bren. ONIC Esports looking to punish one more turret here with one more turret into the mid lane, but Super Marco is gonna be caught in the damage. 1 HP. He's looking for a play now. Needs to back off. That's the respect given over back to Kyrie from Bren.
They want to take down the Cho. They take the same mode. Samo Hati, it's taken down. But what at cost? What cost? They are letting this push using the Inverno to try slay everyone and also blazing duet that is coming from the cloud. That is massive. Massive damage that is given by CW, but in the bottom lane, they're not stopping the movement to try to get every objective possible on the hand of ONIC. They want to push it back, and maybe base turret in top lane will be the next target from the side of ONIC.
Conceal play, ONIC Esports zoning the other members away right now. CW getting out of Flap TZ's engage there with the taunt. Top side still available for ONIC Esports to siege with the mini wave still there. Ogwen looking for a pick off Kyle TZ. Ogwen with a massive I'm offended onto Drian, but look at Drian. He's gonna take this 1v4. An absolute Chad as he zones 4 members away alone. Drian finally taken down there. Bren Esports are able to punish him as ONIC Esports did not want to help Drian out.
Yeah, and right now, I think like this is the moment where Vanny quite fall off because unable to get over the purple buff, unable to even rotate around with the pressure coming from the Tamus or maybe coming from the Cho, the CC. They need one momentum. They need I Am Offended along with Federer Strike coming from Farsha to connect into the ONIC side, along maybe to the damage coming from Super Marco to be able to have something. Well, Fredrin, whenever he opens up his body, Boots will be there. Drian will be there as a Povius. And it's a Povius. It's not a regular mid laner. It's not a squishy mid laner. There's no target for Vanny now. Even I eliminate CW as a target right now because of the Wind of Nature and progressing into the other item. He's already finishing off the Malefic Roar. Might be going for something here with the defensive because he's already having the magical defense item with the rope right now. Well, for carry, already having the, oh my god, glowing wand. It's burning all of the percentage coming from Lapsy along with Ogwen. No, Ogwen only have, look at that one, focusing over magical damage with the Radiant Armor along with Athena Shield. What about the damage coming from the Ruby? The Cloud. What about coming from Boots here? So they have like a dilemma of what kind of item that I need to make to handle all of the damage.
Ooh, there's so much damage, so much burst, right? For the side of ONIC Esports now. Bren trying their best to come back in this game with a play here. The Feather Airstrike was popped in, a massive resource, but luckily it's on a low cooldown. So ONIC Esports will just go for the Lord now, knowing that the Feather Airstrike will not be available. Calteezy on the back though, gonna be locked down by the way the Dragon. A very risky play, uncharacteristic by Kyle. He's gonna be picked off, and this is a free Lord over to ONIC Esports unless Flap can make a miracle happen with Few as well. Ogwen trying to open up the map. Samo on the back again, jumping in onto Few, forcing him to retreat as the damage comes through. But I'm offended. That's the combo that they need. Boots with a Vengeance, buying the time. CW and Kyrie absolutely melting everyone down. The snipes will be able to connect onto Drian. Flap survives, but Kyrie is looking for more damage with the Winter's Truncheon, able to buy some time. Gonna be sniped down, gunned down by Super Marco. Kyrie low. Still able to get out. No more range, no more damage from Bren to punish Kyrie.
Again, Boots with that Tamus, just creating so much nuisance from the side of Bren. They are unable to get close, but yeah, one shutdown towards Kyle TZ. It's like changing everything. They need the retribution, but whenever this Vanny is getting picked up, whenever he wants to dive in, he's having a hard time. ONIC just like trying to have everything on their hand right now. They are having 7,000, but with the Lord that they are already getting, they are unable to even do something. But the Way of Dragon is an opener here for the side of ONIC. But I don't think that is a right target. I mean, like, it's Ogwen. You want to have Kyle Easy or maybe Super Marco, but not Ogwen.
CW though. Oh my god, what? Just gets sniped down, CW. He was frontlining, trying to look for a flank without anyone from ONIC Esports who was there to actually set that up for him. CW with a massive mistake, and this might be the turning point for Bren Esports as they're going to be able to siege down this mid-tier 1. ONIC Esports once again on the back foot.
Yeah, that is just a very good solo kill coming from the side of Super Marco with the snipe. I mean, like, the damage is, I don't know, I cannot even think about it. Wind of Nature, I don't think it's being pressed on the side of CW just now to handle all of the damage, but the split push from the side of Bren is an advantage because you have Vani as a split pusher, and when you know the opponents love more into this fight.
Oh, Samo wanted to go for the flank, but Super Marco reads it, but that's the flicker burned out. Kyrie can assassinate him. Few taken down by the way the Dragon locking him up. Top side though, Kyle TZ. This is it. There's going to be 2 recalls from ONIC Esports to respond here, but Samo and Dreon will be able to take Ogwen down. Top side, Kyle TZ zoned away. Ogwen falling in the bottom side. 3-4-0, but Bren are able to trade it for a base turret up top. ONIC can look for an end here. 18 seconds onto Super Marco. I don't think so, never mind. Kyle though, he's trying to buy the time right now. He's going to be caught. Still able to dash out. ONIC Esports not able to end. 8 seconds on Super Marco. 1 minion. They only have 1 minion in this mid lane and will not be enough, definitely. Kyle caught again by the way of the Dragon. ONIC Esports looking for that bottom side base turret. Will be able to find it. Kyle TZ needs to be careful, but he doesn't need to be careful if he's that good. Look at those mechanics, man.
Oh my god, but the Lord is now back to the Land of Dawn. Will they be able to secure? Who is actually going to be able to secure the Lord here? Again, we thought the purple buff on the hand of Kyle TZ. It's going to be hard for Vani to do so. But Demon Hunter's sword is also on the hand of Super Marco. So penetrating over the tanky heroes such as like Povios or maybe over the Tamus is not a big deal for this Beatrix. But also remember that this Lord gonna be determining a lot for the next war that can happen. ONIC previously, they have the Lord but unable to do anything to do the push towards Bren. And now, they are desperate for this Lord. But Bren also wants to steal it. Ogwen, again, we have Dragon open up towards Ogwen.
And both of the damage dealers from Bren actually went to the bottom side. This is a trade that Bren Esports want to take. They can't go for the 5v5 they think, so they don't go towards that top side. They instead go to bottom. Boots though now come back to the team. Kyle TZ leaving the damage onto Kyrie, but has him in the trunch in to buy some time. Samo in the back gets the Jiku Dome. No with the Dragon to punish Few. CW still on the Lord. Flap looking for the opening. Feather airstrike popped in, cancelled out by Dreon. Now it's the moment. Can they steal it? That snipe almost did from the Renner shot from Super Marco. But ONIC Esports is disengaged right now. They don't need to take another fight. They already have the... Was that the Evolved Lord?
I think so. I think that is because it's like 18 minutes of the game itself. But I don't know why. But I don't think like Bren will... I don't think that this Lord will end the game. Like
really?
ONIC, I'm not really sure. Like Bren so far able to hold it up really well with all of the pressure that is given by ONIC. I think to play more disciplinedly with the Lord that is marching to the mid lane over Bren. Because if they are losing the Lord outside over the base, they are not going to be having so much. With the damage that is given by Beatrix at this rate, it's going to be very hard for them to do something about it.
I don't think so though, because the dive from ONIC Esports can definitely just shut them down. The Feather airstrike was popped in for the poke, not for the Lord, and now the Lord's marching down in that mid lane. Kyle TZ all the way to the back. That's the damage coming in from CW as the Blazing Light comes in, but Kyrie! Oh my god, that damage from Kyrie with a double now. Looking for another. Kyle TZ gonna fall to the hands of CW. That's an equalizer by ONIC Esports. The first best of 3 going all the way to 3 games today.
Oh my god. Actually, that is such a really good movement coming from the Gaussian. If there is no kill that is coming from the Gaussian into that players, especially because of Rafarsha already opening up the Ferrar strike down bottom lane. It's just like make a lot of way for ONIC to try dive in and end the game. Almost, but never enough for Bren here. This is a really good second game, and also I feel like Vanny in this game is just like creating so much problem in the early stage. But again, ONIC able to prove with the views and also with the Cho, they're holding, even though that it's a slower tempo for ONIC, but they are able to hold it up until Cloud reaching the moment, reaching the damage that they want. So to go against Bren.
So for today, actually, Claude has been sitting at a 20% win rate throughout the tournament so far.
Whoa.
But today, Claude has been getting a lot of victories. I think still sitting at a 100% win rate for this particular match, right? Game 1, it was won on Super Marco when he was on the Claude, and Game 2 with CW on the Claude. So we'll see. Maybe the Claude has finally got that grasp in the meta, that grasp in the game as well. Arashi probably has a lot to say here for game number 2 to analyze it. I think based on the drafts already, the adaptations for ONIC Esports were visible, right? They really made the right steps towards this goal, towards the equalizer. And for Bren, they weren't able to utilize that control, that neutral objective control to get anything more than just the neutral objective.
Yeah.
No turrets.
No turrets. No, they aren't able even, they got it, but after a long time.
It's late game,
Yeah, quite a late game. And they just like having quite a hard time. But we want to know more. Please, Arashi, tell us more what is actually happened to the second game and what will happen to the third game.
What's up, people? Welcome back to the analytical section. And wow, these two teams are just so good and so similar in a way that it's just so exciting to see them go head to head against each other. And as we mentioned, the adaptations are visible. It's really cool from ONIC Esports. This is a pattern they've been going through, and it was a bit close, I think. If the game dragged on for a bit longer, I do feel like there's a chance for Bren to somehow find ways to get a comeback. But of course, ONIC Esports recognize that as well. They'll waste no time at all trying to shut down the resistance from Bren Esports. And if you take a look at the items here, first of all, Boots going with only a Corrosion Scythe for his item builds, right? Corrosion Scythe into full tank. I thought he would want a bit more sustain, but with the Festival of Blood emblem and the Vengeance, I guess he figures it was enough, especially that he's against a Fredrin, who is not exactly a huge duelist, a huge 1v1 artist himself. And that is, I think, is one of the big points here. Putting Boots on a more aggressive, more dominant laner, and putting Kyrie on a damage role as well. We said that might be the solution, and that is definitely it. On the flip side for Bren Esports, the fact that Flapteezy was on a Fredrin, yes, he was doing a lot of crazy things, a lot of good things for his team, but it's not nearly the same kind of effect we saw in game number 1. So maybe that will also be a big factor, and the EXP lane battle will be that much more important. At aside, it's a standard build from Kyrie, and he, I think, switched around the Winter Truncheon and the Immortal really fast several times in this game. So that's a huge feat of mechanics, and he is so fluid, so fast. But of course, that aside, CW on that claw doing a lot of damage as well. I believe he only got taken out one time, and so it's a very... Considering there's a Fanny, a Ruby, a Farsight in the game, there's so many threats to CW, and yet he is still the rich guy and still the carry, so it's classic CW performance. And one of the factors here is that ONIC Esports are doing so well that CW can pick and choose which engagement he wants to get into. It's a bit of the same situation for Kosei in the previous game, but now the shoe is on the other foot. I mean, for Super Marco, on the other game. And so, when your gold laner can just pick and choose, then the odds of him getting caught off guard and him falling behind and not getting any farm is a lot lower. So automatically, if the team is doing better, CW and Super Marco both have a better chance of just snowballing and getting a good game. But the MVP for this game is going to be Kyrie on that Gusion, 10, 1, and 11, with a 718 gold per minute, and of course an 84% kill participation. He is very good at these mechanical heroes, man. We've seen it on the Fanny, and now we're seeing it on the Gushin as well. I find myself confused several times, just purely on what just happened. How was that possible? But with Kyrie in the picture, I guess you have to expect that and not be surprised anymore. So making sure that Kyrie has a good, solid hero that he can play to its utmost potential, something meta right now, I think will be something that ONIC needs to have as well. Question is now, with all these needs that ONIC needs to actually win the game, Bren Esports can take advantage and maybe try and contest one or two of them, and then it's about weighing out the benefits in that drafting phase. If you want to give, let's say, Boots an aggressive hero, can you get something better for your own jungler because he's going to be up against Kyrie, right? I think the synergy from ONIC is a lot better. They have a Phoveus in the mid lane, so very aggressive, very much tanky in the early game, a lot of chase potential, and they used it very well to actually aggress onto Bren and push the tempo. You can see here in the highlights of game number 2, in the early game, relentless fights coming in from ONIC Esports, and with that burst damage and with the chase potential, it's very difficult for Bren to try and find engagements where they win and back away, because even if they try and exit from an engagement, ONIC Esports can chase really far with their composition and with the front lines they have on their team, and with how dominant Boots is, even the side lane, the split push pressure is not exactly in favor of Bren Esports, so it's a completely different situation. And whenever the Lord fights are concerned, that's dangerous. ONIC Esports has a lot more AoE, the Phoveus, the Gushin, the Thamus even. Everyone can do a lot of area of effect damage, so when you can make sure that Bren needs to group together as 5 in the jungle nonetheless, that's a lot of damage that you can almost guarantee will land. Here is a questionable moment. I mean, Kyrie was trying to actually pressure a lot more, maybe secure a few more kills. He gets taken out though, but in those late game fights, this is what happens when you have a solid assassin with that killer instinct on your team. Even when the gold laner, the backline of your opponents are hiding behind, waiting for a moment, they are not safe at all. That is exactly what Kyrie is able to do on these assassin heroes. And I think that's the winning formula for ONIC Esports. With that advantage, they go for a decisive end onto the game, despite the best efforts of Bren, who with the high ground, with the Farsa, with the Beatrix, can actually stall it a bit longer and go for that late game situation. So the winning formula for both teams seems to be to win in the lane and end it quick. So the third game's drafting phase is going to be so hotly contested. But right now, that's enough for me. Mirko and Vela will be ready to take you guys into that final game between Bren Esports and ONIC Esports.
Thank you once again, Arashi Hoshi, for the stellar analysis. We're back for game number 3 on the caster desk with Mirko, Man Oh Man, and Vela Jave.
Yeah, we're back here for the third game, and definitely, I mean, like, the show coming from the second game is just like so good coming for ONIC, and it's just like a very good revenge coming from the first game. But what will happen to the third game? That is a big question here. This is a reset. Like, you need to come clean and forget those two games that already happened, and need to come with a really good strategy for the third game. So far, I feel like the pressure that they are giving to Vanny, to the jungler, Kaltizi here, to the side of Bren, is the one that make very good snowballing for the side of ONIC. If they are able to do that for the third game, it's going to be very good. But Bren also having a very good conditions in the first game. Are they going to be having that kind of strats to go against ONIC for this one?
That's the big question right now. In the drafts, I think it will say a lot, because in both of these games, the game that Bren Esports won, the game that ONIC Esports won, it was kind of decided in the draft. The different playstyles clashing together just shows that, again, for game 1, that front-to-back style really worked out for Bren Esports up against the front-to-back style of ONIC Esports. So ONIC, they adapted. They went for a full dive composition, drafting a Phoveus into the mid lane, flexing it all the way into that final pick, and picking up Ethamas. Again, it was a shocker to us. It was a shocker to everyone who watched it. Probably a shocker to Bren as well, because they expected Phoveus to be in the XP lane. But with this, Bren now have the chance to take that L and learn from it, right? For these pro teams, the L's aren't losses. They are learns.
Learns. Because if you guys stop learning, that is the way that you are losing. If you guys are not losing if you keep learning. Don't worry about that one. I think like they really need to step on that learning very fast.
They do.
Because soon we will be having another banana pick phase again for this third game, which is going to be very interesting how they're going to try to fix this one. Second game, Gushen been let out, and Gushen is the one that bringing so much carry, playing it really well. He is actually slating everyone from the side of Bren. Are they going to let go of the Gushen? That is the question. Benedetta before, it was banned for the second game. Bren, Gushen, are they going to change it with Varamis, Akai, or 1-1 that is been banned before? That's the
Maybe.
thing.
That's the question once again, right? They left the Gushen open this time with the Fanny as well, so they wanted to trade. They wanted to trade, and they got the trade. Fanny for Gushen, and now, will Bren Esports actually stay on the blue side, or will Bren choose to go to the red side?
Well.
Because in the last two games, they both stuck onto the blue and the red. I think for Bren, the right answer here, the right response is to stay on the blue side and to pick the Gushen instead of the Fanny for the first pick. But I understand, right? You want to take the Fanny away from Kyrie because Kyrie is a monster.
Whenever he is using the Fanny.
Exactly. So it's really tough. Maybe they just might go for the red side. That might work as well. Might work,
but we're still not sure. Is this going to be the... I think like if they are staying in the same blue or red side, I think this is going to be the first team, the first match that we are having known changes inside of the red and blue side kind of thing. We are not sure about that one, but definitely letting go of the Vanny to the carry. I mean, like, there's still plenty of way to try to control it using the other hero. I mean, like Gushen, I mean, like Vanny countered by the Cho. It's also like one of the things that they can try to pick on the side of Bren. Okay, doesn't matter. They still pick over the Vanny, but they really need someone to actually help the Vanny rotate around. Ruby previously is trying so hard to do it. It's trying so hard to open up the ambush, try to pick off the players coming from ONIC side, but it's not really happening because they don't have a proper setup to do it. But right now, so it's changing finally. ONIC will be going to the blue side, and Bren is going to the orange, the red side, which Bren will be having the surprise element here.
Exactly. But Bren, they are already going to opt to ban that Fanny out this time. ONIC Esports banned out the Benedetta and the Fermis. So we're seeing a similar approach, but a bit different from both of the teams. Bren are still going for that 1-1 ban. Now 3 games in a row, they've taken that 1-1 out. The Benedetta is just respect. The Fermis is... Ooh, they banned Fermis and Valentina. So it's... They really want to trade again. They want to trade either the Gushen for the Grok or for just the Gushen, right? Because Bren Esports now, they have to make an option. They have to make a choice, a decision. Do they want to ban the Grok
still there, though.
or Gushen? Oh, you're right, the Akai as well. These 3 heroes. I think for now, you know what? If I was Bren, if I was Coach Ducky right now, leave 3 open. Let ONIC take 1, we'll take 2, no? Akai, Grok, we've seen that before.
Yeah. And Akai and Grok can go to the other lane, the XP lane. It was working for Luke before from the Geek fam. But yeah, for Brad, are they going to be letting go somebody or left 3 open? And yeah, Diggy is out.
Oh, yep, there you go. There you go. So they want to contest it. Now ONIC Esports, if they pick up first pick Gushen, they can go for it. It's good. Yeah, but then Akai gets picked up. That's why they need to pick up the Akai, and this leaves Bren open to pick up the Grok and the Gushen. They pick up the Gushen without hesitation. The Grok is the question mark now. Do they want to pick it up, or do they want to go for something like a Mathilda instead? Or do they want to go for the exact same pick that ONIC went for? Cho
is not on the list anymore, so I don't think like Grok is still a very good option to try to open up the ambush and everything. But I do feel like if they want to go against Akai, they need something that can easily stop the movement coming from the Akai. Without any Deki, I wonder how they're gonna try to do it, because Gushen definitely going against an Akai is gonna be having like a very hard time using the heavy spin. Gushen definitely gonna be having hard time, and there you go. Just like what you've mentioned, Matilda is the options that Brad picked for this time. With the Akai, I still feel like if they want to go over the setup situation coming from ONIC, it's still gonna be a very good one for them.
I think the Grok becomes a solid option for ONIC Esports now if they really want to lock Bren Esports down with their CC, with their neutral objective control. They don't go for the Grok, however, they go for the Beatrix and the Lolita. So again, this Akai is no longer going to be flexible anymore. It is going to go to the jungle position 100%. Lolita and Beatrix as well. Meanwhile, for Bren, they can still use this Gusion as a good flex pick for them into the jungle and into the mid lane for few. I think Bren right now should just pick up a gold laner. A gold laner would be good. Oh man, up against a Lolita. Claude. Do they... Against an Akai and the Lolita with a Diggy banned out, I really don't think Claude is a good option. I think Irithel is a better option, a bit safer, plays towards that back line. Or Melissa, if you really want to bully this Beatrix. But I think at this point, just leave that gold lane into the second phase. Pick up people. I did not expect the link to come out this early on for Bren. It's a snowball comp. Yeah.
2 assassins going against Akai. Is that a wise option coming from Bren's side? They want to play aggressively, they can do that with the Ling and Gusion, but that is a high risk. I mean, like, look at the CC that ONIC have with the Numenon Blast coming from Lolita, along with the heavy spin coming from the Akai, and also the follow-up damage that can be brought off by this Beatrix. It is going to be a huge problem for the side of Bren if they are not having a proper things. They are not going to be able to do that. I was thinking about something else, but they already have the roamer for the side of Bren. Banning phase right now from the ONIC side. Farsha, Yves is still very good options for the side of ONIC, but Masha, they're banning the hero to let this gold laner farm freely. Without the Masha, I think it's going to be a very good one, but the options are still very big from the side of ONIC. I mean, like, they were using Povius, Tamus, Esmeralda before Uranus.
That's why it's very intelligent by ONIC Esports right now, because they are leaving the 2 players who have the deepest hero pools in this team in ONIC Esports' lineup for the 2 last picks. Drion and Boots. You can put them on any hero in the XP lane and in that mid lane. We've seen Drion on a Cho, we've seen Drion in MPL ID on a Hanzo. So at this point, expect the unexpected if you're thinking about Drion. Melissa, though, the hero that I thought was going to be picked up by Bren instead of the Ling in the first phase, has just been banned out. With this Melissa ban, Bren Esports now will go for their final one. It can be another XP laner, or it can be the respect towards the mid lane. I think with this kind of comp, they might as well want... I think Ben and Lilia will be solid for them, right? They don't want ONIC Esports to have a mid laner that can sustain, they can get out of the engages from the other members.
That's right. Lilia will be a very good option to be banned from the side of Bren, unless they were not thinking about the Lilia, they were thinking about something else from the side of the jungle, from the side of the XP laner. But I don't think that is a very good option if you want to go against someone that have a very huge hero pool. But Kadita is also one of the good combo hero that can instantly burst on Gusion or maybe Ling whenever they try to move around. A very good solid thing coming from Bren. But ONIC, one last ban here. They need to eliminate, maybe going from the gold laner. The less the better. Brody? No, I don't think Brody is going to be picked from the side of Bren. Like Retail, just like what you've mentioned. Or maybe they were having like Kari at this rate. I mean, like with the Lolita along with the Akai. Like Kari will be a very good thing to melt down everyone, but going against a Beatrix in the laning phase is not going to be very easy for that one. But Frederick, apparently the one that is getting banned.
Well, in the past 2 games, Flap has only played the Benedetta and the Fredrin, so with that ban, it's starting to limit Flap TZ's hero pool currently. The Bren Esports need a front line. They can certainly just pick up something like a Uranus and Esmeralda. 2 solid options for front line. ONIC Esports now. What do they want to pick up against Bren after Bren? Well, first pick for Bren. Gold lane, at this point, you know what? Let the gold lane sit it out, right? In the last pick. No, they go for the Irithel first. They want to give Flap TZ more room to play with that final pick into the XP lane. Now ONIC are the ones who have to wrap up their draft. XP lane and mid laner.
Farsha, Eve still left open along with Lilia.
Has to be Lilia, right?
3 heroes still open. And if they want to pick over someone, what if they're going for something that is like bursting down to the side of Bren, because they already have tanky heroes. So it's a damage hero. Mark is still a very good one. Teresa is still there for gathering up the combo. But a Paquito along with Awen
Amon mid. It's Amon mid. Oh my god. You see, again, Drian. That's the last Kage for you, ladies and gentlemen. He likes to go for crazy. And we are going to see crazy. The brothers going to be in the mid lane. Gushin, Amon.
Yeah.
We'll see Few versus Drian. The two veterans as well. As Bren Esports wrap up their drafts with their final pick up against a Paquito. A winning lane against Paquito. I don't know, if Bren really want to just play around this composition, if I'm looking at it, Esmeralda does well against Paquito, but if they want to really risk it, Terizla can be a very, it's a weird pick, but if they really want to engage heavily with their comp, a dive comp, ooh, Yuzong? No, Yuzong and...
the Jade Slayer.
Oh no, they go for Tamiz.
Okay. They want to have the Tamiz to go against, but Tamiz is not gonna be good going against a burst hero such as Amon here on the side of ONIC. I'm not really sure what is actually gonna happen. Like,
oh, what? It's Akai mid. It's good. Well, it's Amon jungle.
Amon jungle, Paquito XP. Okay, let's see.
What? It's Akai mid. Drian was on the Akai.
Yeah, it is.
Drian.
It is.
Oh my god.
It is. It is Amon jungle. It is Amon jungle coming from the side of ONIC.
Welcome to Drian's world of crazy picks. ONIC Esports really utilizing Drian here in the MPL Invitational 2022. But we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, here in this game, the decider. 1-1, it's back to a best of one, and Drian is in the mid lane, playing the Akai. Kyrie is on the Amon in the jungle. Wow.
Oh my god, I never imagined that it's gonna be like that. I was like thinking the Paquito or maybe someone else that can go to the mid lane, but it's not. Actually, it is the Akai mid lane that is gonna be having a really good time with Sama to disturb the movement coming from Bren.
And you know why it's brilliant? It's because they read the Gushin into the mid lane. Bren Esports picked the lane in the first phase, so it revealed where the Gushin was gonna go, mid lane. That's why now they can actually use the two tanks in the mid lane. It's because Gushin will have to go melee, and here, ONIC Esports will definitely have mid control. It's so intelligent by ONIC Esports.
And they are gonna be having so much CC to go against two assassins.
Exactly.
And it's a very hard battle for the side of Bren later on whenever they want to dive in. Who is gonna be the main target? I mean, like, it's only Carry and also CW. Instead of that one, they have very, very hard frontliner from the side of ONIC. And I think, like, right now, Iritel will be the only one that's gonna change the fate for Bren. If the Iritel gets a really proper farm, gets something to handle up all of the pressure that is given from ONIC, but in the mid lane, Rian, they're too tanky to handle all of the damage coming from Bren. Bren is having hard time to try to dive in, and whenever they want to dive in, it's Lolita and Akai.
Exactly.
Like, what can you do against these two heroes? Especially Lolita in the early game, like, the damage is pretty huge, I might say, as a tank.
Akai as well, the base damage is very high. To clear up the waves, to deal damage, just to poke. And again, why this really works early on is because Few is on an assassin. He has to go melee, and with a melee assassin, you can really get punished by something like an Akai, like a Lolita early on, and you're seeing exactly that right now.
Oh my god. Oh my god, and now this is like, they're having two barriers to create, to prevent someone from Bren to get close towards the turtle. And when they do, bots coming in and giving so much damage, apparently.
Oh, Gwen forced to flicker out. Kyle TZ forced to pop the Tempest of Blades as the Lord or the Turtle was reset. But Kyle, whoa! Still able to find the steal, my goodness, against all odds with everything placed on him.
Because he is using the Demon Slayer, I think, oh no, it's not longer like that. But oh my god, the movement that is given by Bren, the aggressiveness coming from the lane towards the turtle. I mean, like, I thought they are not gonna be easy to do that, since like the frontliner coming from ONIC is just like too much to be handled. But again, if the lane get the snowball that he needs, he can easily jump to the backline to jump into CW, which is the damage dealer using the Tempest of Blade later. And I think the item for lane needs to be all damage rather than going for the defense movement right here. But
Boots engage. Boots in a 2v1, actually winning it for now. Flickering out of the damage as well from Few. That was the Petrify popped in. That was so well played by Boots to get out of that. But Kaltizi now is in the mid lane taking in the gold as Drian actually shoved it in. Bren Esports still doing very well in the early stage. Again, holding on to that gold lead, but Kaltizi is going to be stunned up. And the shard's not connecting because Kyle has the Temple of the Blades, but Drian is looking for the pin down. Ogwen's the one who gets caught. Ogwen falls. Kyrie picks up first blood. Looking to steal the purple buff now as Few jumps in for the damage, but will be stunned up. Kyle does not get the purple buff. It's Kyrie with the double and the purple steal.
oh my god, 2 kills on the hand of this carry using the Amon. And I think like the rotation that is being brought by Boots is just helping ONIC to control the mid lane and also the top lane at the same time. Like they are not losing so much in terms of the condition. I thought like there is some movement that can be brought by the Tamus to try to push back the position of Boots to get back to the laning, but it's not. Actually, the Tamus, I think like if he is able to get over the gold shield turret along with this Kalzi, it's gonna be a huge return to the side of Bren. But the difference is not too far so far. It's like 1,000 gold lead on the hand of ONIC and Drian again. He is giving so much information to the side of ONIC. It's just giving so much moment for someone to open up with the Mana Blast just like now.
And the heavy spin. Ogwen going to be taken down. That's the turtle taken away by CW, not Kyrie. So Kyrie missing both of the retributions here in the first turtle and the second. But luckily this time it's CW who picks up the turtle, so it's something that is still alright. You know, it's your gold laner. If you give that turtle buff over to her, it's still not bad at all. He has the BOD now, so it's also giving Beatrix a bit more of a better time to get to those item power spikes.
No, Super Marco. I think like Super Marco really needs the Windtalker along with the Berserker's Fury to give later more attack speed and everything. But look at that one. Already finishing off over the Windtalker, but also Tempest of Blade being opened up by Kalti. And Few almost get caught.
And again, Kyrie losing out in that retreat battle. It's actually, like you said, Kaltizi who gets that purple buff as he's looking for more. Kyrie just going to invade the enemy jungle. Lolita opening up the map here as they're looking to siege down this mid turret with CW rotating as well with the Renner in his hands. That's mid lane turret falling. No, they don't commit onto it. They're actually denying minions. Yeah, it's a weird move by ONIC Esports. I think one more hit from the Renner could have just definitely taken that.
Or maybe from someone that is passing by, but they are going to the bottom lane. That's why they are not focused into the mid lane. They want to get something, but in top lane also something in exchange.
Uh-oh, Kyrie with the endless charge as well. That's a double for Kyrie. Man, good calculation on the Amon. He just used his abilities for the kill on to Few, and then the endless charge fully stacked to Flap TZ. ONIC Esports, good conversion down below. Kaltizi though stealing that gold buff and getting out.
Yeah. The level difference is quite huge right now from Kaltizi along with Kyrie. 1 level gap, and Kyrie already collecting 4-point kills, while for Kaltizi unable even to secure an assist because so far Bren only got 1 point in the hand of Few after in the battle in the purple buff. But aside of that one, like ONIC, it's very hard to actually pick up somebody because the main target that they can go for is actually Amon or maybe CW, but no Mana Blast again to try to control over the purple buff. Who will got it? That's the question.
Kaltizi gets it, but he will be taken down, so it does not matter. This oppression by the 2 tanks, the 2 roamers. What a brilliant pick by ONIC Esports in the end here. We're able to push in this mid lane right now as Bren Esports are looking to defend, but they will have to use so many resources to do so. Meanwhile, CW on this Beatrix can just chunk that turret slowly but surely, clearing out the waves as well with the ultimate and going back to Nibiru.
ONIC just giving so much pressure and already securing 4 turrets right now. They might be going for more. They play objectively. So far, with CW right now with the Malefic Lord, it will be another penetration coming. And the lowest level is coming for Samot, where we see that actually rest of the players coming from Bren, trying to catch up the level gap coming from Bren and also ONIC. But the farm, they have been limited over the farm here. The jungle, it's been taken by the side of ONIC. They try to scrapping out a lot, but it's very hard when they are sticking 5 together, trying to get over the goal, but all of the pressures from the side of ONIC just hunt them down one by one. And Drian, again, he is giving so much information to open up the map here, while for Samot, he just needs to be the setup hero in the back using the Numenon Blast to let the rest of the players from ONIC to finish it.
Oh, Flap gonna be caught there. That's the Vengeance as well. Kyrie is still able to dash away right now, but will be caught as well. Kyrie still surviving with 1 HP. Fueling with a kill. But it's Kyrie who actually takes him down for a Super Marco with a shutdown, but it's CW who falls to the hands of Kyle TZ. 2 for 1 towards Bren as they have taken that gold lead, that 4,000 gold lead down to now just a 1,000 again.
The targeting that is coming from Bren, they just know that they want to take over CW. That is the main target that they can got. And they got it really well. When Kyrie dives in, he's facing like 3 heroes from the side of Bren. Wow, the rest of it are chasing CW down. So it's a huge success because they get the shutdown for the Irrital. Super Marco will climb up over the gold and CW is also down. So it's a huge thing. Like you take down 2 cores from the side of ONIC or Bren taking the... They try to change up the fate here, but Heavy Spin open up again and now pinning down Ogwen into the Lord. But there's no follow-up from the side of ONIC. They don't want to do this war because they don't get the core from the side of Bren with the Heavy Spin.
Exactly. It was a bit of a misplay by Drian. He was looking to get Super Marco with the flicker there, but he wasn't able to get it. With the flicker burnt out and with no follow-up, it means that Drian will not have that kind of engage again for the next few seconds here, right? As Bren are looking for the sword now, trying to capitalize on the fact that the resources have been burnt out, but now the Wretched Battle comes in. Kyrie finally wins it out. Secures it. Drian gonna be caught, but he's only a roamer right now. Is it doing a blast? Get next. 1, 2, 3. That's Boots wreaking havoc with the help of the team. Kyrie with a shutdown few. Gets a trade in against CW, but it's ONIC with a 4 for 2 and the Lord in their hands.
Oh my god, Samon with that Numenon Blast is just opening up a chance for ONIC with a flicker combo here. Kyle TZ will be trying to cut off one wave of the minions, trying to buy some time here from the side of Bren, while the Lord is marching to the bottom lane from the side of ONIC. They need to handle it. They need to give up the Lord, so they are not going to be able to push up over the base turret. But again, the setup that can be brought by ONIC is a very huge one. Well, for talking about the high ground situation, I think the only one that can do it is only Super Marco with the damage that he have. Aside of that one, I don't think like Bren will be clearing the wave pretty fast. I mean, like there is Guardian, but it's a high risk to just jump in using all of the blades that Guardian have to clear this Lord. So definitely, they will be putting a lot of resources to just handle this Lord down.
Even if they put the resources here, that high ground, you mentioned it, Bren don't really have a whole lot of it. It's just Irithel that can really clear. Now with the Lord marching down on the bottom side, that's the base turret passive taken down. Drian with a miss, oh my god, a very good engage, but that's the damage coming in as well. CW gonna fall, that pick off by Few, brilliant as well to turn the tides, but Super Marco's taken down as well. It's a 1 for 1 as Samo pops in the Numenon Blast. ONIC Esports not able to find that base turret now, and it will be, in my opinion, worth it for Bren. It was an equal trade.
Yeah, taking Super Marco in exchange of CW. The CW, he always the main target. Because back again, there's no one else that they can try to hunt down the side of that one. And Kyle TZ, again, doing a really good job with cutting all of the minion, with giving the lane for Bren the chance for them to breathe again, to give more time for this Irithel to catch up with the difference. But Rian almost stealing over the purple buff right here, but Kyrie needs to run from this kind of condition and the heavy spin.
Yeah, lost Ogwen down. Few missing. CW flickering out with 1 HP. Gets the outplay onto Few, but it's a 2-0 again towards ONIC Esports as they're looking for more. Sam looking for the stun onto Kyle TZ, but Kyle gets the purple, gets out. ONIC are looking for one straight push into the mid lane right now with the base turret passive taken down earlier. This can be a turret over to ONIC Esports. CW not here. That means ONIC will not have enough damage to actually look for the siege. Kyle looking desperately to get in. Jumps in. Super Marco completes the Wind of Nature. but it's just ONIC Esports backing up disciplined gameplay as they look for the enhanced Lord.
They are gonna be going for the Lord. They want to play objectively, but the rest of the player from Bren knew it, and they want to contest this one. The information is being popped out here, but they reset the Lord directly after seeing the movement coming from Bren's side. We see that actually this Erita has grown and grown more painfully to the late game, and he is having so much damage on his hand. So I think like Kaltizi right now just needs to do something about the split push. Well, we see that Boots actually doing the same thing like the lane does. Now he's going to be giving the pressure over the laning and giving the chance for ONIC to try to contest over the Lord, because they have the information the lane is in the top lane, but the Mana Blast?
Wow, what a pick by Samo. Luminant Blast on the bush, flickering out to get in range. Super Marco had no time to react, and that might just be it for Bren Esports. No chance to contest unless Kyle TZ makes a miracle play here, but he's not in range. It's Kyrie who picks it up with the Endless Shards and the Retribution. On Esports, 4,000 gold lead now, looking for the base.
Yeah, they're gonna be waiting for the Lord to move around here. And look at that carry already defeating. Oh, even the Blood Wings has also been done here in the hand of Carry after the Glowing One, Divine Glaive, Genius One, Heaven's Levader, everything actually. For someone, I think like the Blade Armor is actually enough. He just needs a proper setup here. And Drian, he's not even going for the Curse Helmet. He's going all defense here with the Athena along with that Dominance Ice. But Super Marco, I think he still needs the Scarlet Phantom or maybe the Hearth Cloud. The sustainability, he needs this sustain. And I was so surprised that actually he's not putting that one into the fourth item. He is doing it for the last item from the side of Bren.
Let's see, bottom side marching down. That's base turret number 1 taken out. Bren Esports looking for the clear in the mid lane. CW just clearing it out again, shoving it back to Bren. Kyle TZ was trying his best to micromanage top side, but was chunked by Boots. Bottom side, Lord now still marching down. Mid lane to be taken down, and these are the two waves that ONIC Esports want to play with, mid and top side. ONIC can rotate again towards that top side now, with Bren Esports having no base turrets left. They're gonna have to micromanage it again. Flap TZ opening it up in the fight, but ONIC Esports with a disengage. Flap TZ looking for another opening, but will not get it. Magic Sentry even popped in just to get some vision down on the other ONIC members, but it's just 3 base turrets taken out for nothing. No trades available for Bren.
They're not going for any war so far from the side of ONIC, despite they're having a really good hero to do so, because they do know that the damage can be very huge, but Boots...
Wow, good movement by Boots. He baits out a whole lot of abilities. Flap TZ gonna be pinned down. Ogwen falling to the hands of not just yet, but there's the snipe from CW. Flap running away now with a one-man disadvantage. ONIC are gonna try to look for the end, perhaps.
It's still a huge possibility, but Super Marco is still there. That is the main damage dealer, the one who can clear all of the wave here from the side of Bren. But the Mana Blast, another setup from the side of ONIC, and Super Marco is done. It's going to be over for the side of ONIC, and from the side of Bren.
Exactly, a triple kill towards CW, a wipe out for ONIC Esports. A sorry uwu to add salt to the wound from ONIC as they knock Bren Esports out of MPL Invitational 2022, and they break the champion curse in MPLI.
Oh my god. The Akai mid lane works really well, but Bren putting 2 assassins into their drop to go against Akai plus Lolita Pig here is not doing really great, despite they are trying so hard to eliminate all of the early pressure from the side of ONIC, but ONIC just have the setup. They just being so patient over the movement to get players from Bren. And also Iritel is also having like very good farm, but in the end, he is the only one that can go for high ground defense. There's no one else that can try to do it.
He always gets caught by the Numina Blast, right? And so, just like that, in the semifinals right now, it's confirmed we're only going to have 1 Filipino team. It's RSGPH, 2 Indonesian teams, Geek Fam, and ONIC Esports moving forward. Next, we will see another big match SG versus Malaysia for Todak and RSG SG. But you're right, the Irithel Super Marco was caught so many times by the Numenon Blast, by the heavy spin, and that is just the brilliance of the draft. ONIC Esports, at first, you were really confused by it. I was really confused by it. We all were very confused by it. Why? Why Akai in mid? But it's to nullify, it's to neutralize fuel on that assassin. How do you counter an assassin?
Pick a tank, pick a CC, and they have both of it. Exactly. They have the Akai, they have the Lolita, the
It literally
Manoblas,
neutralizes 100% of the kill threat that Few had in the mid lane.
Yeah.
The reason Bren were able to make these two assassin compositions work in the playoffs of PH as well was how going up against mages in the mid lane with assassins. So Rashi, I think he can dissect this a bit further. It's me and Vela throwing it back to the bookman, bookboy, Arashi Hoshi.
Arashi receiving the pass from Mirko and Vela. Wow, ONIC Esports with yet another feat of genius in the drafting phase. We saw that, we said that in the final game, there's going to be a hotly contested pick on the lane dominance. And we saw that from both teams, aggression is the name of the game. But what is different is that Bren went for two assassins, perhaps thinking that, okay, we're going to delete the mid lane, the gold lane, and just snowball out of control. But as a response, ONIC out of nowhere, with a very initially confusing draft, they've come up with the Akai mid, having tankiness, having utility, and having quite the okay wave clear as well. It's a very great pick to essentially have a modified double roam strategy that we know ONIC loves doing, especially with Samo and Drian. So it's amazing, and you don't really think about it until it shows up. If you take a look at the items, as we mentioned, Drian is basically a second roamer. Full tank, full utility, and Boots on the Paquito, a very, very solid hero to try and go 1v1, toe-to-toe against Flapteasy. He builds full damage and two solid defensive items just because he is up against assassins with a lot of burst damage. And CW, he was having a very tough game because obviously there are two assassins. He made it work though, and he has the Win of Nature just in case the Ling, the mobility of Kaltizi, catches up to him. And overall, the issue is just that Brand Esports cannot get the easy burst onto ONIC Esports, which is why the only real target they have is going to be CW. And despite that, CW is still with 70,000 damage in this game. The Lord, Turtle, and Turret is pretty, the Turtles is like 2 and 1, but the Lord, 2 Lords secured by ONIC Esports, purely off the fact that they can just send their 2 frontliners into the front, and Brand Esports, who exactly are they going to send to the front? Because they have assassins, they have squishy members, maybe Flapteasy, but then Flap does not have doesn't have a lot of mobility and escape, so it makes it very, very difficult. And to add to that, when you have an Akai and a Lolita, whenever your backline is under threat, you can initially deny the dive using the heavy spin, and afterwards, the threat of the Numenon Blast landing is still going to be such a big problem. The MVP for this game is going to be Samo HT on that Lolita. 0 deaths, because there are so many other heroes, other players on the roster of ONIC that needs to be focused down by Brand Esports. He has 71% kill participation, and his Numenon Blast in this game were absolutely on point. And that is not only because he is a smart, a very opportunistic roamer, it's also of the fact that there's just so many more things, so many more crowd controls that Brand Esports need to worry about. And maybe in the late game, if the Irithel gets more damage, she can melt through most of the frontliners. But until that time, Samuel HT and Drian in tandem can absolutely push away and essentially bully Brand Esports to wherever they want. So we talked about lane dominance as control, but ONIC Esports unexpectedly go with the other route, and they go with control through crowd control as well as through frontline dominance. They were just able to just stand in place as Brand Esports slowly but surely gets pushed away from the objectives, and ONIC has a relatively easy time. If you take a look at the highlights for game number 3, and see that they are also very, very active contesting these purple buffs, because they know with 2 tanks, these assassins are so susceptible to getting dove on, and then afterwards, once they have that snowballing pressure, they can use that burst damage to destroy the other side laners, especially the gold lane, investing in CW for that late game. And even on the top side, Boots is so difficult to take down, and even if they do, Kyrie comes in and secures the kills afterwards. That's just insane. And the way Kyrie was able to play the Amon in this game is just phenomenal. Of course, securing the Lords, but even after that, rationing his spells perfectly to ensure that he gets the best results possible. And of course, that was that insane Luminous Blast onto 3 people. And with that kind of engage, it's very tough for Bren to get anything in exchange. And with the Lord afterwards, you can see that for the most part, they are not in any danger at all. This is a bit sketchy when they dive in towards the composition of Bren Esports, because this is what Bren needs to do. They cannot go front to back when they lose out in the frontliners. So they have to try and flank and get behind ONIC Esports. So that was a mistake, but ONIC recognized that, they back away, and they try again. And it's all calculated, and this time, they make sure that whoever dies in the backline gets controlled, gets knocked out by boots, stunned, you name it. And then with that being done, CW can do all the damage required, and with that performance, they take that game and they knock Bren out. So, ONIC, so flexible and so smart in the drafts. I think the draft is very much one of the strongest points of their team. And maybe we can hear a bit more about that once we get back to Mirko and Vela. Maybe we can hear straight from the mouths of the ONIC players or perhaps an ONIC coach. Well, Mirko and Vela, take it away.
Once again, thank you so much, Arashi, Bookman, the book boy himself, for the analysis. Back again on the caster desk with Mirko and Vela Jave. Vela, how you feeling after that game? Akai mid won the game.
I mean, like, I cannot, just like what we said before, I cannot expect anything else inside the MPL Invitational 2022. It can happen, but also we can happen to have the conversation with the winner here, ONIC Esports!
Who's it gonna be here? Oh my god, it's Coach Aldo. Samo, hello. Is that Kyrie in the back as well?
Yes.
All right, firstly, man, you've made it to the semifinals. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, ONIC Esports have broken the champion curse in MPLI. All the champions so far have been knocked out, right? Burn X Flash, champions of Cambodia, knocked out. Then we obviously had Team Hawk and
Blacklist
of Blacklist International all knocked out. How does it feel to break the curse?
Feels good. Feels good.
Feels good.
Yeah, feeling so good. Yeah.
Okay, but the drop that is coming to the third game is just like so crazy.
Aldo, you're responsible for this.
He is like Akai mid. What is actually happening right there? Like,
was it planned
or not?
Have you practiced this, or was this like a just all right? It's an Aldo. It's Aldo, Yeb, and Mars, the 3 brains combined again.
I think we're just experimenting things, right? Because I think we take this MPLI as a preparation for M4, and we just want to try things out. And if it works, then it works. And if it's not working.
Wait, so that was the first time. That was the first time you've tried it.
No, but we've tried it in scrims, but maybe only a couple of times, and it did well. So we want to know in a real tournament how does it work. And it works, so yeah.
It works really well, and you beat this Bren Esports. But oh my god, how does it feel to right now they are in the semifinal? You guys are in the semifinals already, and later on, you might be facing either the the Singapore winner, RSG Philippine, or maybe the Todak one from Malaysia. How does it feel to go against them later on the stage? Are you guys ready for it? Because Todak, we know that actually the drop is just like very, very crazy. Are you guys ready for that one?
Of course, yeah, we're ready, of course.
It's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be fun.
All right.
We're very excited also. Yeah.
Any prediction, maybe?
We want to face them. As usual, they always beat us. They always beat us.
They do. They always beat you. M3, MSC, you're right. That's the revenge match for you guys. But one last question. Maybe we can get our 2 last questions. One, reaction. A reaction. I want to ask a reaction. Like, just give us a statement here after the Blacklist loss, right? Because last year, MPLI 2021, you guys faced off against Blacklist in the grand final. So what's your reaction to seeing Blacklist knocked out in their first match in MPLI?
of course, a bit shocked because they're a strong team, but Geek Fam is also a very, very strong team. Yeah. We scrimmed against them and they are very strong. Geek Fam. So yeah, shocked or not kind of shocked, but yeah. Yes.
Geek Fam so strong now.
Geek Fam so strong.
Yeah. Preparation for MPL season 11, I think.
Yeah.
They're so strong.
Okay, then. Any last messages, perhaps? This is the last question. Any last message to all the Sonics out there, to the supporters? Kyrie, maybe you can answer as well.
Oh, sore throat, he said.
You lie.
Just trying to get out of the interview, man. But yeah, any last message, Aldo and Samo?
Thank you for Sonic who always supporting us and keep support us until now, until M4. Then maybe that's all.
Okay. Congratulations once again for ONIC Esports and see you in the next match later on. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Sore throat. I don't believe it. I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
He just don't want to talk with you, Mirko, I guess.
What do you mean? Hey, why wouldn't you want to talk to me, Kyrie? Hey, man, he's just on his phone.
Yeah.
All right, Kyrie. All right,
But
let's see how
next on, RSG Singapore against Todak. This is Singapore versus Malaysia battle. Who is actually going to be going or proceed to the next one? Before we were seeing 2 matches to 0. That is 2-1. Is it going to be another 2-1 coming? Another weird draft, crazy draft that can happen between these two teams? I don't know.
We'll see, right? RSG, SG, and Todak once again. We'll see how this match unfolds later on in match number 4. But before that, we're taking a break. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, for the final match of day 4. It's Mirko and Vela. We'll see you in a bit.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have 0 contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting, you know what I'm saying, it's hot. look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission of changing my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy. And I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
Play.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm saying? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy. And I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Do all the struggle and hurt. Remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm hitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm changing my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy. And I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been late. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, but through the hurt, just to show them my work, I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next.
Yes, let's go!
I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures.
This November, watch your heroes unleash their power.
Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my work, and that's why I gotta be first.
To be the ultimate winner.
So don't feel bad if there's a team fight happening next to you. Your job as a goal winner is to just farm all the way early game. Don't feel incentivized to join any team fights whatsoever because you have zero contributions, but only risking yourself to die. So instead, focus on farming efficiently and planning your farming route so that eventually, towards the late game, you can carry the game. By making the right decisions, you'll be able to accumulate resources in the most efficient way.
I play for me. I play for fun. I play for real. I play for friends and Friday nights. We play for all. This is a new age of play. Play your way.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final match of MPL Invitational 2022 day number 4. Once again here with Mirko and
Bella Jave here for our last match.
Last match.
Before we are entering the semi-final tomorrow. This is already like such a long journey already, 4 days in a row for the event, and tons of team already facing so much matches, but we are not going to be here without our partners and also sponsors, definitely.
MPL Invitational 2022 is sponsored and partnered by HSBC, Samsung Galaxy, Omni by FWD, Mech Delivery, and Logitech G. Thank you so much for helping MPLI 2022 and One Esports get this massive, amazing event going. Ooh. And it's been so amazing so far. 4 days of ultimate glory. And like we mentioned, man, the gold lane has been the heavy emphasis this meta. So you guys can go and level up your coin farming skills by watching the How to Farm and Spend Gold in MLBB videos put up by HSBC right now to elevate your coin farming game in real life and in game.
Yeah, in real life, so you have tons of money already. A lot of money. You definitely want to get your device. This is Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G unrivaled gaming experience with Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1, 12 gigs of RAM, and also 7.6-inch dynamic AMOLED 2x Infinity Flex display.
Man.
It's crazy. Plus, it's
again,
120 Hz refresh rate.
Stop.
This is
It's
a
too
phone that is going to be so good to listen to MPLI, playing Mobile Legends, or anything that you want to do with the device itself. It's unrivaled gaming experience with Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G, definitely.
Go check it out. And while you already have the Z Fold right now, open up the Play Store and get Omni, the application. Download it for free to be energized and to live every day your way.
Yeah, because with Omni, they have a music mini games as well to help us go along with the daily life. They keep us energized, you know, for our daily life. Download it now. Free. It's on App Store and also Google Play Store. Go get it now. And also go get this beautiful the Aurora collection from Logitech G to play your way. We play our way in the game to know more, to be better. But definitely, this is just like so beautiful.
So clean.
The design is just like,
it's just perfect. It's perfect. You get the quality, and it is also very, very beautiful. So you can use it anywhere. Play your way to success in the new age of gaming with the Aurora collection. And while you're doing that, you know, when you have these beautiful accessories, why don't you use your mouse, the Logitech G mouse, to click on to the social media. Down below, there's a link to all of our social medias. Follow One Esports to get yourself news all around esports right now. There's also memes, so if you guys like entertainment and like funny memes, you can check it out. Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. Just search One Esports and you'll find it.
Yeah, you will get the highlights, information, and also you can get free skin by register and win into the oneesports.gg/MPLI-win. Get your Venom skin here. My Venom skin will be given to you guys every day. It's a lot of skin, and actually it's very expensive skin. It's like a 999 diamond skin. It's given free for you guys who is watching MPL Invitational 2022.
All you need to do is register, and also if you want to see what type of hero you guys are in MLBB, I did it. I am an assassin.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
So you're an Amon?
I am Amon. There you go.
I'm the mage here. How about you guys? Go check it out right now. oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB. Go check out now and tell us, what are you? Are you an assassin? Mage?
Or maybe
support?
you're Arashi?
He's one of a kind, bro.
He is one of a kind. That's why he's not a role. But, you know, you need to play all 5 roles here in the community tournament for One Esports. If you want to win here, go ahead and register your squad or find a squad to play with on battlefight.com/oneesports.
That is going to be very interesting to find your squad. Be one of the best player right there to show your quality inside of the game. After listening to all of the information. But you know what? We got the free skin already, but I still want to have more skin. Can I get more skin?
Of course you can. With the biggest annual sale in MLBB history, you guys can get skins with only one promo diamond, the golden diamond. in the Double 11 Mega Sale for MLBB. Right now, log in because the event is still going on. You can log in for these diamonds, you can top up for these diamonds, and it's just an all-around good time. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang, hashtag MLBB 1111.
Hashtag Mega Sale. It's Mega Sale. Log in and get diamonds. Even log in, you get diamonds. And then you can go meet players, with friends, get another diamond.
So good.
MLBB, ONIC Esports, we love you all. But we also love the matches that happened today because we already have 3 matches that going on. We are going for the last match of the day, which is gonna be the match between Singaporean versus Malaysian. RSG Singapore going against Todak after witnessing 2 times 2-0 to the right side, and then 2-1 for Bren versus ONIC. This is a long battle coming from them, but RSG along with Todak, they definitely meet a lot previously.
But now it's a new Todak and a new RSG. This is the final match of the day, and it's going to be a banger. Malaysia versus Singapore. Todak were able to beat Slate Esports in their first match, but now they are going up against the Singaporean champions in RSG SG. So we'll see how Todak does. RSG SG and Todak, I think in terms of styles, it's contrast. RSG is very, fundamental, safe.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for Todak, they go for crazy picks. Even the way they play is crazy, but this is the official team lineup for both of them. The official team lineup first for RSG SG, the champions of Singapore. 505, Diablo, Baby Cakes, and Bray and Lolzy in this lineup.
Oh my god, this is going to be very interesting. Baby Cakes going against Chiku. What is going to be happening inside of the gold laner? Because we know that actually yesterday, Chiku showing a really good quality. RSG SG, they need to be careful over the draft coming from the side of Todak. But also from the side of Bray here, that is going to the jungle side over the RSG Singapore. I do feel like they really need to put something different inside of this match going against Todak that always give us surprises. If not, they can play safe, but they definitely need a gameplay that is different rather than the usual one coming from the side of RSG. But this is Todak with Moon, Momo, Chiku guys rival along with Yums. That is showing a really good statistics so far from the side of Todak.
It's insane, right? You can see the hero pool, 17. They're so creative with their picks, and we know that they are a very skirmish-heavy team. That's why you see a lot of kills and a lot of assists, and also a lot of deaths. Because hey, if you go for these crazy skirmishes, if you don't play it entirely objectively, you are going to fall as well. There's no way you can play the skirmish-heavy style without dying, but they do it in a way that's so impressive because in every little skirmish, they come out ahead. We saw it against Slate, we saw this as well against Aura Fire, and here, these are the lane predictions for this matchup. I think we need to take a look at the gold lane for sure. Chiku guys versus Baby Cakes. Different styles. Chiku, very aggressive, wants to duel you every time. Meanwhile, Baby Cakes waits, plays it safe, farms up to those item power spikes.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's why I was thinking Chiku might be going for early aggression kind of movement, just like what he always do in the matches that we saw already inside of MPL Invitational 2022. So I really want to see what is Baby Cakes gonna try to do here. Are they gonna play with the support card, with the healer kind of situation here to prevent the movement coming from Chiku? Or maybe they're gonna play quite aggressively to the side of that one. They might be going for early aggression kind of hero magic magic damage, maybe assassin kind of type coming from the RSG Singapore, or maybe Todak will be coming with a different kind of stage, maybe going different style, maybe another mid laner that we are not predicting at all. I mean, like, this is Todak, bro.
Well, fun fact, the Phobia's mid was actually used by Todak.
By them, right?
Minotaur mid as well.
I really want to see Minotaur. We haven't seen one.
We saw it banned twice yesterday by Aura against Todak. We saw it picked up by Slate Esports.
That's why I want to see the Minotaur. Actually, Minotaur is going to be a very good pick here. But we don't know, like, Aura was banning the Minotaur against Todak, so it's a huge possibility that Todak will be going over that one.
Let's see here, as we are going to get to this position. We're looking at it once again for RSG, SG, and Todak. It feels like both of the teams are ready for this game. For Todak, though, this is a very interesting fact, right? They're not using 4-Maze in their XP lane. They're actually using Momo, their gold laner in MPL Malaysia Season 10. So in MPL Malaysia, this is why it's so weird when we're talking about Todak. This team has constantly just rotated their lineup so many times. In the Grand Finals against Team Hawk, Momo played in the gold lane, Chiku played in the mid lane, Moon was a substitute, and 4-Maze played in the XP lane. Here in MPLI, Momo is in the XP lane, Chiku's in the gold, Rival's back in the jungle, and Moon's back in the mid lane. So they are constantly rotating this lineup. But I think for this time, they found their best lineup. Chiku performs when he's on a carry hero.
Yeah.
He needs to be placed on the carry heroes. And so far, that's why we've seen so much success from this lineup. Chiku taking the game into his own hands. We asked him a question yesterday. Who tells you to go in? Himself.
He himself.
Yes, his
he
mind.
is the
he
one
thinks
that
for himself. The team actually needs to follow up with whatever he does. So that's the thing now for RSGSG. That's the key. If they shut Chiku down from the early stage, what will Todak do? Because he's the shot caller.
That's right. It's going to be very interesting things here. Are they going to be focusing into the gold laner? But we also need to mention about Moon. Like, the positioning coming from Moon is just like super good. Are they going to be using... are they going to be using the positioning hero again coming from Todak? Or maybe they're going to be using the Puvius again? I mean, like, everything can happen. And I think Moon is better to use that kind of hero. I mean, like, that positioning kind of hero. Because I do feel like he knows when to give the damage or when to, like, have the aggressive movement coming to the side of RSG SG and RSG SG. I think they really need to be focusing over taking a very good hero on their hand. Are they going to be picking over... I mean, like, it's better to pick up maybe utility heroes such as Akai. Are they going to be left out open to be picked by the side of RSGSG? That's the question, though, because RSGSG will be taking the second pick. Well, for Todak, they will be going for the first pick. But again, Benedetta is very popular right now. It's getting banned over every single time.
Every single time. Since today, I think Benedetta has finally come into that banning phase. We've seen it left open so many times, and the Benedetta has been one of the most picked heroes this season. Well, not this season, this MPLI, right? He's been picked up 15 times, my god. Winning 7, losing 8, so there's more losses on the Benedetta, but still, it's just the flex pick, the flex potential of that hero. Very fast bans, though, coming in. Gucci and Fanny, 1-1 from RSG. Valentina, so Faramis is open for Todak. They faced off against Facehuggers Faramis yesterday in 2 games, and they finally banned it. Maybe Todak want to take a page out of Aura's book. Go for the Faramis first pick, or they might just go for the standard Akai first pick for Rival.
I do feel like Akai is going to be a very good one, but definitely there is still a Digi that can be picked by the side of RSGSG if they want to counter the presence of that one. But you know what? They can try to go over another kind of hero, but they're not. They want to pick over the Akai. They want to secure that CC. They want to secure a hero with tons of utility here. And it's still a flexible pick for the side of Todak. It still can go for roam or jungler. I mean, like, roamer is not really good one, but if they are picking over the Diki, it's gonna be a very nice one. But nice follow-up coming from the RCSG here with the Martis pick. Despite the win rate is not too good.
It's not
so far.
too good unless your name is Irad, right? Because Irad, oh my god, he's so good on this Martis. But Bray, I would actually say that Bray in MPL SG, he's been so consistent on the utility jungle and even the assassins. I think it's a good mix, the Smartest, for Bray. So I think he will actually perform on the Smartest pick. For RSGSG, the Grok as well. So they're going for some CC, some skirmish as well. Doesn't seem like they want to go for their usual objective-centric game. They want to go and face Todak the way Todak likes to play the game. We'll see how that plays out for them. Todak, the next 2 picks. I think securing a hero for Chiku will be good. And maybe a Mathilda now that RSGSG have the Grok.
Yeah, it's
and the Marcus.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very good one if they're picking over the Mathilda, but I think like flexing pick is gonna be better. But no, Paramis right now along with Cloud will be on the hand of Todak. So it's a possibly Martes as a roamer or maybe a mid laner still can go for both of the sides, but Melissa directly going to be the answer here with 0% win rate so far.
Yeah, the Melissa hasn't really found any success right now, and I understand. You know, this meta right now, it is divey. There's a lot of dive comps available, a lot of dive heroes available, but a lot of these heroes can't be countered by the Melissa. The go away is very small, right? The radius of that go away. So you can only counter the heroes like Rock, like Martis perhaps, but up against the Claude, up against the Feramis, and even the Akai, the heavy spin, you can actually pin the Melissa down outside of the go-away range. That's why Melissa hasn't really found any success, and that's why we haven't seen the Melissa pick in the last 2 days, I believe, and even in all the matches just now. Still though, Melissa is a very good hero up against Claude. That's why RSGSG picked it up. This laning phase is going to be great, and the fact that RSGSG are playing around kill pressure with the Grok and Martis makes sense.
They want to play as a bullying here, as a bullier to the side of Todak, but Farsha banned here for the moon, so he is not going to be able to use the positioning hero, positioning mage here for the side of Todak, but Paquito directly getting banned from the side of Todak. Remembering, Paquito is still a very good hero to dive in, to try to play aggressively, and this Grok, it's still, but I don't think like RSGSC wants to play it as the XP laner. I do feel like Grok here as a roamer gonna be better to know where's the position from the side of Todak to give the information and give more things to the side of RSGSC, unless they're having surprises here to be shown from the side of RSGSC. Well, for Todak, they're still gonna be needing the mid lane along with the XP laner from them, so Obvious is still gonna be banned here. Remembering Povia still can go to a lot of sides and also can be easily triggered by the presence coming from Martis. Are they gonna be using something that is gonna be very aggressive from the side of RSGSG? Because I do feel like they need it, especially going against God. You need an early aggression. You need to win in the early game and try to bully and try to pressure this Cloud in the laning phase.
Paquito banned as well from Todak. And for RSGSG, like you mentioned, right? Right now, we're thinking about XP lane, we're thinking about mid lane, but who's to say the Martis is going to go to the jungle? We saw it flexed yesterday 2 times by Todak and Aura to the XP lane. So RSG can definitely utilize that to get a counter matchup in the jungle or in the XP, according to how they draft here. I think securing a mid lane first is going to be a good option. Again, utilizing the Martis for that flex pick in the XP jungle. So Lilia here gets picked up by RSG, a safe hero up against this dive comp from Todak. This Todak will look to wrap their draft up with an XP laner and a roamer, should be, right? Roamer up against this comp.
Mid laner.
Mathilda, I think so.
Yeah, still a possibility here for Mathilda to do something about that one. But I do feel if they want to play aggressively, they can go to another magical damage on their hand. Uranus is actually a very good one.
Amazing, yeah.
100% win rate so far inside of MPL Invitational 2022, and can try to cut the way to the side of RSGSG. And one last pick from the side of Todak. It's gonna be Eve here. So it's a Faramis roamer.
Man, I really don't like the Feramis roam after the nerfs towards Feramis, because the base HP you get from the Cold Altar isn't as big as it was when it was first revamped. That's why we saw a whole lot of Feramis roam when it was first revamped, is because the base HP on the Cold Altar was enough to really just give your team that utility. But since that nerf, base HP nerf, that means you need to build magic damage for the HP to actually be there for you, right? It's very easily bursted down, and looking at RSGSG's composition, they can really punish that. Now, I think Martis can just be put into the jungle position. They can just pick up something like a Dyroth if they really want to bully that Uranus.
Yeah, you're right.
And then they just have so much kill pressure. But they go for the Esmeralda instead, knowing that, again, in terms of that frontline pressure, with the Grok, with the Martis, it might not be enough, considering Todak have such a heavy frontline presence with the Uranus, an Akai, and a Faramis to back it off.
And Esmeralda here will be, I think, like, it's not like super good pick coming from the RSGSG, because I think like, it's only like exchanging damage to the side of Uranus. He's not gonna be like able to bully the Uranus in the laning phase. It's just gonna be like sustain versus sustain situation. It means that the Lilia needs to do a lot of work along with the Martis. The rotation that they can try to put the pressure to the side of Todak, it's gonna be very important. Are they going to be able to do that? Because that is a huge homework to be done. Well, you know that actually Todak, they really need to scale up for the late game. So we will see what is actually going to happen. This is the first game between best of 3 series.
Let's see as we dive into the land of dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, Singapore versus Malaysia. Todak, number 2 in MPL Malaysia, up against the champions of Singapore. Todak on the blue side, RSG on the red. Bren and Rival both opting to start on their purple buffs.
Yeah. Is RSG going to be securing 2 slots inside of the
RSG
to the semifinals of MPL Invitational? Or is it going to be Todak who is leading to that situation? But yeah, I mean, like the early situation, I mean, from the damage, I think like Moon need to have back again really good positioning to be able to help up the damage that can be given by the side of Todak. But RSGSG, the presence that is coming from Martis is actually can be a nullifier for the side of RSGSG itself. It can stop the movement coming, especially from the Rival with the heavy spin, the CC that he can give. And Momo, I think like he is having a quite hard time right now facing Esmeralda in the laning phase, because back again, it's just going to be like exchanging damage between Ionic Age and also Stardust Dance. He, I think, needs to cut off the minion nearby the base of the side of RSGSG. But Uhud in top lane, it's actually 3 members, 3 heroes going against another.
Whoa, Bray, very aggressive invade or a dive there. Taking 3 shots, now very low. Todak are able to punish that. Rival gonna pick up that gold buff, but if we're talking about the styles right now, right? For RSGSG, again, they played to the fundamentals of the game. They actually played really slow, objective heavy. Meanwhile, Todak, they're very skirmish heavy. And if the game continues to be played in this slow tempo, it's going to be RSGSG who has the better time. Up top, you can already see RSGSG with a better setup here onto the first turtle, with Brave on the turtle already. Lolzy opening up the map. Yums trying to get a better position, but will just be poked down by the damage coming in from 505. Rival has a position now to go for the steal. Has the heavy spin as well, but Bray is able to find it. Anti-CC countering the Akai.
Nice securing for the objective here from the side of RSGSG. The leading is not too far yet, yeah. But we know that actually they need that kind of condition. They would need to give the pressure. But Chico, so far Chico, it's supposed that Chico is losing so much in the laning phase, but it's not. Actually, Baby Cakes able to bully, but not too much to the side of Chico. He is still able to pick off all of the gold that he needs. The difference is not too far. He's still playing around with the art of thievery, still playing with the mechanics coming from the cloud itself, and even using the blazing duet, clear up the minions to farm well, and then go back, take something else inside of the jungle, which is a very good start from the side of Todak.
Chico's so good at playing the Claude. Why? Because he's able not only to utilize the blazing duet to clear the ways, but also to dish out some damage onto Baby Cakes without using without losing any of his own resources. This game as well, fun fact, he's actually opted to go for the Purify instead of the Sprint, which is interesting, right? Because in terms of lockdown, it's probably just that Grok who can lock him down. I would actually prefer to Sprint here personally myself, but Moon gonna be caught here by Diablo. The slow game by RSGSG is what they want, man. That initial fight down below. Baby Cakes, whoa, way too aggressive. Jump in onto GQ. Yums has the Cold Ultra to help Chiku out. This is not what RSG want. They got the first blood. They started their suffocation gameplay, but as you can see, if Chiku gets this gold lead, if he's able to get some damage onto the turret, getting the gold, it's going to be a lot for RSG to deal with. Look at that gold lead. It was initially 900 for RSG.
Now it's going to the Todak side, and it's 200.
And you know, now it's all in Chiku. It's all in his pockets, which is scary. Scary, because they always play this way. They play for the weak side XP lane, and they play towards Chiku.
Yeah, they always sacrifice the EXP lane and let Chiku to have everything that they need. And Chiku, actually, I thought that he was going to be recalling from that situation, but he's not. He's able to get 50% of that gold shield turret, but in the mid lane, a lot of things that they will try to get here because there is a second turtle that is power up, that is coming back into the land of dawn. Todak definitely want to take over this one, but RSGSG, they know they need something. They need to try to catch up with the difference because they are leading back to in the side of gold, but they don't want to put a lot of resource with knowing they cannot get a lot from it. So they are just waiting for a perfect moment to do something else. Well, Chiku, again, at this rate, he is going to be able to take down the turret if no one is actually going to be controlling the gold lane.
Definitely. You can already see the Melissa that was picked to counter Claude is not doing well here. Bray looking for the turtle. Finds it once again with the anti-CC. Is able to neutralize that heavy spin. And Todak is losing on the neutral objective game, but winning in the gold lane. But Chiku, he's waiting in the bush. He's actually farming the jungle. Okay, so Todak are trying to help the Claude get to that item power spike a bit faster by leveling up his coin farming skills with HSBC.
Yeah, they are funneling all of the gold to the side of Chiku. They want to put the money all in to the side of Chiku because he is going to be unrivaled gaming experience with the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G. And so far, I do feel like Todak just going to be giving everything to the side of Chiku while the distraction now starts to happen by having like Momo in the top lane, but Blazing Duet, the bottom lane Baby Cakes, unable to do anything even though Chiku is quite low already. They're unable to finish him off.
Good trade there by Chiku. Still staying energized in this game, just like you guys can stay energized with Omne as well. Every day, your way. And here, Vela, fun fact, as you mentioned, unrivaled gaming experience, but Todak have Rival on their team.
Oh ho ho! That is right, but they are also playing their way, you know, with the Aurora collection from the Logitech G, but Rival, they really want to play aggressively toward RSGSG, but
Chiku with a very aggressive play, jumps in onto Baby Cakes, is able to outplay for Yums to come in. Again, they play around Chiku and it works out. Real world inflation popped in, but it's going to be cancelled out. Rival looking for a heavy spin. Baby Cakes pinned. All on the back of Chiku's outplay once again. They did it against Aura. They're doing it against RSG. Look at the pretty crazy scraps that have been enabled by Chiku. As Chiku, against all odds, once again in the 3v1 against a counter, is able to win in the lane. This man needs to be stopped.
The mind games is just so crazy. How Chiku able to
What the heck?
He is the shot caller. He is the one that calling himself to jump in, and the rest of the players just like following him up. And right now, real world manipulation being popped again, and Ray almost get caught, but 5 on 5. Definitely gonna be another point from the side of Todak.
Oh my goodness gracious. Chiku is an absolute beast. He's going to steal the purple buff as well. He's level 9 right now,
Almost
about to hit level 10. He has the golden staff in the 6th minute just now with 5,000 gold now. And oh my god, this is amazing, right? Usually when you're in this lane up against a Melissa, you would want to build steel leg plates to get out of the damage that is constantly bullying you. But here, he's opted to go for tough boots, and he has no steel leg plates. So that just gives him more coal to play with to build other items like the Wind of Nature. So it's just such a risky move by him. But if it works out like this, sure, it works. Yums bringing 505 back, forcing the black shoes before anything even happens.
I think like they trust each other a lot here. Yums, they're gonna be relying a lot, but Chiku again with a blazing duet. Baby Cakes!
Now you know why he went for Purify. If he went for Sprint, that drop could have just taken him down. There you go, Diablo punishing him there. Yums a bit too late with his Cold Altar. RSG can definitely still look for these crazy pickoffs. Diablo is really good, a solid member on the team, and right now he is the main man for RSG.
9 minutes inside of the Land of Dawn for the two here. Almost none of the difference between the gold. But look at the objective-wise here. RSG already claiming 2 turtles. Next on, Lord will be coming to the Land of Dawn, but Momo in the bottom lane
He's
will
gonna
be
be taken out. Yeah, the decimation from Bray, the damage. Vela, it feels like RSG, again, if they play the slow tempo, if Todak don't go for these crazy fights, RSG are just going to be able to disengage from a lot of them and play the objective game that they love doing so much. You mentioned the stylistic clash early on, and we're seeing it here.
Oh my god, but the Esmeralda also doing a really good job right now, trying to do some split push and also creating some distraction while the Lord is already appearing inside of the Land of Dawn. So it makes some of the Todak players need to focus on that way. They are going to be trying so hard to contest this Lord while Bray going against rival, and I don't know what is actually going to happen next, but Yoms is there though. Chiku is going into that direction, but he is going to take over the purple buff?
He is. This might be a problem for the side of Todak. RSG Bray picks the Lord up, but Chiku jumps into the back line, dealing so much damage, and the beer fight gets him. No! Bray decimates him, takes him out. Chiku has fallen for Todak, and RSG look to collapse here, look to utilize this Lord to siege Todak down slowly but surely.
I think like there is something missing coming from Todak. Like Chiku was going, but the rest of the player coming from Todak, they are not going for that one. They are not going all in for the situation, and Yoms, I mean like Chiku playing a very risky movement here, and so far it's not doing great for the side of Todak. At first, he is leading so much, but right now, RSG is just keeping up. No, I mean, like, it's bundling a lot of stuff right now. Even 3,000 gold lead along with the Lord. Even though that this is still a first Lord that is going to be easily taken down by the side of Todak. But at least they are doing something. They are pressuring it back to the side of Todak. And Todak needs to play defensively while they are not supposed to do it at this moment.
Agreed, and now again the slow game, 505 with the black shoes. Gonna be brought back there. Chiku almost finding that kill. 505 low. Yum's caught here, doesn't use that cult altar. Momo gets the kill, 1-for-1. Falling Star Moon locking both Moon and Chiku, but Chiku does not deal enough damage to melt Diablo down. Momo doing the same thing to the back line right now as the real world inflation gets popped in. Bolzy with an amazing wild charge to stop that cult altar. Chiku with the blazing duet of the wind of nature is able to get the damage down, but Baby Cakes finds the kill first. Momo getting the trade in the back line. Diablo not able to find rival, but is able to zone the rest of the members away. SG losing out in the trade here technically, but it's a 2-for-2. Yums respawn because of the passive. Looking for more. Bray gonna be caught here by the Stampede, by the damage as well. Poked down slowly but surely. Bray looking to outplay, but it will not happen. Momo with a shutdown on this Uranus. He's massive, and they finally picked up that valuable trade.
But they're not stopping that. Diablo still dance around here. Even Momo. It's Diablo gonna be focusing over Yums here. What is actually gonna happen next? Because Diablo is actually draining the HP coming from Momo, but Todak, they are taking back the gold lead coming from the RSTSG. It was before 3,000 something, 3,500 gold, but right now it's only like 2,000 gold difference. They are already putting back a lot of stuff, and Chico already finishing up the Malevigror after Wind of Nature that has been done by the side. I was like wondering, are they already having the Dominance? Dominance Eyes is only on the hand of Diablo along with Lulsi. Aside of that one, they don't have any draining, because I do feel like Momo is still very hard to be burst down. I mean, like 505, he is able to give a lot of damage, but it's a continuity damage. They need something to stop this Momo, because Momo, for the late game, I think it's going to be very hard to be taken down.
Absolutely, agreed, right? Momo, both, and Diablo.
Yeah.
Both of these sustainable members are very hard to take down, but I do feel like Todak have a better chance at taking down Esmeralda because they have a Claude that does so much damage up against the Esmeralda, can shred her down. Momo now looking for the bottom side first, the back line, as he is going to be able to bait a few resources. Real world inflation popped out to zone Baby Cakes away. Yum's looking for that engage. Not finding it just yet. Rival, again, just trying his best to get control back on this Lord. Chiku dashing out, blinking out. The volley star. Moon is at the backline again, targeted by Momo. Look at Momo, look at Momo. My goodness, it's a solo kill by Momo, but Baby Cakes is still able to survive. Baby Cakes and Momo have to back up, but Chiku jumps in with a 505. Lord gonna be taken down. Claude going massive in that backline, picking up a kill. Bray now onto Moon, but he does not do enough damage. Bray running for the hills as he's gonna be gunned down, chased by Moon, Rival, and Yums to his demise. SG's insane lead has just been equalized by Todak.
Oh my god, Momo, oh Momo. He is playing a huge role at this moment. He is able to zone out 2 players coming from RSGSG, while Todak is focusing to get over the Lord. And Chiku again with a blazing duet. Diablo. He is forced to use the Falling Star Moon defensively, but Momo versus Diablo, that is going to be an endless battle. Just focus on the Chiku that is able to secure another turret here. Despite the mid lane, it's not a really good situation.
Okay, Diablo once again there in the midst of it all, going to be caught. Has to pop that. No, he doesn't even pop the sprint, he just gets out of that. Todak with a 1,000 gold lead now, looking to siege the top side down.
Diablo.
It's a very, very good micromanagement by Baby Cakes, taking the Lord down bottom. Diablo was low, but he's on the Esmeralda, can't get out. Todak playing the discipline game, going back, looking for the tier 1 first, playing it slow this time.
Yeah, because they know that actually for the late game, they still have a lot of things to be brought by. But I do feel like Eve here is going to be one of the important part for the side of Todak, but the orange buff here is still going to be able to be secured by the side of Bray. But Diablo again! Almost get caught, and the damage coming from Chiku is enough to melt him down. Demon Hunter's Word is the answer here from the side of Todak to the RSGSD side. Well, Momo, who is going to be the answer from Momo? Melissa so far unable to do much to the side of Momo. The regeneration using the Consecration, Ionic Age, along with Transcendent Word, just like helping Momo to dance around to even stop the movement coming from RSGSG. They need to do something about this one. They need to make something. Or maybe they need to put the focus more into the Chiku side. Because before, when they do that, actually they were winning the movement. They were winning the war. So I think like that is going to be the case here from the side of RSGSG. But purple buff.
No, Rival actually takes it there with the Retribution. He can play around these cooldowns as well. Because the Lord is going to be spawning in 29. Retribution is going to be back up by that time. And again, it's that slow game, this time by Todak. So they have been coin flipping these team fights, skirmishing when they were behind, but now that they have the lead, they're starting to play it just normally again. They aren't going for these crazy team fights anymore. And here, Diablo is going to be caught down with Blazing Duet as well. Diablo still surviving, but will have his immortality popped in. Diablo, no sprint, still able to get out, but Momo is dealing so much damage both onto Diablo and 505. 2 members forced to back off. Todak have the better setup for the Lord, and they will use it here.
They are probably going to be going to that direction because Rival is already going to that way. But Momo, again, he's going to be giving the information from the side of Todak, like this Esmeralda not going anywhere when we know that actually Falling Star Moon going to be one of the AoE to stop over the Eve. Who is going to be stopping the Eve if there is no Esmeralda from the side of RSGSG? And this Chiku, who is going to be able to stop and or maybe disable Chiku with a movement.
What? He just jumps in with Within Nature as well as he's so much damage, Chiku! My goodness gracious! Oh my lord! What an absolute menace to everyone in the Land of Dawn. How does he do that? No setup, no engage. He is the engage. Why did that work? How did that work? That should not have worked.
He trusts his damage, and he is the shot caller. He is the one that calling himself to jump around with the Blazing Duet for the 3 members from the side of RSGSG, and it gives the moment for Rival, I think, to get over the Lord. Despite Diablo here still trying to get over 3 members from the side of Todak, but Cold Altar is there, and I think, there is coming. Bray is coming. Are they going to be able to steal it?
Looking for a miracle play right now. He is down. Diablo looking for that miracle play as well, trying to set up for Bray. In this current situation, Bren is still alive. That Lord is going to be taken very, very low. They're going to go for the Retribution battle, and Bren finds it, steals it away from Todak. Momo, though, able to find the kill. Baby Cakes getting out with the go away, but will fall to the hands of Momo. Rival here with Jiku, guys, as well. Jiku has come back, and he's looking for another play. What a good style. Jiku jumps in with the Blazing Duet, unable to get those frontliners down. Lolzy completes the Blade Armor. Lord now in the mid lane. That play saved RSG.
Oh my god, that brings so much time for RSG, but Baystar in the top lane is gone. And 5-5. I think Momo will not stop his movement. Yums, I think Yums might be able to get down here, but the Cold Altar is there.
Again, they're looking for a re-engage. Lolzy brought back by the Stampede. Lolzy taken low, taken very, very low with the glowing one. Popped in, Momo with the monster kill. They're looking for the mid lane now, but with the enhanced minions here, RSG still have a chance to defend. Diablo jumping in, getting it pinned down with heavy spin, as that's the damage output from both Chiku and Moon. Real world inflation brought in. 505 forced to use the black shoes. Yums gonna be falling, but Chiku again is massive. Chiku, and Chiku, but it's Moon who picks up a double. Todak on the back of Chiku once again. This man has to be stopped. I cannot believe that he keeps on doing this. 1-0 to Todak.
The Blazing Duet.
What the heck was that, man?
Massive amount of damage that is given by Chiku. That is crazy how it is able to stop a lot of movement coming from RSGSG, and not forgetting to mention Momo. That is actually outplaying a lot of members coming from RSGSG. RSGSG, whenever they want to dive in, there is this Uranus, there is this Blazing Duet that come out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, he just jumped in using the Purify, using the Wind of Nature, using everything, and actually burst down so much to the side of RSGSG, so they cannot try to set up over the ward. They need to disengage. When they need to disengage, the Varamis come with the Cold Altar. Then there's another follow-up coming from the Yi, from the Uranus, everything. So 1-1 from the side of RSGSG is in the head of Todak. I mean, like, I don't even know how to stop Chiku. I don't think like banning over the hero is enough, bro.
No, you see this paper right here with all the notes? It does not work. Or I'm
It
tearing it
doesn't.
out because it doesn't work. I'm trying to write down what Todak should do. It doesn't work. I mean, what RSG should do against Todak. How did that work? Fella, how did that work? How did Chiku jump
I'm
in
not
onto
sure.
3? He was against a Grok, that Purify. Now we finally understood why he took the Purify instead of the Prevent. It's not as a defensive maneuver, it's as an aggressive maneuver. Arashi, Purify is supposed to be a defensive battle spell, but on Chiku, everything's used for offense.
Well, it's not the tools, it's how you use them. And for Chiku, it's all about that aggression. And it's crazy because it really seems like RSG were about to take over Todak and actually get that decisive victory. But no, Todak actually comes back. They have solid late game heroes. And once RSG lost a bit of that control, where Todak is now able to actually set up and have positioning prepared for the fight, they actually come out on top quite decisively. And the only real concern right now is the amount of times where the Retribution battle is won by RSG. Because several times, it seems, even in the final stages of the game, you do see that although Todak is able to take out multiple members, it does seem like the Retribution really favors RSG, and that could be something that RSG can take advantage of. But looking at the items here, of course for Moon, late game with the Yi, with the double ones, the Ice Queen one and the glowing one, and a Divine Glaive, knowing that there's a lot of beefy members on the side of RSG. And then Chiku, of course, all the offensive items, and then the Athenas and Wind of Nature, just to ensure he doesn't get bursted down, because he is not intending to stay in the fight for too long. And I feel like overall, alright, the fact was that Todak didn't have the crowd control. They really couldn't get decisive fights going in because they have the Cold Altar to play around with, and their only real way of locking someone down is using the heavy spin. And now it's not exactly bad, but it's very limited and it's telegraphed. It's not very surprising in the hands of rival. So RSG Singapore was able to maneuver around from it, and if you look at their composition, it's very mobile. It's very cut control denial as well because the Grok and the Martis can both avoid getting locked down. So it's very difficult for Todak to get a winning fight until they caught up. And even after they caught up, it's about using the neutral objective. A lot of teams seem to focus on the neutral objective as only a lord. But the best of teams can use it to their advantage, to pull enemies towards you, to force them into weird situations. And I think Todak, in the late stages of the game, after coming back, after equalizing in the gold department, they use the Lord very effectively. And RSG, they don't really want to go for that all-out battle, but they're kind of forced to. And then Chiku will do the crazy play, the unexpected play, and the rest is history. Take a look at the damage dealt. You can see that Baby Cakes almost matches Chiku, but that Claude in the late game is a bit too damaging. And Moon with the Yve has a lot more flexibility to play around compared to 505 on that Lilia. The range advantage also comes into play, specifically when the Lord is in the picture. Because before that, it doesn't matter if you lose it in range, because you can just position differently and still come out on top in departments of damage and in spell frequency. But when you are forced to be in the Lord Pit, now Todak can use their range advantage and they can let Chiku hide in the bushes and prepare traps, prepare moments where he just goes in very true Todak Chiku fashion, just full aggression. Chiku will be the MVP for game number 1, 4-4-8, with a 781 gold per minute and 67 kill participation. As we mentioned earlier, and as our casters mentioned in the beginning of the game, he's also so smart in how he plays the early game for the Claude. He knows when to use the ultimate for farming. He ensures that for the most part, he is very safe from a lot of threats because he spends minimal time in the lane and finds other sources of income anywhere else as best as possible. And that means that teams, even though they want to shut him down, will have a bit of difficulty trying to predict when exactly he's going to pop up back into the lane. In a way though, you can actually predict where he's going to come depending on the wave position as well. But in this particular game, with the pace that eventually Todak is able to build towards, the late game was just completely in their hands. And with the Cult Altar, it's just so difficult because now, when you're forced into the fight, then you cannot avoid the Cult Altar. And now in the late game, when your team also has damage on top of that Cult Altar survivability, that is where it gets very dangerous. Because if you take a look at the highlights, in the early game, having a Cult Altar is great, but if you can't dish out enough damage to deter your opponents, it's not exactly that efficient. And as you can see, Chiku just makes the plays again and again. And this is something at this point that's not too surprising. Afterwards though, you do see that RSG do try and equalize, and they use the early game pressure, the burst damage they have, and Bren on that retribution is just very, very solid. But later on, once the fights get scuffly, when there's everyone mixing around together, that's where the Lilia damage actually does a lot of damage. Unfortunately, later on, it does get countered by Chiku on the Blazing Duet. And the go away from Melissa on Baby Cakes actually is quite annoying to play around with for the members of Todak. But then, with how they play, it's just about positioning. And you can see that the members of RSG Singapore, eventually, they just get caught in two different fronts. They know that if they stick together, the AoE damage coming in from RSG is too damaging. So they make sure that they come from multiple fronts and just confuse RSG completely. And now they have no idea who to focus down. And if their main damage dealer gets picked off, you already know that the Uranus is going to be so obnoxious, regenning everything and being unable to be pressured backwards. And with that advantage, with the late game that Todak was able to secure and very patiently build toward, they end the game. It's one of the longer games in MPLI, but a job done is a job done. You can't argue with the results. It's surely not the style we expected to see from Todak, but hey, maybe in game number 2, we're going to see something crazy from Todak, but RSG, we'll see if they adjust as well. Vela and Mirko, it's time for you guys to shine. So enough from me, see you guys later.
What an outro by Arashi. See you guys later indeed. But yeah, we'll see you guys. We will see you definitely after this match, Arashi. Maybe after this game,
yeah.
Right? Well, for sure after this game.
After this game, definitely.
Todak versus RSG. Now, hey, the pattern here today has been 2-0. We have 1-2-1 But do you think Todak have what it takes to get a 2-0?
Yeah, I mean, like with the pressure that is given by Chiku, everything is possible right now from the side of Todak. RSGSG, are they going to be trying to do something against this Chiku? Are they going to be trying to stop Chiku's movement? Because I feel like with the Cloud, I feel like the confidence coming from Chiku is just like super crazy, and he's been using Cloud since yesterday, non-stop. Are they going to be trying to use different kind of it or ban it? Just as simple as that one.
Well, you're right. The Claude.
He's been using that one since yesterday.
Wanwan, Claude, Beatrix, these 3 heroes, man. On Todak, on Chiku.
Are they gonna be? Is it gonna be worth it to ban 3 heroes like that?
No, okay, it's definitely not worth it. I think ban the Claude, ban the Claude, and 1. Oh, you're right. They have to ban the 1-1. Well, they have to let something open, right? They really do have to let something open.
I mean, like, Varamis...
Looking back at my torn notes here. For,
I mean, like, it's okay to open the Varamis, I think. The Akai... I'm not sure about the Akai, though. But there is still a Digi that is not being picked, by the way, previously. I mean, like, Akai, Varamis...
Well, okay. They banned the 1-1, Fanny and Gushin. Now, looking at it, I don't think they can ban the Claude. If they ban the Claude, then the Gushin's open.
Unless
and then Chiku can just go to jungle. Remember, Chiku can play jungle. Chiku can play mid. Chiku can play XP. That's how Todak have really been using this composition. Momo can just swap over to the gold lane. Yesterday, well, on day number 1, when Todak played in the roles, when Todak submitted their roles, Chiku was an XP laner. So he swapped because 1-1 was open, and then he kept on playing in the gold lane because, I mean, with these performances, why not, right?
Yeah.
Why not, Arashi? Why not?
Why not? Arashi.
Why not?
Arashi? Arashi? Why not? Answer
He's the
question.
analyst. That's why I'm asking him, right?
Yeah. But I feel like no. I'm still gonna ban the Claude unless we still don't know. Remember who is gonna be going through the blue side or red side. So it's also gonna determining who is gonna be banned here because a lot of things can still be open. RSGSG. Previously, they are on the red side, and they are now still on the red side. So 1-1 along.
Fanny and Gushin?
Yeah, Fanny and Gushin.
That's most likely what's going to be
banned. Ban the Gushin and Claude and let Fanny open?
Oh man, let Fanny open. I don't think you want to do that. I really don't think you want to let the Fanny open, but we'll see. Valentina banned out, same bans from Todak. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Todak have the blue side again. They won the blue side. But RSG definitely have to start making some changes because with the Fanny now banned out, with the Gushin banned out, well, no Fanny. With the Gushin banned out, it's still looking exactly like the game, like the first game. And they changed. No Cho ban from Todak. It's now a Paquito ban, respecting to Bren and Diablo.
It means that a lot of heroes gonna be open right here with the Akai, Varamis. Not forgetting the Cloud. Not forgetting the Cloud for this match. I'm not gonna forgetting that one. Along with Fanny, are they gonna be... Or they want to open up the Cho just in case the Fanny gonna be left open so they can ban over the other hero, which means Todak can still go to something else, and here you go.
Fanny open though, Fanny open.
But they're still gonna be having Akai.
You're right.
They're still gonna be having the Cho. There's tons of possibility here.
You're right. I think, you know what, Todak, don't get baited in by the Fanny. Don't need to play the Fanny. They already have the Akai. It worked out super well. And for RSGSG, Bray has played with the Fanny, but we haven't seen a whole lot from that Fanny from Bray. So now RSGSG, they need to pick Fanny. See how they play.
Yeah. I mean, like, if it's Akai Digi Fanny, it's still...
No picks for now. And there you go.
They're thinking so much about this one. I'm curious what is the decision they will try to take here. And Martis with Beatrix, they don't care about the Fanny. They don't want it.
Yeah, they don't. Well, that's exactly why I said Todak. They don't even need to care about the Fanny because, hey, RSG aren't going to care about the Fanny here. They don't pick it up. It's a bit too risky.
It is.
Even on the hands of Bray. Todak now. 2 picks for Todak.
Beatrix.
You know what's another Chiku special?
What?
Well, it's not a Chiku special, but I have seen him play it. Irithel. It's also a flashy hero. I think it would suit him. Unless, oh my god. Okay, you know what? I'm going to try to read Todak, alright?
Okay.
They aren't going to pick the gold laner now. They're going to pick the Feramis and an XP laner or a mid laner, depending on where the Feramis is going to go. Okay, yeah, that's what they go for. Okay. They're going to set up for a last pick for Todak. And guess what? Usually when they do this, it's a Mia for Chiku. We have seen this many times before. Chiku, Mia. I think they're planning for it right now because RSG are going to try to ban the gold lanes now. If they do, they're falling to Todak's trap, right? Todak wants to pick that Mia. We'll see.
We will see. But one pick first. After seeing Uranus, I definitely think RSGSG need to change the things here. The Uranus against Esmeralda, to be honest, if I can be fair, that Uranus winning against that Esmeralda. Despite he's having a hard time on the laning phase, but Direct will be a very good option. Or they are going to be picking another Esmeralda on the head of RSGSG. Right now, from the side of RSGSG, they still need mid laner. While for Todak, gold laner along with the roamer or maybe mid laner.
Alright, we'll see. RSGSG with the ban.
You wait for... Are they going to be banning over the gold laner, right?
Yeah, because now Irithel, right, is an option. If they really want to try to shut Chiku down, go for it. Go for the Irithel. Go for... I don't think Melissa, though. Yeah, Irithel. Just ban out the Irithel and maybe another just... Mage? Those two, right? A Mage and Irithel as well. But there's no way they ban the Mia, right? Unless they also want... they respect that Mia. Let's see here. There we go. Hey, okay, I'm reading it right now. 100% correct for now, okay? Todak are just going to Todak are just going to go for mid lane and roam, obviously. This is the bans that are available for this composition. I think they're just going to get rid of dives, like Rock there. Dive heroes, because they're setting up for that Mia. I think, well, at least I think they're going to go set up for the Mia, because
what if RSGSG picking over the roamer later and not picking the mid laner? So saving for any possibility that Todak can go for the gold laner. I mean, like, they can still go for the Farsha or any kind of mage that can go against a marksman like Mia.
There's so much here.
So Todak need to think about that kind of possibility, but RSGSG gonna be limiting another Brody.
Alright, two gold lane bans. No
miracle.
Brody, no Irithel. There's only one hero I know that he plays other than the 4 that has been banned out. No 1-1, no Claude, no Irithel, no Brody. Do I get it right here? That's the question, right? If I do, then I know Todak. I know they know these coaches mean. Let's see. Todak, final ban. Should be an XP lane.
Or a magic one for the mid lane here. That is still gonna be one of the things, but it's an Atlas ban from the side of Todak. Here, Atlas. Okay, one pick here from RCSG. Are they gonna be picking over the roamer first? They still can go for the Chodo if they want to go for a pick-off situation, but I don't think that is the case here for the side of RCSG. They need a combo that can work with Esmeralda. What if they're going for Ruby? But I think it's a very risky situation. If they are able to use the eye movement towards Akai or maybe Varamis, they will be having a quiet hard time now.
I completely forgot, by the way. They're not going to go for the Mia, I think.
Bruno?
Never mind. Yeah, that's why. Because I just remembered Bruno. That's the way they were able to win against Slate Esports with the Bruno Rafaela last pick. And right now, it's shaping up to be that as well. It can be the Bruno Rafaela. It can also be the Mia. The Mia is very risky, but knowing Todak, they can definitely show some risky picks.
Look at
Chico. Look at Chico. He's talking to Coach. He's like, Coach, let me play Mia, Coach. Let me play Mia.
Or suddenly Moskov or Leslie.
Ooh, that would be... I think Leslie is a bit too risky here.
Yeah.
Up against that dive comp. Up against the Martis. Oh, it's not bad though. It's not bad. Definitely not bad, but a final pick from RSG is a bit scary.
I don't think that we need to talk about this. We're just gonna wait for them to pick it, but it's gonna be Bruno.
Oh man, I wanted to see the Mia.
Bruno Rafaela? Or Bruno something else?
It should be Raph here. Now that they have the... Or... No, it should be Raph. Moon...
No.
Year.
Your team
Okay.
Okay.
Bruno Year. Now, from the side of RSGSG, there is still a Farsha if they want to go range versus range, but if they want to go for something else, Lilia is still available and still can be an options from the side of RSGSG. But going against Yi, I do feel like they need more damage to burst on, especially for the Uranus. Lunox is still a very good option as well. If they want to go for melting down this Uranus to counter this Uranus, because before this Uranus is unstoppable, they definitely need something else to burst down this one.
Payback.
And Farsha.
Farsa, alright. See, the Farsa is really good, but the thing is, Todak is going to have that Akai constantly jump into that back line to try to cancel it.
Yeah.
And if we're looking at it like this, RSG are trying to just play it front to back up against Todak. If you play it front to back in the early stages, it's all going to be Todak. But we'll see, right? Looking at the compositions, once again, it's going to come down to execution because both teams have a front to back. Todak playing more towards that early stage with the Bruno. Meanwhile, RSG waiting for that power spike to hit for the Beatrix.
Okay, this is going to be super interesting coming from down, but Momo, if he's bringing the Purify, I don't think it's going to be very easy for RSGSG to handle up the diving competition, the diving movement that can be brought by this Uranus. But aside of that one, Baby Cakes, it will be having quite a hard time to face Bruno in the early stage with the volleyball, with the critical that can be brought. But this is the second game for the match between Todak, the Malaysian representative, and also RSGSG from Singapore representative in this MPL Invitational 2022.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen. This is the chance for Todak to try to knock out the Singaporean champions. There's also the chance for RSG to equalize and to go to game number 3.
And actually, this Momo bringing over the sprint. I thought it's going to be Purify to stop maybe the energy impact and also Curse of Crow combo from the side of Farsha. But I do think that he will be going into the magical, a lot of magical defensive kind of thing. But
they're doing it again. They're doing it again. This is the lane swap. Chiku in the XP lane on the Bruno. They did this to Slate Esports where they were able to take the turret down so early into the game, and they're trying to do it again against the Singaporean champions.
Yeah.
Bruno, XP lane, not gold lane.
Yeah, because they know they're gonna be outranging the players, but Chico almost get caught, but the rest of the player from RSGSG, Chico almost get caught. Diablo!
No way!
Gonna be the one that is taken down as the first blood here.
Chiku again. What a play by this man. He saw 3 people. He saw a gank. He dashed to the gank. He flickered out to safety and he outplayed Diablo. Now it's a chance again for him to snowball in the XP lane. I almost said gold lane again. Top side. Momo able to do the same thing he did in game number 1. My goodness gracious. This is wow. Wow, wow, wow. Todak with the instant first blood early on.
And also like Momo going against a Beatrix, I don't feel like it's also a gain here because Uranus with the stock that he can collect with all of the damage that can be given by the Nibiru stage of Beatrix is also like helping the Uranus to sustain more. So I feel like it's still a very 50-50 condition, but so far with the outplay on the bottom lane, but the turtle still gonna be taken from the side of Todak.
Oh, this time it's good for Todak. Bray gonna be caught there, has the damage to get out, has the decimation as well, but will be taken down. No, not just yet, it's 505 who gets the kill over towards Rival. It's a 1-for-1, Turtle for kill, Jungler for Turtle.
And the Lol C that is getting ready with the Guiding Wind just helping this Ray to get out from that kind of condition, but Chico again going into the lane and try to bully Diablo. Well, 505 gonna be taking a kill against Chico this time. This is a huge punishment to the side of Todak. Here, RSGSG trying to level up the coin farming skills using the Ace HBC definitely with the pressure that they try to give. But I do like the pick from Farsha, you know. They will try to outrange the Bruno with a Fedora strike and try to give more surprises. But remember, they need to do something about the Uranus pressure later. But this is already like too much. This is like 3 minutes. But exchanging the lane, exchanging stuff, I don't even get it. I don't even get it.
Well, again, right, this is a very risky style to play. and Todak are doing it. They're energized like a winner with Omne. You guys can be energized as well, as Diablo is looking for the play right now, but Chiku is going to be able to dish out so much damage onto Diablo, taking him low. Meanwhile, the team comes in to rotate towards that bottom side. They're doubling down on Chiku, getting this turret, but they're not able to find it. RSG able to withstand, and this is where it gets scary for Todak. But at the top side again, Bray gonna be after. Oh, good shot by Baby Cakes, and a nice play by Bray, baiting Momo out. It's getting from bad to worse for Todak now, as their play in that bottom side hasn't worked out. Rival though, pinning Diablo down for the damage to come through from Chiku. Diablo still able to survive for a bit, but will be able to be taken down by Chiku. Feather Airstrike though, stopping Chiku in his tracks, with Lolzy picking up the kill. Rival still able to dish the damage back onto Lolzy. Real world relation doing it, but a nice flicker by Lolzy gets him out. And then top side, RSG are able to get a turret. Todak, not a good start for them here. That early first blood hasn't really helped them.
Yep. Chiku taken down twice. It's also a huge thing for the side of RGSG, and Baby Cakes already finishing off the Blade of Despair, less than 4 minutes. It's a huge stuff as well, because he is having the turrets in the top lane, and not only that, they are already securing a turtle here inside of the Land of Dawn. This is their first but Wave of the World! What?
It cancels the Wings by Wings out, actually. Chiku, 1, 2, and 1 is behind. He dashes forward. Chiku gonna be caught again. Circling Eagle, dealing damage to him, but Chiku still able to escape. Lolzy taking low. Baby Cakes with a flicker, gunning him down. And Moon as well. It's a double kill. No respect from Chiku there. Went in way too aggressive, and they will be punished by Baby Cakes. But up top, it's gonna be traded back by Todak with that turret.
They are playing their way, play your way with the Aurora collection from Logitech G here. But I do feel, I don't know, man, Chiku just playing too risky.
Too aggressive.
Too aggressive. Yeah, I mean, like, I know the damage from the Bruno is huge, but look at the houses right now. Look at the objective that RSGSG already got, and it's already winning by 2,500 gold lead so far for RSGSG. And Farsha, I do feel like if the Farsha getting the enough item, no matter how far is the Bruno, no matter how good is the damage, if he's outranged by the Feather Strike is just like gonna stop it.
Let's see, right? 2.5k gold lead.
Oh, Baby Cakes.
That damage from Baby Cakes.
Crazy.
He's level 9 right now compared to Chiku, who's level 8. And guess what? Chiku's the one who's been in the XP lane. But look at that cut. Very risky cut here from Momo. 2 waves at the same time, but no one's going to back him up. No one's going to actually punish him for that. It's a good cut by Yums, and it buys a little bit more time for the rest of Todak to actually play around this mid lane and play around that bottom side. Look at Bruno.
Baby Cakes finishing the Malefic Roar. I don't know how crazy is it already with the 6 minutes inside of the Land of Dawn. He is able to do that, but Chiku focusing over the turrets. He doesn't care about anything else, but Diablo. Will this Diablo survive? Yeah, directly using the sprint to run away from the situation. And it's a huge resource. Well, RCSG gotta be focusing to get over the turtle. Will they got it though?
Oh, Rival gets it. My goodness, Todak able to equalize once again, but Momo's gonna be caught here. Has the consecration. No, he doesn't. That's the decimation taking him down. Moon trying to provide Rival's escape right now as he helps out. Bottom side, Todak aren't able to find a turret. This risky play hasn't worked out. Diablo in a 1v1 against Chiku. Chiku gets out of the Feather Airstrike range. Yums able to cancel that Feather Airstrike out. Chiku's looking for a play, but he can't go too aggressive here. He's just gonna slide back towards the gold buff. Nice snipe by Baby Cakes, taking a whole lot of HP from Moon. It should be the mid turret falling for RSG to take.
Yeah. Now, objective over objectives is on the hand of RSGSG, and right now Chiku, I think he is gonna be the one who takes over the orange buff, but Bray is there. No, Bray, will he be able to handle all of the damage? Wave of the World, it's not been open yet by the side of Chiku. I think it's on the cooldown right now, but 3,000 gold list on the hand of RSGSG, and Chiku already finishing over the Berserker's Fury. I think finishing over the Endless Battle next on the side of Toda. And if he's having the Scarlet Phantom, I'm not really sure. RSGSG needs to make anti-Kiras, I guess, to handle the damage. Because it's a full critical things. And Pilot Armor is not really a really good options anymore for that kind of situation. But Cult Altar.
Engage onto Chiku. Look at that combo. Beautiful by RSG. Rival gunned down as well by Baby Cakes. A triple kill, looking for a snipe. Will not get the snipe, and man, RSG are here to play. 3.7k gold lead now, building up 8 minutes into the game. They're looking for more on the board with a tier 2.
And right now, RSGSG gonna be forcing the side of Todak to play defensively. But the wave, they need to handle it well, because in the top lane, we are seeing that actually the wave is on the side of Todak, while in the Lord side, it's already appearing inside of the Land of Dawn, and will they got it? Because I don't think like Todak will be trying to forcing it off over the Lord, so it's gonna be a free Lord from the side of RSGSG. And Baby Cakes, one more time, 601. This is a monster movement coming from Baby Cakes. It's not Baby anymore. It's a very, very painful damage that is given by the Beast Beatrix, and he is just like having a free space, while Bray and also like Diablo is the one that making it to the way of the backline from Todak's side. And I think like the presence for Harsha, it's helping for the Beatrix to be more comfortable to be up front.
And look at that damage. If Baby Cakes is able to deal that much damage onto the frontliner, that's the amount of damage he can place into the backline. Chiku, through a third of his health just gone from one Renner shot. Luckily for him, he does have a bit more sustainability with the lifesteal items, but Momo now up top. Again, that damage need to start respecting. Chiku is a level below and a 2,000 gold below Baby Cakes. That's a top side engagement. Moon gonna be sniped down by Baby Cakes. Mid lane Lord gonna be falling down. Chiku needs to be careful here. Lolzy still able to back off, buying a lot of wow, Baby Cakes opted to go for the Golden Staff.
That is so weird. Attack speed along with attack physical damage, that is not a usually a regular item for a Beatrix, but he wants for it. He wants to aim for more. That is so unique coming from this RSGSG. Oh, the damage bro. It's a crazy.
Very good snipes from Baby Cakes. Look at that attack speed. Nibiru now still in. Feather airstrike dealing damage onto Yum as Diablo is able to get out. Baby Cakes flickers out to safety. It's a real world inflation. Does a lot. Chiku flickers forward. Looking for the shutdown onto Baby Cakes, but will not find it. 505 shuts Chiku down and saves Baby Cakes. Another Hail Mary play by Todak that didn't work out.
Oh my god. Chiku, he needs to stop diving like that, in my opinion. He needs to play safely like regular kind of gold laner, but he's not a good laner though at this rate. But Wind of Nature, he's trying so hard to handle the damage that is given from the side of RSGSG, but the ability to dodge it all with the flicker, with the dashes, even the one that is getting shut down so far, it's only like 505 once and Diablo twice. And the blade armor, the dominance eyes, it's just stopping the damage that can be given by Chiku. Chiku needs more attack speed. Chiku needs something else to give the damage towards RSGSG, or maybe even the Malefic Roar. But he needs a better positioning. He does not need to be in a rush to get something. He needs to play safely now. If not, it's not gonna be easy. While Momo, I think like they found the answer for Momo. Momo is not dancing as he wants it to be. Oops.
We're gonna find Chiku's free hitting. Baby Cakes got shut down. Chiku is massive once again. How did this happen? The decimation was popped in. That's Rival falling, but without Baby Cakes, I don't think they're gonna have enough damage here. 505 gonna be brought back for the damage to come through from Chiku. Once again, Diablo with the falling star Moon now jumping onto Moon and Yum. Chiku still alive. Diablo forced to back up, the real world inflation stops him in his tracks. Yums picks up the kill. It's a 3-for-1. Todak have nullified the gold lead. That 7,000 gold lead now down to 3k with a man advantage. They can look for more. Lolzy opening up the map. Todak needs to go for the turret. They can't go for the Lord.
They will be going for the first turret in the mid lane right now, while Lolzy unable to do anything about that one. While Bray versus Momo, I don't think they're going to be going something about it. They are just going to be trying to start over the Lord because Rival is here already. So they can get the Lord for free. But remember, Bray, Lolzy, and also Baby Cakes is already back into the Land of Dawn. Baby Cakes will be jumping with the Nibiru, I guess.
Consecration by Momo. Baby Cakes on the Lord now. Look at Chiku dealing so much damage on the Lolzy right now as he jumps in again. Rival looking for the retribution, gets it. Oh my goodness! Todak able to come back. Diablo in 1v1 against Chiku, but will have the help from the Cult Altar. Diablo now the target from Chiku as they will just back off that goal lead. Nice snipe by Baby Cakes. Max range.
Towards Chiku, 50% of HP just gone like that fast, that penetration, that item, that damage. That is so crazy coming from Baby Cakes now. Despite the Lord is coming from the side of Todak, without help damage coming from Bruno, from Chiku, I don't think they can do something about this one. They might be crossing the river, but oh, Momo.
Oh my god, that's a risky move by Yums. It's gonna be gunned down. Rival in the back lines. Baby Cakes dealing so much damage. 505 getting the kill onto Yums. Baby Cakes taking Momo down. The Enhanced Lord up top is looking for the base turret. If it gets the base turret, it might actually be okay. But Diablo is gonna do a good job halting the Enhanced Lord.
Baby Cakes! Oh my god, this is just insane amount of damage coming from the side of Baby Cakes. But right now, Bray, he is still gonna be able to secure over the purple buff, but Chiku is back and they really need to focus over Chiku. Chiku has been trying so hard to push back over the Baby Cakes, but if he's getting down again, it's gonna be very hard for Todak to recover from the losses because it's already 15 minutes. So the respawn time is more than 40 seconds, 50 seconds right now. If they're losing one moment, it's gonna be over. So Rival need to have a better targeting while Momo can try to do over the maybe split push and get over the base start in the top lane. It's gonna be a huge distraction for RSGSG. Maybe the Esmeralda will be joining the Momo, but Momo will be surrounded right here. 3 members directly going for Momo. Are they going to be able to get it though? Miracle.
I don't think so. With the Consecration, he's a bit too tanky. And now Baby Cakes is actually, he used his dash. Rival looking for the pin. Baby Cakes going to be pinned down and that damage comes through. Chiku with the way of the world doing so much. But Chiku will lose the call Ultra HP in the back lines. Baby Cakes still able to kite away, but not for long as Momo is able to find the kill. That's a shutdown by Chiku. That's a double for Chiku. Chiku falling, but look at everyone from RSG. It's a 4-4-1, and they're looking to make it a wipeout as Diablo trying to make the miracle play happen. Diablo against the world. Diablo falling, and Todak with a wipeout in game number 2. 7,000 gold deficit for RSG.
Oh my god, and this Momo will just take over the base start, cutting the minion waves here. He will be trying so hard to help. Maybe 2 base turret might be taken because the respawn time is still 5 seconds for Baby Cakes. They might be able to end it as well if Baby Cakes is not showing up. And here you go, I think Todak will secure this game with 2-0 on their hand. A huge comeback coming from the side of Todak. 8,000 gold lead from the side of RSGSG, and they just put the table back.
One straight push is all Todak needs. It's all they will ever need. 7,000 gold deficit for Todak, my bad, in that final fight. They turn it around with a fight. They turn everything around with a fight. All Todak knows how to do is fight, 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 and it worked out for Todak. The Langar style. Coming back.
Langar style.
7,000 gold lead. Gone. Out of the window again. Oh, Chiku. How does he still do damage when he was 2-5? At a certain point, he was 2-5.
2-5.
Beatrix was 7-0.
8-0.
8-0 at a point.
Man, even the damage from Beatrix is
on
one-shotting.
paper, it should not have been possible.
It is. It is not supposed to happen, but I feel like the work, the teamwork, and that one slight moment over the Federal Strike, along with the real-world manipulation, the movement coming from Todak is just like too fast to follow up all of the movement that is given. The communication, the synergy is just coming really great. And Baby Cakes, despite he's trying so hard to carry out the game,
I cannot believe it.
It's still on the hand of Chiku that is diving. All he did is diving, diving, and diving. Crazy gameplay coming from Todak and RSGSG. They are showing the quality of the match here. MPL Invitational 2022. You guys never stop surprising us.
No Singaporean teams, unfortunately, in the semifinals. 2 Indonesian teams, 1 Filipino and 1 Malaysian. We have concluded the day in terms of matches, in terms of the results, but Arashi will have a say about that game. Again, it should not have been possible. As an analyst, Arashi will tell you the same thing. It should not have happened. In theory, on paper, it did not. 7,000 gold. Beatrix, who has the power in the late game, got a lead early on against a Bruno. Bruno was shut down early. How? Arashi, how? How and how? He's the man who can answer it. We'll just throw it over to Arashi. My God.
Hello, hello, hello. You're saying it's not possible? Why not? Why would it not be possible? This is Mobile Legends, and in the Land of Dawn, anything can happen, and we've seen it firsthand right here. RSG, with such a dominant performance, out of nowhere, gets turned around. This is why the game is never over until it's truly over. And unfortunately for RSG, they learned it the hard way. Todak get the victory. They come out on top today, and wow. Of course, as always, there's Chiku, but in that final game, I think every single member on the side of Todak did very important things to ensure that they get that victory. If on paper they're not supposed to win, then it must come to the execution. And later, we're going to see some of that in the highlights. But for now, let's talk about a bit of the item builds. Because early on, something that caught my mind was the build coming in from the side of RG Singapore, from Baby Cakes. The fact that he went with a Demon Hunter sword and a golden staff. This is very unusual for a Beatrix, but considering he's up against so many tanky heroes, including Yums on the Faramis, who is building full tank, this is the kind of build Beatrix needs to be going for, because if you go for full burst damage, maybe you can one-shot Chiku, but if you don't, there's no way you can match that kind of damage output, especially in the late game against a Bruno, right? Building up, like, if you look at the items from Chiku, man, BOD, Endless Battle, Berserker's Fury. In a way, it's not really a lot of DPS. It is enough though, and with the extra BOD, when your members get chunked low, gets poked on by Moon, who has all the wands, man, the Divine Glaive even, to try and burst through and burst the HP bars of the squishier members, like Baby Cakes, like 505 on the far side, and Beatrix. That's when the Bruno damage just starts tunneling in. And of course, can't forget about Momo, going full damage, and knowing that he's up against a lot of DPS, he has 2 blade armors. That's excessive, you can say, but considering that the only real threat to a Uranus in the late game is enough DPS to actually burst him down, I think it's very, very smart, and some teams might even take pointers. If you look at the post-game stats though, it's very even, but the damage dealt by Baby Cakes 100k, Chiku not nearly as much, and that is why it's so surprising. RSG Singapore have the tools to make it happen, but in the late game, it really seems like Todak, with the proactiveness, with the more tools to actually make plays around, the heavy spin, the real manipulation, and the Cult Altar, they're able to get an advantage. And more than anything, RSG Singapore, their composition has a Mathilda, and distance management, kiting, has been their strong suit. In that final fight in particular, they are the ones trying to commit to try and deal with Momo, because Momo was just too difficult to burst down, especially in the middle of big fights. So they try to pick him up first, and as a result, they get counter-engaged, they can't do a proper front to back, and with all the items in the world, with all the resources available, Baby Cakes gets focused down, and that's the end of it. Late game, no marksman, no DPS. The MVP for this game is going to be Yums on that Faramis, being able to actually dish out a decent bit of damage, but of course open up the map, be a very good source of utility, and the Cult Altar, very critical in securing their victory. 100% kill participation, that is crazy. And considering how dynamic the game was, and how many different areas of the map the kills are funneling in through, 100% for Yums, that's crazy. And of course, the Cult Altar has been very critical, and we're going to see some of that in the highlights later on, because as we mentioned, when it comes to pure survivability, I think that RSG Singapore has a bit of an advantage. They have more DPS to work around with. They have an Esmeralda who can do a lot more AoE, while actually tanking a lot of damage as well. But in those later fights, where like everyone needs to actually work around together, the Cult Altar actually provides that least bit of advantage that they require. And with Chiku being your main source, he never disappoints. He goes in and Baby Cakes, man, on the Beatrix with such limited mobility. You have one dash essentially built into your kit. The positioning needs to be very important, and the protection needs to be even more solid than your positioning. Right here we can see from the early game, both teams seem to want to try and get an advantage, and Todak is just so good at making plays happen when they're not supposed to be possible. But RSG finally get a bit more advantage, and Baby Cakes, so decisive and actually very creative with how he plays that Beatrix, always finding the right time to actually use his spells, go for the combo, and he was snowballing out of control. Triple kill at such an early stage of the game. Fortunately, later on, Todak with the defense are able to withstand the main aggression. And look at Chiku, just risking everything. And sometimes it doesn't pay off like that, but on other times, you already know it's massively valuable. And here, that shutdown on Baby Cakes is going to be so important. Starts shifting gold back towards Todak, and when they have caught up in the gold difference, I think that's when they can begin to mount a comeback. And with their composition, with the lack of DPS on the side of RSG, they can play very back and forth. Unfortunately there, Chiku gets picked off, and this is that final fight. Look at Baby Cakes just caught in the back. Unfortunately, he won't be able to escape. He has no backup. Everyone knows that he is the main target. He gets taken out. Chiku, full HP, and that means that with the DPS advantage, slowly but surely, Todak will be able to wipe out RSG. And with the death timers being so low, with this game dragging on later and later, one straight push is all it takes. So the execution, the positioning, especially in the late game, is even more important, because then each person with their own jobs, their jobs get even more infinitely important. And maybe we'll hear a bit about the details, but Mirko and Vela, take us to that interview.
Thank you, Arashi, for the flair right there, right as you send it back to us. But yes, we will have a bit more to say, and particularly Todak will have a bit more to say as well, because we are going to get into a call instantly with the winners of this matchup. Todak. Let's call him Vela.
Hello.
Let's call him, I don't know who it's going to be. I think it's Chiku again with Coach. Hello, Coach. It's Coach Amox, right?
Hello.
Hello. Can you hear us, Todak?
Can you hear us?
Chiku?
Gelap. Nggak ada apa-apa sih.
They can't see anything, unfortunately. I think we have to.
They're gonna be waiting for
we might have
them
to
to
see.
see
We might have
us
to wait.
here.
Unfortunately, the interview.
Yeah.
We might have to wait a bit for that interview. Unfortunately, we are having technical issues, my guys. So please stay patient with us, because I'm staying patient because I have a lot of good questions for Chiku.
Okay, you definitely do. I think like you are new fan, hard fan of Chiku.
I am a fan of Todak now, yeah, and Chiku.
Definitely, with the gameplay that they are showing, the quality is just like beyond my imagination right now. It's beyond something, and they are just crazy. Another M4.
4 years in a row, they've made it to M4. I mean, they've made it to the M World Championship. M1, M2, M3, and M4 now. And you can see why.
Yeah.
In every single season, it feels like they've always had the Langar style, but they Langar in a different way, right?
And they Langar crazily with Chiku right now. But yeah, I think like we will have the conversation right now with Todak. Hello!
Let's call again.
Hello.
All right, there you go. They can hear us. Can you guys see us now? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. So Chiku and Coach Amox, is it?
Yes.
Okay. Man, I have a question for you. Firstly, Chiku, the hell's wrong with you, man? How are you so good? You're behind on a Bruno and you still are able to go in. You dash forward every single time. What is this? How do you play like you?
Aku apa dia kata? Dia kata kenapa kau main gas terus di belakang. Ingat kau main cloud? He thought he was playing cloud.
But while you were playing the Bruno.
While playing Bruno, you thought you were playing Claude.
When he was playing the Bruno, right? He thought he was a cloud.
Okay. I see. Okay. I like that. All right.
Okay, but the second game, it's a quite hard battle for Todak, actually. Who do you think is the hardest player to compete inside of the second game?
Siapa yang kau rasa ni susah dalam second game tu?
Susah? Semua susah.
Everyone was strong. everyone was strong. We had a fair share of our own mistakes, and we were punished throughout. But we maintained. We tried to get back into the game.
I see. All right, but I do have a question for Coach as well, right? And maybe also for Chiku here, because now you've qualified for the next stage, the semifinals, and you guys are going to be up against ONIC Esports, a team that is known also to play with a crazy composition. We saw the Akai roam, and for you guys, everyone is crazy on your team. Every pick is crazy, right? We saw Minotaur back then, Chiku on the Bruno. What do you think about this matchup, ONIC versus Todak?
I think it's a good matchup. I like how ONIC's style of play is. So it's really interesting to see before M4.
Okay, how confident are you going against ONIC right now for the semifinals?
100%.
Ooh, 100% right here coming.
Well, it makes sense because in previous tournaments, M3 and MSC, they beat ONIC, right? So
they do.
Chiku still has that confidence going up against ONIC. But Chiku, one more question here for you. You're going to be up against CW. CW is the #1 gold laner, first team gold laner for MPL Indonesia. You have been rotating everywhere, right? You're not just a gold laner, but this tournament you're in gold lane. Do you still think you're better than him in the gold lane?
Saya rasa saya lagi better sebab kita kena percaya diri dengan diri sendiri lah. Kalau kita tak percaya diri sendiri, susah. Translate.
Coach? He feels like with the team behind his back, anything is possible. He can be better.
The confidence is on the top notch here coming from the side of Team Todak right now. Can you give something to the viewers that is always supporting Todak?
One more message.
Message apa? Untuk fans. Untuk fans Todak ataupun Team Malaysia, sekarang tinggal Team Todak saja yang mewakili Malaysia. So keep support kita orang untuk next stage lah. InsyaAllah kita orang akan masuk final lah.
Okay. Congratulations one more time for Todak here. Thank you so much for having a conversation. Good luck next for the next match against ONIC Indonesia. Bye-bye. Cool. Interesting conversation here with Team Todak.
This team is...
The confidence.
I love it. I really love it. Because,
love it.
again, like he mentioned, it doesn't really matter if he's confident or not. If his team is backing him up after every single play, they will make it work. They will somehow make it work. And
they do.
They did. The past 3 matches that they've played, the past 3 days, the past 4 days, it's all been like that for Todak. Every time Chiku goes in, every time Moon goes in, anyone, they're so solid. And now, because the day has wrapped up, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take a look at the official brackets after the whole day, after 4 days. Bella, crazy competitiveness. We'll see that bracket
Only
very soon.
4 teams left.
4 teams in the semifinals.
From the start of a lot of teams inside of this one. It was 8-6.
20 teams in total, if you include the champions.
Oh my god. It was 20 and now it's only 4 left. That is going to be competing. 2 Indonesians, 1 Philippines, and 1 Malaysian. We will see the bracket right now to see what is actually going to happen tomorrow. Because tomorrow, we will be having 3 matches, definitely. For the semifinals, we will be having Geek versus RSG Philippines. Both of them are very strong. We saw how disciplined RSG PH, after going against Alter Ego, that is quite a hard battle, but they maintained to going back with a really good discipline. But Geek also showing a really good performance going against Blacklist International. And then we have ONIC versus Todak. They're just like what you mentioned. The crazy draft can happen. Everything can happen, and both of them in best of 3 series. But later, we also gonna be having the grand final with best of 5 series between the 2 teams that is winning from the first 2 semifinals.
Let's see here, ladies and gentlemen. Geek Fam versus RGPH, like we mentioned, another Indo-PH and an Indo-Malaysia. So technically, there is a chance.
For Indo-Indo?
For Indo-Indo. There is a chance, ladies and gentlemen.
A chance. But there is still a chance for Indo-Malaysia, Philippines, Malaysia. Everything's still possible. Inside MPL, Invitational 2022, everything can happen. I cannot like predict anything, even the draft, the gameplay, everything is just like surprises over surprises. Remember, they are gonna be fighting for prize pool for $100,000 right now inside of MPL Invitational 2022. That is so crazy.
You know what's crazy? It's
What?
been 4 days of absolute insanation. That's what I'm going to call it, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy, crazy, crazy. It's raised to the power of a billion. But here, tomorrow is our final day where these 4 teams who've battled it out all the way, no one, yeah, everyone actually lost some games, right? There was no one who went with a perfect route towards the semifinals. ONIC lost against Bren, game 1.
RSGPH losing against Alter Ego. ONIC was coming from somewhere. 2-1 against Bren. So everyone already have
Everyone has
all those
dropped games. Everyone has shedded some blood, right?
But there is L
There's no perfect team.
for the learning, just like what you've mentioned.
Again,
Right.
there you go. All the losses these pro teams and pro players take are all learns, not losses. But before we end the show, ladies and gentlemen, we want to give a special thank you to a lot of very special partners of ours. Number one here, starting with HSBC. Level up your coin farming skills in-game and in real life by watching the How to Farm and Spend Your Gold in MLBB videos by HSBC to get a lot of gold in-game and in real life.
In real life, after you get a lot of gold, you can buy something from it. You can go get the device that is gonna be folding everything around you. It's gonna be the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G unrivaled gaming experience. Because you're already farming up a lot of gold, you will get the high performance packs from this Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 4 5G because it's Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1, 12 gigs of RAM, and not stopping there because it's with 7.6-inch dynamic AMOLED 2x Infinity Flex display. It's 120 hertz refresh rate.
It's basically 2 phones in one and a tablet as well, right? You have 2 screens that can flop right there, that can fold, and you can make it a big screen. It's just so good, ladies and gentlemen. It's a multitasking monster, and you guys can get not just the unrivaled gaming experience, but an unrivaled smartphone experience for you guys. But when you already have a phone, you need some good applications on it. A good app would be Omne for you guys to be energized like a winner, to play, to do everything every day your way.
Yeah, listen to the music, play the mini games to help you energize with your day. Go directly download it inside of the App Store and also Google Play Store right now. Download it now. Because
check it out now.
Check it out now. You can play the mini games and do everything with the Omni to be the winner, everything. But definitely, if you want to be a winner, you need to play your way with the Aurora collection of Logitech G with the beautiful design. It's a very timeless design. It's very lightweight as well. It's gonna be...
It's lightweight, timeless design. It's good quality. There's no negatives, guys. All right, go ahead and play your way in the new age of gaming with the Aurora collection. Why is it a new age? Because it's not just quality, it's stylish as well.
Yeah. Now you already got your gaming equipment. You go directly follow One Esports social media. Go directly to the Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. Go follow with your mouse right there into the social media of One Esports, because all of the news, all of the updates is always being shown inside of social media of One Esports. And you can register plus win skins, Venom skins to be precise, on oneesports.gg/MPLI-win. Go get it now, because the Venom skin, it's 5 heroes to be given.
5 skins. A lot of skins technically to be given out, with the Venom skin collection being all there for you guys. But hey, if you guys like to play MLBB and sometimes wonder, hey man, I like to play this game, but I don't know if my role actually suits my personality, you guys can take the quiz right now. oneesports.gg/quiz-MLBB to find out what type of MLBB hero you guys are. Maybe you're a roam player now, but if you take the quiz, you're like, oh, wait, I'm more of a mage. Then you go, transition over to mage, and you become Moon.
Yeah.
You literally become him.
You can be the Moon.
You are Todak Moon.
Yeah, you can be the star like him. But also, if you want to find your squad, because you're good, like Moon, you go to the battlefy.com/OneEsports to join the community tournament of One Esports itself. You can try to prove yourself that you are the next star player for the esports industry. You get everything already. What am I missing? Can I get cheap skin?
Well, yeah, that's what I was telling you, right? You want to go into a tournament, but your skins aren't flashy enough, aren't good enough. What are you doing, man? Don't worry, though. A lot of people say, hey, Mirko, but it's expensive. Not with the largest annual MLBB sale ever. You guys can go right now and join in the Double 11 Mega Sale from MLBB. And you guys can get diamonds. I mean, not diamonds. Technically, you can get the promo diamonds, but with those promo diamonds, you only need to spend 1 gold diamond to get a skin. One. And you get this from topping up just once. You get this from logging in as well. It's absolutely crazy, and you guys can join in the fun.
Yeah, go get it now. Go get the skins right now because this is the annual scam, the biggest sale for the Mobile Legends. But today is all over. 4 matches. Tomorrow we will be having 3 matches, and who is going to be going for the grand final?
Note it down, ladies and gentlemen, the schedule for tomorrow, because the final day of MPLI 2022 will begin at 1 p.m. GMT +8. It's been Mirko and Bella. We're signing off for day 4 of MPL Invitational 2022.
Good night.